Good morning, Ms. Hofmeyr. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, Chair.
Yes. Before we start, I just need to make one announcement or two, probably one. The next appearance before the Commission of the President of the Republic, President Ramaphosa, will be on the 31st of May and on the 1st of June. Those are the dates that I have determined, so I announce them so that the public knows. He will appear in his capacity as the President of the country, but as everybody will remember, there will still be some issues that he will need to deal with, which he could not be dealt with when he appeared before the Commission in his capacity as President of the ANC. So he will deal with those issues, and then he will give his evidence and be questioned in his capacity as President of the country. I also wish to indicate that it is the intention of the Commission that his appearance will, for all intents and purposes, subject to one or two qualifications, be the last appearance, or will mark the last witness to give oral evidence before the Commission next week. The Commission is trying its best to wrap up all oral evidence. I said that will be subject to one or two qualifications. I will deal with those qualifications at some stage next week after he has completed his evidence. So I will do so either the following day or within 2 days or so after he has given his evidence. The Commission will still or is mindful of the fact that there are some applications for leave to cross-examine that have not been disposed of as yet, and these will be given due consideration, and where the interests of the integrity of the work of the Commission and the interests of all concerned indicate that some exceptions must be made and some witness must still be called that will be looked at. But on the whole, the Commission wishes to wrap up its oral evidence because by end of his evidence, it will have covered all the important evidence relating to the matters that were included in the Public Protector's report that gave rise to this commission. Everybody will recall that some time ago I indicated that in order for the Commission to be able to complete its work, within the time that we are looking at, or even last year, we would focus on what I said were public protector issues. That is, those issues that the public protector had included in her report as issues that this commission should investigate, as opposed to other issues that fall within the terms of reference of the commission but fall outside of those public protector issues. So the issue of applications for leave to cross-examine that have not been disposed of is receiving attention, and where it is necessary to accommodate specific cases, proper consideration will be given to that. But for all intents and purposes, the Commission is looking at wrapping up the hearing of oral evidence next week. There may be a few individuals that, in my discretion, I might decide might be required to either furnish affidavits later in June or appear briefly to deal with certain matters where, in my view, it's important for the work of the Commission that those individuals be covered. So I thought that I must mention this. And of course, I must indicate that we had initially contemplated that the hearing of oral evidence would be completed by end of March. That is why in the application that I made to the High Court for the extension of the term of the Commission from the end of March to the end of June, I had indicated that the months of April, May, and June would be used for the preparation of the report. That assessment had been made in good faith, and everyone knows how the Commission has been working extremely hard since the second half of last year, holding double sessions, day sessions, and evening sessions to try and finish its work. But we did not succeed in having oral evidence completed by end of March, despite our best efforts. And everyone knows that if we had ended the hearing of oral evidence by end of March, there is very important evidence that has been led in April and May, which would have been left out, which the nation needed to hear, and that includes some evidence relating to the State Security Agency, but it also includes evidence by some of the high-ranking officials of the SOEs in respect of whom there have been serious allegations of corruption and state capture. So it was important that those high-ranking officials, that time be given, be allocated for them to complete their evidence. But by the end of May, by the time the President completes his evidence, we will have finalized the oral evidence relating to senior executives and board members of various SOEs that have been alleged to have been looted as part of state capture. So I thought it's necessary that I explain that. It will be necessary to apply to the High Court for a limited extension, but that will now be for the preparation of the report, because during the 2 months, April and May, although a lot of work in regard to the analysis and of evidence has been going on behind the scenes, that will not enable us to have the report by end of June. So it will be necessary to apply for a very limited extension for the purpose of the preparation of the report. But as I say, a lot of work has been going on behind the scenes aimed at the facilitation of the preparation of the report. That is the end of the announcement. Okay, Ms. Hofmeyr.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, we convened today for the hearing in order to receive further evidence from Ms. Duduzile Mieni. You'll recall, Chair, that we ended her last evidence on Friday, the 6th of November, with 2 outstanding remaining matters. The first of those was the need for her to be questioned by my learned friend, Mr. Seleka, who is working on the Eskom streams evidence, and that was particularly in relation to Ms. Mieni's alleged involvement in certain meetings in 2015 related to the suspension of Eskom executives. We had run out of time in the 3 days that had been scheduled for her evidence, and so that topic for questioning remained to stand over for another date. Chair, the second aspect that remained standing over at the conclusion of Ms. Mieni's evidence on the last occasion was the need for consideration to be given to her invocation of the privilege against self-incrimination throughout the course of her 3 days of evidence. And Chair, I would just like, with your leave, to remind the public and everyone here today precisely how you'd ended the evidence of Ms. Mieni on this particular point. And Chair, this is a reference to the transcript of the 6th of November 2020's hearing. It commences at page 258 from line 21. Chair, what you said there, and I quote, is, "The other point is the one that I mentioned earlier, namely that there is no time now, and it's not convenient really, to look at Ms. Mieni's entire evidence and see which questions she may have justifiably invoked the privilege not to incriminate herself, and which ones, in respect of which ones she might not have done so justifiably or correctly." Chair, you then requested that the legal team in particular consider the transcript of the evidence over those 3 days. You indicated that you would do so as well. And then we would revisit the question of whether the privilege had been justifiably invoked. What happened after the conclusion of the evidence on the 6th of November is that the legal team of the Commission did that exercise. We considered the transcript closely. We went back to the references that were actually made throughout her evidence when, on the basis of the reasons she had given for not answering questions, I made the submission that the privilege was being abused. We went back to those, we distilled what we said were the questions that had not been legitimately refused to be answered on the basis of an invocation of the privilege. And we sent certain legal submissions to Ms. Mieni at the beginning of April this year, setting out the position of the legal team, setting out the fact, cataloguing through the transcript where we said that the privilege had been abused and what submissions we would make to this commission in the light of that alleged and submitted abuse. Ms. Mieni was offered an opportunity to respond to those submissions, but none came in. None came in until about the middle of May, and in the middle of May, Chair, you directed that she should return to the Commission, both to deal with this outstanding issue and the ESCOM evidence. And then, through a change of attorneys, about which we were notified only last Monday, arrangements were made to provide Ms. Mieni again with the submissions from the legal team. And on Friday last week, we received a response to those submissions from her current attorneys. Now, in the course of those submissions to the Commission, Ms. Mieni concluded through her attorney her submissions with a request. And it was a request in the following terms. Let me just be clear. My learned friend and I may need to get into the debate of the merits of the submissions, but just in summary, the submissions deny that Ms. Mieni abused the privilege, deal with certain legal principles, make some comments about retrospectivity of the Constitutional Court's decision in January. We'll get into that if we need to. But then it concludes in the penultimate paragraph with the following. I think it's supposed to be therefore request that the Commission stay execution of the summons for our client to appear on the 25th of May 2021, as we need to first have the benefit of your responses to all the above before advising our client accordingly. Now, that is a reference to the summons that was issued by this Commission in terms of the Commissions Act. Chair, you no doubt will be well aware, and I'm sure the public by now will be well aware, that it is a criminal offence not to appear when there has been service of summons without sufficient cause. Ms. Mieni has not appeared today. She indicates recognition of receipt of the summons. It was a considerable effort for the Commission to ensure that summons was effected, because repeated efforts to engage Ms. Mieni, both by the Sheriff and the Commission, came to naught, but eventually there was an affixing of the summons at her property, which constitutes good service under the Commissions Act, read with the rules of court. But I don't understand there to be any debate that that summons was received. It required Ms. Mieni to be present today. She is not present, and I understand from my learned friend that he will now seek to move a postponement application. So with your leave, Chair, I propose that we allow my learned friend to move it. I've indicated to my learned friend and to you, Chair in Chambers, that that postponement application will be opposed by the legal team of the Commission. And so with your leave, if I may be permitted to ask my learned friend to move the application.
Yes. Mr. Buthelezi, you may. Somebody must just sanitize if you are going to use the podium.
Good morning, Chair.
Good morning, Mr. Buthelezi.
Thank you, Chair. As my learned friend has prefaced, Chair, I appear before you this morning to request a postponement of the appearance of Ms. Mieni. And the reasons behind that, Chair, I'm at first at pains to stress that it's not an indication of reluctance on her part, and ultimately the issue can be reduced to a breakdown in communication. Now, Chair, where we start with this issue.
Of course, the first thing is for you to indicate whether you confirm that she is not here despite having been served with the summons that required her to be here this morning.
That much is true, Chair, I confirm.
Yes. And,
Sorry, Chair.
and is the reason why she's not here the same reason why you asked for a postponement? Because in terms of sequence, I should first be satisfied that this is not defiance, because the question may arise as to why should I even hear an application by her for a postponement when she is in defiance of the summons and of this commission? Because one would expect that if she has a legitimate reason for a postponement, she would appear and say, I'm here in compliance with the summons, but I am applying for a postponement for the following reason.
Indeed, so, Chair.
So you can deal with that.
In dealing with that, I'll go to the paragraph that Ms. Hofmeyer quoted
Yes.
from the letter that was delivered on Friday, 21st.
Yes.
Which reads as follows. We therefore request that the Commission stay execution of the summons for our client to appear on 25 May 2021, as we need to first have a benefit of your responses to all the above before advising our client accordingly. Now, Chair, I don't know whether it's fair to the attorney, but the Commission did respond around after 9 p.m. on Friday evening. And I've shown this to Ms. Hofmeyer. The attorney sent me the response at 10 p.m. last night, saying he only saw this email at 4 p.m. Now, that's not for the Commission to rectify, or it's no fault of the Commission. The Commission did respond. What subsequently happened with the attorney not picking up or not communicating to the client was under the bona fide impression that the request for a stay of execution of the summons, pending the response from the Commission, would have then been accepted, or no response had come through. So, to deal with your point of defiance, Chair, I point out to you that first, it was requested of the Commission to say, we have a certain view with regards to the correspondence that you sent. Now, at the start of that letter, it starts as follows. It says, we place ourselves as attorneys of record in the matter concerning Ms. Mieni, as she had ceased being represented by Mabuza attorneys since early April. Further evidence of that, Chair, is confirmed by the fact that how this correspondence now for this appearance got to Ms. Mieni was through the Commission contacting her directly after not receiving any responses from Mabuza attorneys. And the people at the Commission were aware that they had to then contact her directly, and she then had to instruct new attorneys to pursue the matter. So prior to being contacted by the Commission, she was not aware. And the letter does say, as a result of the aforesaid, Ms. Mieni did not receive correspondence of 1 April mentioned in your letter, and has only come to know of the Commission's attempts to reach her in correspondence that was sent directly to her. And it is in that direct correspondence, Chair, that she took the steps and then appointed a new attorney. Through an unfortunate circumstance, as I will illustrate, as I've stated, Chair, she and the attorney were under the impression that the Commission had not responded. And
In which case they should have taken the attitude that the summons stands and therefore she should appear.
indeed so, Chair, correctly so. And I advised accordingly yesterday, and I said, look, regardless of a non-response, you need to take the necessary steps to make sure that we do get here. And it was only then that I think a concerted effort for the email to be traced or somehow found, maybe it could have been lost in a heap of emails from an unknown address, that it was actually discovered that the Commission did respond. But due to time constraints and as I showed Ms. Hofmeyer that he says he only picked up the email at 4 p.m. yesterday. And given that Ms. Mieni is not stationed in Gauteng, she was then of the view that, look, can you approach the commission on my behalf and request a solution to say, how do we facilitate the appearance? In other words, is there still a prospect for this to be heard online or to be deferred to another date, either later in the week or early next week, or whatever workable solutions? But the one thing that is absent from all of this is a reluctance to appear, Chair. So it may inconvenience the commission, and we apologize, Chair, and it may cause consternation, but in as far as it seeks to imply that there's defiance of the Chair's commission, summons, I submit, Chair, that there is none. There's no such intention, and I think we have indicated by the last paragraph that says we request a stay of execution. In other words, we didn't take a point that says we just won't appear because we've written you a letter. And in concluding that letter, we submit that pending your response so that we know how to advise clients accordingly. So in as far as intent not to comply, I think that test is not met. To say, because I think there was intent, and in as much as we may want to impute that defiance to the client, I think there's some level of evidence that removes culpa from her, or maliciousness to that extent. Now, Ms. Hofmeyer had raised certain points, Chair, and I need to take these points because she glossed over them. The first one is that client was advised about the invocation of the privilege against self-incrimination. And we took the view that the test set by the Concord to the effect that would this privilege be applicable in criminal proceedings? Would this be a privilege that you would be able to invoke in criminal proceedings, yes or no? And I think that's the test. And we relied on the submission that we have already, in all matters referred to SAA, been referred to criminal investigation. And we say that the prospect then of self-incrimination is triggered by a court order. It's not in the abstract. Apart from it not being in the abstract, we also read the Concord decision.
I think let's separate the issues.
Yes, Chair.
Because that belongs to another phase.
Yes, Chair.
Yeah. Let's deal with the phase where we are. Is the position that if I direct that your client gives her evidence via Zoom or whatever link, she is ready to comply with it?
Indeed, Chair. The only issue would then become a matter of organizing it for when. But
Well, I'm talking about
today,
today. I'm not talking about another day. I'm talking about today.
I'd have to take direct instructions on that point, Chair. Because last my discussion with the attorney last night, we didn't have a clear indication of the state of readiness for client to testify in terms of one receiving those files, whether she'd be able to access whatever documents that the commission would need her to work through. That's the only logistical challenge that there may be, Chair.
Yeah, because if from her side she did not mean to not to cooperate with the commission and didn't mean to defy, one could expect that because she knew that the summons required her to be here, she may be available if I approve that via Zoom or whatever link so that we can proceed, because otherwise the time might be lost. So maybe I should adjourn for you to take instructions on that, because depending on what the answer is, it may be that we might not need to be detained too long on certain issues. Of course, if we went that route, the question of her non-appearance here would be one thing, but if she is available and arrangements are made and we are able to continue, that might be another issue. So, but if the position is that she is not available, then one must take it from there. Ms. Hofmeyr, what do you think about that suggestion? I know he hasn't finished, I think. What do you think about a short adjournment for Mr. Mutesi to get instructions? Yeah, I think.
Thank you so much. I feel as though I'm in some sort of studio. I do apologize.
Yeah.
Chair, the legal team's position is that such an arrangement is unlikely to work. And the reason I say that, Chair, is that for the better part of 10 days, we have been seeking to engage with Ms. Mieni directly to ensure that she has the bundles that she requires in order to give evidence today. There are repeated screen grabs of every effort multiple members of this commission have made to contact her, to say there is a link that you need to download in order to get the documents. There has not been a single response from Ms. Mieni to those efforts. So it is impossible, I submit, for Ms. Mieni's evidence today to take place via Zoom, because she has not a single document that would be required for this evidence to be conducted. The assumption, because she made no effort to respond to one of those messages, was that she would understand her legal obligations, appear today, and then would be given hard copies of the very bundles that we had made efforts for the greater part of 10 days to give her access to. So, Chair, my submission is that a Zoom hearing today will not work. She does not have the documents that she needs in order for evidence to be conducted. And as my learned friend Mr. Seleka will no doubt inform you, he'd asked me to address this at the beginning today. The efforts of the ESCOM team to have her receive documents from them start as far back as August of last year. There has never been any response from Ms. Mieni to the efforts to get her the statement from Mr. Linnell before Parliament so that she could consider it and how it differs from the statement that she gave Parliament in the ESCOM inquiry about what happened at those meetings. Chair, at no point has there been any effort on the part of Ms. Mieni just to receive the documents from the Commission so that this evidence could take place meaningfully today. So, Chair, my submission is I'd like to respond to my learned friend. I'd like to deal with the question of defiance, because a Zoom hearing is not going to work on the basis of the facts as I know them.
But she doesn't have the documents.
No.
Mr. Mthelezi, what do you say to that?
No, my only point was to say, Chair, if we are to consider an online hearing today, the issue would arise in terms of clients accessing documents. So in as much as it may not be possible today, Um, I don't rule out the possibility of it being possible maybe in the second half of today after lunch, if the link is made available and means are made to expedite that even if we adjourn by 2 hours, we could get some work done. If there are links and there's somebody there to assist her with the technology of accessing the documents, we could make a bit of progress here versus throwing the entire day away.
I know that the matter relating to ESCOM is a narrow one, the ESCOM matter. Well, let's do this. Let me adjourn now for something like 10 minutes before Ms. Hofmeyer can respond, for you to take instructions of what is possible and what is not possible from her side and from your side as her legal team. And then when we come back, you report to me what is possible and what's not possible.
Thank you, Chair.
And then I'll hear Ms. Hofmeyer, and then we take it from there.
Thank you, Chair.
But do make it quite clear that her non-appearance this morning here is viewed in a very serious light.
Thank you, Chair.
We adjourn.
my page has dropped. I had a conversation with my learned friend over the break. He has managed to make contact with Ms. Mieni. Ms. Mieni was on her way to a family engagement in Port Shepstone. So she's now making efforts to turn around, but there's some uncertainty as to when she'll get back and if to the attorney's office and what can be done. So where I've left things with my learned friend is I wanted to just update you that that's where we are. Ms. Mieni was on her way to a family engagement and she's now turning around because she received a call from my learned friend, Mr. Buthelezi, but there's uncertainty. So I suggested to Mr. Buthelezi I'd continue to make my submissions in response so we don't lose more time. And then maybe we can get an update a bit later.
Okay, all right. Please do.
Thank you.
Well, before you do that, I think I had a question for Mr. Buthelezi. Maybe if his mic works, he can respond from where he is.
Thank you, Chair.
It relates to the other phase that you were touching on, and I said, let's leave that for later. Is your position that as far as the invocation of the privilege against self-incrimination, is your position that, one, it was justifiably or properly invoked in regard to every question that has been raised by the Commission's legal team in their written submissions? One, two, or is the position that you still want to, you or your client want to provide grounds of justification for invoking it? Or is the position that the reference to the High Court decision referring some matter to the NPA for investigation is the justification? What is the position?
Thank you, Chair. To answer you directly, the justification is the judgment of the Pretoria High Court. We submit that the privilege has been properly exercised. Now, in the response that we gave to the Commission last week, we had received a set of questions that we were asked to respond to. And we felt that those questions in the main fell under the ambit of the set of questions where we would invoke the privilege anyway, or we had already invoked the privilege. And our interpretation thereafter, we say that even if we are wrong in this interpretation of the Concord judgment, in as far as the Commission is concerned, we were of the view that the Constitutional Court has not said the judgment finds retrospective applicability. Now, Ms. Hofmeyer raised the point earlier to say you had created a proviso that said that the Commission would go back and review the evidence in its entirety. But if we look at the entirety of the questions that subsequently followed, many of them were a repeat of the questions where the privilege had been invoked, and many of the questions covered pretty much the same areas where we had advised that these pass the test of where the privilege can be invoked.
Yeah, okay, right. Ms. Hofmeyer?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, you commenced with a question when my learned friend began moving the postponement application. And with respect, I want to submit it was the right question. We may not even be in the world of a postponement if Ms. Mieni is in defiance of a summons served by this Commission. Chair, my submissions this morning to you will be that Ms. Mieni is indeed in defiance of a summons, and that is a criminal offence. Chair, the reasons I say so are the following. First, there is no affidavit before this commission from Ms. Mieni. It is trite that any explanation pursuant to a request for a postponement must be done on oath. It must be evidence. We have not even been favored with an affidavit from Ms. Mieni explaining her position. That's the first point. The second point is that the only explanation we have been given from the bar by my learned friend is that when, through her attorneys, she asked on Friday for a summons to be stayed, and she did not receive a response, she thought she could not come today. Chair, that defies, with respect, even logic, because when the summons is in place and the compulsion power of this commission has been exercised, and you motivate for it to be stayed, and according to evidence from the bar, you receive no response, it is not sufficient cause for you then just simply not to appear. The assumption must be the summons stands. There has to be another exercise, Chair, by you. You are the functionary empowered to issue summons to compel evidence before this commission. On the version we got from the bar today, Ms. Mieni knew nothing of a further decision having been made on your part, which would be the only basis for her not to appear. Chair, we then heard, this is the third reason I say that she has committed a criminal offence, from her counsel this morning, from the bar, that yesterday afternoon he advised her that she must be present today. We have no affidavit. We have an approach to a request for a stay that makes no sense at its lowest. And we have, from my learned friend, an indication that legal advice was given to her to be present, and she is not present.
Sorry, Chair. I object to that submission, Chair. I'm objecting to the last submission by Ms. Hofmeyr.
I think I'll give you a chance when she's done to respond.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah.
And then the fourth indicator is, again, that we've been told Ms. Mieni this morning was en route to a family engagement. Chair, there is no respect in which the summons that this commission issued for her to appear today has been taken seriously by Ms. Mieni. If it is so that she is on her way, or was on her way, until she received the call from my learned friend to a family engagement in Port Shepstone. Chair, this is not, unfortunately,
Of course, in addition to the point you make, or in substantiation of it, is when you instruct your legal team to apply for a postponement of your appearance before the commission or before a court when there is a summons. One, you should be there yourself, unless the reason for the application for a postponement is one that prevents you from being there. For example, if you are sick. Okay? But if you are not sick, and we have not been told she's sick, if you are not sick, even if you thought that it's not necessary for you to be there at the time your counsel makes the application, you needed to say, what if my application is refused? Because in that case, I must be there. If she is on her way to a family meeting that doesn't reflect the mind of somebody who genuinely sought a postponement, because if you genuinely seek a postponement, you must leave room for the possibility that your application may be refused, in which case you'll be required to be there.
Indeed, Chair. If not, you've taken the postponement for yourself. As my learned friend, Mr. Seleka, said to me over the lunch break, over the adjournment. Chair, there's a further matter
So it means in that situation, you are not waiting for a decision on your postponement application. And
You've
the question
decided it.
arises, in your own mind, what do you intend is going to happen if your application is dismissed? Do you have in mind that you would still comply, or do you have in mind that you won't comply anyway? So therefore, it doesn't matter what the decision is, because you don't intend complying if your postponement application is refused.
Chair, it is our submission that that is the quintessential example of a person who does not appear without cause. Ms. Mieni has not appeared today, and there is no sufficient cause for that non-appearance other than the explanation that we've been given, which amounts to nothing more than a postponement having been taken by Ms. Mieni. And Chair, just on that point, we're dealing with defiance. We're not dealing with postponements. But I may just give you the language of the Constitutional Court in the case of Psychological Society versus Pelani. That was a case dealing with postponement, and I'm reading from paragraph 30 of the judgments. Postponements are not merely for the taking. Well, today, the postponement has been taken. Chair, there's a further matter that I do believe I need to address in the context of the defiance question. And that is an issue that goes back to the approach that Ms. Mieni has taken generally to accountability for matters that this commission is concerned with. And the reason I go there, Chair, is that the very matter that she was going to be coming today to deal with, the outstanding matter of Eskom, was a matter that was, of course, investigated by an inquiry by the Portfolio Committee of Public Enterprises in Parliament. And there were efforts there, Chair, that were made to have Ms. Mieni come and account to the Portfolio Committee. And there is a commonality between what happened there and what has happened today, which is the final submission on which I say there can be no doubt that Ms. Mieni's conduct today is not about a genuine attempt to make arrangements to be accountable and give a version. It is part of a pattern of a steadfast resistance to be accountable to those who require answers about what has happened within our country. And Chair, for that purpose, I have a short bundle of documents that I would just like to hand in. Chair, we've just numbered them. It wasn't certain whether I'd need to make reference to them today, so I'm going to propose that we enter them as Exhibit 30, DD 34C. If I could just beg leave to hand up through your registrar, and then just make available a copy to my learned friend.
Yes.
Chair, if we can enter this document as Exhibit DD 34C, it will then just come next in the bundle of documents related to Ms. Mieni's evidence.
Exhibit DD
34C for CAT.
34C.
And it runs from page 1 to 12.
Should we? Or the second document is a parliamentary summons.
Correct.
And then there's, should we make them, say, Roman figure 1, Roman figure 2, Roman
Yes,
figure 3?
we can certainly do that. And then I'll produce an index just that will identify each of them, Chair, because as you've already seen, they are different documents, but they
Yes.
relate to the theme
Yes.
of the efforts that Parliament made to summons Ms. Mieni to the inquiry previously.
So the top one, let us make it Exhibit DD 34C, Roman figure 1.
Yes.
And then the next one will be Roman figure, will be Exhibit DD 34C, Roman figure 2.
As we go through it, Chair, I will
Yes,
give the relevant necessary Roman numerals.
yes, yes.
Chair, just to locate us, if we may,
Yes,
what happened was that the Public Enterprises Inquiry into ESCOM took place towards the end of 2017 and early 2018. And there had been an effort originally around February
yes.
where Ms. Mieni had been invited to attend the...
I seem to remember that she didn't speak at some stage.
I beg your pardon, Chair?
I seem to remember that she didn't appear in Parliament when she was required to appear.
Yes, that's what I want to take, Chair, with your leave,
Yes,
you through today.
yes,
You see, there was originally just an invitation for her to attend. And that was an invitation for her to attend on the 28th of February 2018. She didn't attend.
Yes.
She gave an explanation for having done so. I think she communicated on the morning of that day with the relevant functionaries. And
Yes.
thereafter, she provided a statement.
yes.
A few days later, on the 5th of March 2018. But Parliament and the Portfolio Committee, well, let's be clear, the Portfolio Committee on Public Enterprises did not, in its wisdom, regard the statement as sufficient and therefore decided that they would exercise their summonsing power, which is a power that they have under Section 14 of the Powers, Privileges and Immunities Act of Parliament. And so you'll see the documented Roman 2 of Bundle DD 34C is the summons that
Yes.
was issued.
So she had to be summoned even in Parliament.
Even in Parliament, indeed, and it required her attendance on the 11th of April 2018. Now, if you go back a page to the first page of this document, Roman 1, DD 34C1, that's the return of service that was obtained from the sheriff when he endeavored to effect service. And what you'll see there is that the sheriff says, I certify that on the 4th of April 2018 at 5:55 in the evening, I served the summons to appear before the National Assembly Portfolio Committee on Public Enterprises on the defendant, Ms. Dudu Mieni, at her place of residence, 102 Kolssterkring Meersenseer, Richards Bay. I just pause there, that's the same address that we used for service. By affixing a true copy of the process to which appears to be the main outer gate. And then a reason for affixing is given. Mr. Eric, security guard at the given address, refused to accept service of the said document, advising that the defendant was not there. All the house lights were on, but he refused to advise me who is in the house. So this is what came back to Parliament, Chair. And in the aviation team's investigations over the last 2 years, one of the topics that we thought required further exploration was, well, what happened? There was a summons, it was served, but Ms. Mieni never appeared before the Portfolio Committee. And so we engaged with Parliament and the Portfolio Committee in our investigations. It never became pertinent before today to refer to this, because on the last occasion, albeit that we found out the day before that we had to make Zoom arrangements, Ms. Mieni did appear. But today, the significance of this prior attempt by a body seeking accountability to have Ms. Mieni come before it, in my submission, does become relevant. So, they get the return of service, but Ms. Mieni does not appear on the 11th of April 2018 as required. So what happens thereafter, if you go to page 4, Chair, which will be Roman 3 of DD 34C, is a decision is taken by the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Public Enterprises that is referred to in a letter to the Speaker of the National Assembly, Ms. Mbete. What it says, in essence, is that on the 17th of April 2018, so that's about 6 days after the scheduled appearance, the Portfolio Committee on Public Enterprises met to receive a report on the service of summons on Mrs. Gupta, Mr. Duduzane Zuma, and Ms. Dudu Mieni. Copies are attached. The committee was informed that the sheriff could not serve the respective summonses on the Messrs. Gupta and Mr. Duduzane Zuma, as no one was resident at their last known addresses. And then they ask for they're going to seek legal advice about alternative methods of serving summons. But at 3, the following is recorded. The sheriff served the summons on Ms. Dudu Mieni at her place of residence. However, Ms. Mieni failed to appear before the committee. The committee resolved that criminal charges must be pursued against Ms. Mieni in terms of the Powers, Privileges and Immunities of Parliament Act for her failure to honour the summons. Chair, that section is equivalent to the section in the Commissions Act. In the Powers and Privileges Act, it's section 17, and it uses also this without sufficient cause qualification to the non-appearance. But it is a criminal offence under that act, and this is the Portfolio Committee's chairperson advising the Speaker of Parliament that the committee has resolved that criminal charges must be pursued. Over the page is the response that came from the Speaker, Ms. Mbete. Chair, there's unfortunately a blank page that's been inserted between 5, so 6 actually doesn't need to be there, but this will be Roman numeral 4 of DD 34C. Chair, the essence of what Ms. Mbete details in this letter is that, and I'm in the second paragraph, after she received the correspondence from the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, she requested a legal opinion on the question of whether authority would be competent, which authority would be competent to lay a complaint against a person who fails to comply. And she says that the advice found that the Act does not direct that any specific person must lay a complaint, and went on to suggest that the chairperson of the committee should do so. But notwithstanding the above, Ms. Mbete goes on to say, I should indicate that unless explicitly empowered by statute or the rules, committees do not act independently of the Assembly. Instead, the rules and practices prescribe that committees must report, and in cases that necessitate that remedial or other action be taken, may make appropriate recommendations to the House, which they can then take, informed decisions. And so she concludes by saying, as Speaker, I then convey or implement those decisions as the case may be, and based on the circumstances, I'm of the view that the Commission must, and then if we go over to 7, the committee must detail the aforementioned matter in a report to the House with a recommendation, which can then be duly acted upon. And then she deals with other witnesses. Chair, the Commission sought to understand what happened after this, right? May 2018, the Speaker is advising the committee that it's the National Assembly that must make a decision on this matter, and that there needs to be a report and a recommendation placed before it. And so we followed up at what is page 8 there. It will be document Roman numeral 5 about this very point. And we asked for Parliament to provide us with a copy of that report or recommendation that was made to explain if one wasn't, why it wasn't. And unfortunately, the response that came back, which is at page 11, which will be document Roman numeral 6, is that the Commission had everything that Parliament had, and that was in its custody. And so the conclusion that certainly we submit can be drawn from this is that no further steps were taken in respect of a recommendation or a report being placed before Parliament.
So does it appear like Ms. Mbete, as the Speaker of the National Assembly, didn't lay a complaint?
Yes. We asked specifically for any complaint that was ever laid as well in our
Yes.
request to Parliament. So no complaint was laid. There was a request for a report and a recommendation on next steps
Yes,
to be placed before Parliament. No
Yes.
such thing happened.
yes.
And the consequence of all of that is that Ms. Mieni was previously summoned to appear before Parliament. The Committee of Public Enterprises took the view that her failure to attend constituted a criminal offence and a charge should be laid. And nothing has become of that. Chair, Ms. Mieni attended here, yes, on the 4th of November last year. But as our submissions on the invocation of the privilege show, it is the submission of the legal team that she did so effectively with an intention to claim a right to silence, not meaningfully to engage with the questions that the Commission had for her, and the weight of the allegations that had been presented in evidence before this Commission for her to answer. And then today, she, knowing of the summons, knowing that there had been no response after the request for you, Chair, to stay it, she does not attend. She makes other arrangements, and she effectively took the postponement for herself. Chair, we submit that that is nothing less than a defiance of the summons of this Commission, and that it is time for the law to take its course. Chair, there's an important point that was also made in the judgment to which we will all return with my learned friend, the judgment of the Constitutional Court in January of this year. And it was a point about the equality of treatment of witnesses. Witnesses who have previously sought postponements have done so on affidavit with medical certificates when they have not been able to come, and then there is a cause. The legal team has not opposed those postponement applications. But today we were not favoured even with that, Chair.
Yes, of course, I go back to my first question to Mr. Buthelezi. Do I need to even hear the postponement application when the witness has not complied with the summons and the reason for non-compliance? The reason for a postponement is not the reason for non-compliance. It's not because, is this not like being in contempt of an order of court? You can't be in contempt of an order of court and without purging your contemptuous conduct, ask for other relief from the same court.
Indeed.
You must purge your contemptuous conduct first. You must comply with the order of court, then ask for whatever you are aggrieved about. But you can't defy an order of court and then ask that court for some relief at the same time. You have got to comply and say, I am complying because I know I'm obliged to, but now that I'm here, here is my situation, and I'm asking for this or that relief. So there is that question as well.
Indeed, Chair. The final submission I wish to make is that what happened in Parliament in 2018 should, with respect, not be repeated. There should be a criminal charge laid against Ms. Mieni, and regrettably, for the second time in this Commission's proceedings.
Of course, it's concerning if the National Assembly did not lay a complaint. What the police would have done with it, we don't know.
Chair,
A complaint was laid by the Secretary of the Commission against her some time back. I'm not aware of what progress is being made by the police in regard to it. Maybe there is progress being made, it's just that I've not been informed. Yeah.
Chair, I can update you on that because we were also keen as the investigators to understand what had happened. And we received an update after the most tireless efforts of my investigators sitting behind me, who I think drove around the greater province for the last 3 days trying to track down the relevant investigating officers. The update is that a warning statement was taken from Ms. Mieni last week. And that is where it has gone. There's been a request for an affidavit from me. I'm going to have to deal with that because usually council can't do that. They have received a full report, so we're going to follow it up, Chair. But those are the facts. On the 18th of May, after a complaint was laid in December of last year, a warning statement was taken from Ms. Mieni, according to the account that we received yesterday. And there's a request for an affidavit from me, but we will take that further.
That must be, it was in November.
Yes.
So it took quite some months just to get the warning statement.
Yes, Chair. Chair, if I may, just on one aspect, because I don't want to leave it, and I do have my eye down the line to the recommendations of this commission. Chair, you signalled to me a moment ago that what is concerning is why Parliament may not have laid that complaint. And I would just like to make one submission on that.
Yes, yeah.
When our team was looking at this, we were concerned about that fact as well. And so we went back to the Powers and Privileges Act. The Powers and Privileges Act makes provision for service of a summons issued by Parliament or one of its committees, as was the case with Ms. Mieni, in one of two ways. It's personal service on the individual concerned, or it's service on a person appearing more than 18 years old at their place of residence. It doesn't include the third alternative of affixing. But sheriffs routinely affix. And interestingly, our Commissions Act, which incorporates the High Court's rules, allows affixing. That's how we successfully served the summons at Ms. Mieni's house earlier this week. But the fact remains that the Powers and Privileges Act of Parliament only allows for those two methods. And so there is a potential for evasion by a witness. It's not clear that the affixing that the sheriff did in respect of that summons from Parliament was in fact a valid method of service under the Act. And so that is what we made of the situation. And it will be a recommendation that we will make to you in due course, that that provision of the Act be amended to add the third alternative, which is an alternative that deals with evasion. The rules of court say it's when the sheriff believes that there are efforts being made not to receive service that affixing is appropriate. And just to close the gap, because if that was ever going to be the justification, that there may have been an error in the service of the summons from Parliament, we should not permit that to happen again. There must be a default position.
Of course, I didn't understand, but it's quite some time since I had a look at the documents relating to that matter in Parliament. I didn't understand her to have said she was not aware that a summons had been issued for her to appear before Parliament, because I think that if you are aware of the summons and what it says of its contents, it may well be that the fact that you became aware of the correct information through defective service doesn't avail you, because you are aware, you know your obligations.
Chair, just to be clear, we don't know what the response was, but I did not want to miss the opportunity for this aspect. It's a law point, but it's an important one in my submission, given where we are today. Given that service of summonses by committees of Parliament who are wanting to make people accountable and to summons them as witnesses to appear before them doesn't have this loophole in the future.
No, that's fine.
Chair, those are our submissions.
Thank you.
It's the position of the legal team that the offence has been committed under the Act and that a criminal charge should be laid against Ms. Mieni. If I may hand over to my learned friend if there's anything in reply.
Well, before Mr. Buthelezi come on board, Ms. Mieni was going to deal with two matters, one ESCOM related and the other one's aviation related. I don't know whether Mr. Sleka wishes to say anything in relation to, insofar as this non-appearance affects ESCOM related issues.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair.
Good morning, Mr. Sleka.
Chair, much has been said, and I think I need to emphasize that insofar as ESCOM Workstream is concerned, a letter was sent to Ms. Mieni last year in 17 October 2020 for her to file an affidavit in relation to two persons who are implicating her, which is Mr. Tsotsi and Mr. Linnell, Nick Linnell. On the date was given, I think, the 4th of September 2020. Now that's way back, and that didn't happen. We didn't even get the courtesy of a response to that letter, much less an affidavit, Chair. And as I was saying to both my learned friends during the adjournment, there's very little to argue on the postponement, Chair, if the witness has arrogated to herself the postponement. So she's telling us, I'm taking this postponement, decide whatever you want to decide. It's a question of defiance. We don't even get to her request to postpone. She has dirty hands, and she can't ask for relief unless she purged herself of that misconduct, if you like. So, Chair, I couldn't agree more with the sentiment you have expressed. Unless there was incapacitation on affidavit, you would entertain an application duly brought for a postponement. But this is not a proper application for postponement. And I'd agree with my learned friend in regard to what then should be visited upon her in terms of the rules of this commission. And ours is a narrow issue, as the chairperson has pointed out. The issues are very plain. Ms. Mieni could have availed herself and dealt with these matters in less than 2 hours. The Commission is overwhelmed with other work, and we're trying to squeeze her in to finish her evidence. Chair, this is completely unacceptable. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And Mr. Buthelezi, somebody must sanitize the podium.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I have to express my dismay and disappointment at how things have turned out, given what Chair had suggested at the adjournment. And I have to make this point, Chair, because I think it also works towards the integrity of the Commission in itself, Chair. It's disheartening to observe how my learned friends, the evidence leaders, purport or seek to project this commission as a prosecution. Whereas, in the proper understanding of what this commission is about, it's a fact-finding inquiry where witnesses need to account and they need to come assist the commission. On arriving at this commission today, it's now going for 11 o'clock. We've lost 2 hours in engagements between 3 lawyers and
But that's because your client is not here,
Indeed so, Chair.
in
What
defiance of the summons.
Chair, the submission I'm
And
making
that
is the
2
following.
hours is spent trying to establish why she's not here and what should be done about it.
Thank you, Chair. Where I was going to with that point, Chair, about the 2 hours, is that, Chair, I was appreciative of the stance that the Chair had taken that said, if it's not an act of defiance on her part, what pragmatic solution can we arrive at to then solve the problem of getting her evidence on record? And we had departed here with the view of saying, granted, you may not be here, but if your indication is you do want to testify, you've testified online before, it gets us to the point anyone can testify online. Let's find a pragmatic way of implementing that. And since that suggestion, Chair,
Maybe before you proceed, let's start where we should have started. You spoke to her. Tell me what transpired, because from what Ms. Hofmeyer said in terms of what she gathered from the conversation with you,
no, Chair.
it looks like she was on her way to a family meeting, but she undertook to turn back and go back. But
No.
then the story, I want to hear the whole story.
Chair,
What is your response?
That's the objection I raised, Chair.
Yes.
As in to say.
Let's start with that.
Yes, I think I was misunderstood by Ms. Hofmeyer.
Yes.
Ms. Sorry. When we took the adjournment, I then called her to say, what is your location and what's your availability for this thing to proceed online? She says, I am available. As I'm speaking to you, I should have been on the road to Potchefstroom, but that is not on the plans, and I will drive to the attorneys. So the U-turn story, she said, I'm on standby. And that's why I came back and I said we could be online and proceed within 2 hours. Because she then said, I will have to divert my plans of wanting to go to Potchefstroom later and go straight to the attorneys in Pietermaritzburg. So her availability to me on call to receive directions was informed by the fact I said, I don't know what the DCJ may direct or may not direct. I need you to be on standby so that if there is an amenability to resolving the situation pragmatically, then we can make it happen in the shortest time possible. So it was never an intention not to be available or not to be here. As already submitted, Chair, we came here with the intention to say, due to a breakdown in communication, we seek to find a pragmatic way of making the hearing proceed. And at every turn where we've said we want to make the hearing proceed, we've been blocked. When we said, okay, let's find a way of implementing a solution, The first objection was the fact that the documents will not be there on time. We take the adjournment to rectify that and try find whether we can go online. Now, the objection is, no, we must lay a criminal charge. Well, if you lay the criminal charge, Chair, it takes us to this position, then the witness will never come.
Well, the laying of the criminal charge for her non-appearance, I thought I hinted at this earlier, that is one matter.
Yes, Chair.
And that need not stay in the way of her giving her evidence. And if she is allowed to give evidence, that doesn't necessarily mean that a charge should not be laid for the fact that she didn't come here when she was supposed to come, and on the face of it doesn't appear to have had sufficient cause. That may be separate. You know. So from my point of view, the laying of a criminal charge would be one thing. The question whether or not arrangements can and should be made for her evidence to be received today is another issue. The one doesn't need to be a problem for the other. So is her position that in terms of the discussion you had with her, that she is ready to be online and to give her evidence or be asked questions or whatever needs to be done that would have been done if she was here?
Yes, Chair.
Yeah.
That is the position.
And is there an issue about needing some time for her to be read in terms of the bundles, or what is the position?
Well, Chair, we had requested, we'd said at the time when the discussion was held, it was around 10 to 10. And I'd said we'd need between 2 and 2.5 hours for that to be implemented. But we've lost the last entire hour in our own debates, and I think that's why I was lamenting that point, to say we could have been. I accept, Chair, that there's two separate issues. There's the issue of the non-appearance, and then there's the issue of how we then resolve it. Those two are not linked, and we can separate them. And I was wanting to say, look, let's focus on the solution for now. And if the commission feels thereafter that the charge must be laid, then the commission may lay that charge. But we couldn't be consumed in that to the extent that we are, and lose so much valuable time if the intention is on either end to get the commission to progress with its work. And that's the point I'm crying about, Chair, to say, look, it doesn't take the process forward for council to be involved in lengthy exchanges with each other, where the situation exists that says, okay, the witness is not here. Can we get her evidence on record today? If yes, how? Let's move on with the process. Council can come and have the subsequent arguments about what this implies or what this doesn't imply at a later stage. And as to how we must now be drawn into long discussions about what happened in Parliament and doesn't happen in Parliament, it doesn't take the process forward, Chair. And all I've asked for today was to say, let's implement whatever solution that is feasible and practically possible to get her to testify today, as she was scheduled to do.
Okay. Is there anything you wanted to say?
In addition to that, Chair, I also wanted to correct one submission. When I submitted that, I said Ms. Hofmeyer submitted that she was under legal advice to appear. I think that's an incorrect understanding of my statement. I said I took issue with the attorney to say, attorney, please properly advise client about what this means at this point in time. To say that we're only seeing it now still renders us vulnerable. That was a conversation between the attorney and myself, and not a conversation between the client and myself. And the last point, Chair, in as much as past conduct as it relates to Parliament is now being brought in here, Chair. I think it finds no relevance. You, Chair, are aware we were here in November for 3 days, 4, and until the end of the hearing, she was here. And there was never at any point, even prior to that hearing, an inclination or a reluctance on her part to appear. So that premise that says she's a person who's prone to want to defy is unfounded, Chair. Not when it comes to this commission. Not when it comes to this commission. And the fact that I'm here, because it gives the chair the benefits of answers and a perspective. Whereas if there was no legal representative and she was not here on the morning, then, Chair, you can take a view that says there's an outright defiance toward the commission. But the fact that I'm here today to make the plea to say, can we pragmatically resolve this and allow the evidence to come on record for the day? And it was my submission to you earlier, Chair, that my client is intent on getting this out the way. So the longer we drag it, it doesn't help either side, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, all right. This is the decision I have reached. One, it's not acceptable that Ms. Myeni did not comply with the summons and presented herself at the hearing this morning. 2, from what I have heard, there appears not to have been any valid reason for her not to appear. 3, the Secretary of the Commission must take steps to lay a criminal complaint with the South African Police Service against her for acting in breach of the Summons and the Commissions Act. 4, I directed that she should make herself available to give evidence today, whether it's via Zoom or any of the methods used for her to appear virtually. So that must happen today. I direct that she should be available. It's now about 11. She should be available from 2 o'clock. In the meantime, I will be able to hear some other evidence to use the time. But she should be available from 2 o'clock. And at that stage, I will indicate what's going to be to happen. But she should be available, and all concerned should be available.
Chair, thank you so much. If I may just raise one aspect.
Yes.
There was the issue of the invocation of the privilege.
Yes.
And there were actually a set of questions in
Yes.
respect of which the legal team was going to seek rulings today.
Yes, yes.
Now, in the interest of time, I'm going to jump ahead
Yeah.
and say that we are going to seek rulings that would require Ms. Mieni to answer those questions if you are persuaded by our
Yes.
submissions
Yes.
on affidavit.
Yes.
So I know we're running out of time today. I'm not going to ask
Yes.
that we do that orally with her, so that
Yes.
effectively at 2:00 we could move straight into the ESCOM evidence.
Yes.
But there is an issue on the question whether those rulings should be made.
Yes.
And I'm just wondering whether we shouldn't get that done now. We've got the submissions from Ms. Mieni's lawyers. And
Yes.
so I and Mr. Buthelezi can address you on them, and then if you're so minded, rulings can be made, or we can do that another day. I just don't want to leave that issue. I know
Yeah.
there's other evidence to
No.
get to, but we could just resolve that now.
I think that I'm inclined to think that the witness ought to confirm whether what the grounds are for invoking the privilege. If she says it is what Mr. Buthelezi has said, then she says so, and then to the extent that argument may be necessary, then there might be a really brief argument as far as I'm concerned, and then I make a ruling. If I make a ruling that the grounds she advances for invoking or justifying the invocation of the privilege are not proper grounds, then I have to instruct her to respond. Now, I can instruct her to respond orally, or as far as I'm concerned, I can instruct her if I deem it appropriate to respond in writing. But I'm inclined to think that she must first embrace the grounds or advance the grounds before I make a ruling whether those grounds are proper or not.
Chair, no, certainly in respect of the evidence that's coming this afternoon.
Yes.
But there's still the matter of the November evidence, in respect of which we went over the transcript. We made the
Yes.
submissions about where the privilege had
Yeah.
been
Yes.
unjustified. The
Yes.
reasons are there. Ms.
Yes.
Mieni gave them each time. They're in the
Yes.
transcript.
Yes.
And then what we shared with our learned friends this week
Yeah.
is literally a list of the questions
Yes.
from
We-
that historic
I've
evidence
seen.
in respect of which we were going to seek rulings.
Yeah.
So it wouldn't be a rehash of that evidence. It wouldn't be that she still needs to give reasons. She did give reasons at the time. And to close off that overhanging matter from last time, we were going to seek rulings on those specific questions in her last evidence, where we said the privilege had been incorrectly invoked. I fully understand in the course of this afternoon's evidence, new reasons
Yeah.
may be given.
No, I was talking more about the historical ones,
Right,
not
right.
not the new ones, because obviously with regard to the evidence relating to ESCOM, she has not invoked any privilege.
No,
We
indeed.
don't know if she will
Yes,
invoke
yes.
it. So I was looking at even those, I was saying I'm inclined to think she should be part of the
Indeed.
discussion.
Certainly.
And not just the lawyer, you know.
Absolutely.
But I think that it is something that shouldn't take us long.
Indeed, Chair.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm sorry for the misunderstanding on my
Yes.
part.
No,
We
no,
can
that-
just
that-
proceed
that's
then.
fine. Yes. Okay, no, that's all right. Let me just say, for what it's worth, the witness that I'm going to hear in the meantime is a witness who was going to come in the evening. So I'm just mentioning that, but it may be that we will see how we go. So I think I'm adjourning the hearing of her evidence or our business relating to her to 2:00, and then we'll take it from there.
Thank you, Chair. I understand we might need to make arrangements for the new witness. Should we
Yes.
adjourn for a period
Yes,
for that?
we are going to adjourn. I think the evidence leader in regard to that matter is probably either already here or is listening or watching. So I think that it's now 11:05. I think we should aim to, I'm going to aim to, because I don't know if they're here, aim to resume at, if I don't resume at 11:30, I'll resume at 11:45. I know he probably is watching and listening.
Chair, I've just been informed that we can start from 11:30 from the point of view of the arrangements and the evidence leader getting here.
Okay. Then we'll resume at 11:30.
Thank you, Chair.
We adjourn. Good morning, Mr. Chaskalson. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, Chairperson. Chairperson, two details before we commence with Mr. Powell's evidence. The first is Mr. Powell is not represented by his attorney here today because he wasn't anticipating to start. I have chatted to him and he's agreed very kindly to proceed in the absence of his attorney, but
Yes.
I thought we should put that on record.
Yes. Okay.
The second issue is that due to an error on the part of the legal team, there are certain annexures to Mr. Powell's statement that were omitted from the bundle. Your registrar has those annexures. It's 15.2 to 15.8. And the place where they will belong in the bundle is after page 424 in bundle 16. So there will be a sequence that starts at 424.1 and commences to 424.19. And if I can ask you,
The ones that she has just handed up are marked 15.2, 15.3, but there are others that are not marked.
I think so 15.2 is a discrete annexure, 15.3 is another discrete annexure. So if there isn't a number on any particular page, it means it's part of the preceding page's annexure.
Okay, there is standard terms and conditions. Is that an annexure to something? Because it's not marked.
Yes, it is. That's part of, I think it's part of annexure 15.5, those standard terms. So it was attached to the, 15.3. So,
Oh, yeah, 15.3, that's where they appear.
and on they go. I wonder, Chair, if I can ask, possibly I've now paginated my set so they say 1 to 18,
Yeah,
or 1 to
yes.
19.
Yes.
If I could give you this set, then yours will be paginated and I
Okay, okay, that's fine.
but could I then have yours
Yeah.
back in return?
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Then, Chair, if we can commence and swear Mr. Powell in.
Good morning, Mr. Powell. Thank you for coming back. Please administer the oath or affirmation.
Please state your full names for the record.
Stephen David Powell.
Do you have any objection to taking the prescribed oath?
No objection.
Do you consider the oath binding on your conscience?
I do.
Do you solemnly swear that the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you. Mr. Chaskalson, I didn't pay attention when you told me where I should slot these. I see the pagination 15.2. Is that what I must follow?
Chair, that's the annexure number. They belong after page 424 of bundle 16. 424.
Okay. Should their pagination be 424.1 onwards?
Indeed,
Shall
Chair.
we do
indeed.
that? So it's 424.1. I don't know whether I want to skip the terms and conditions, but have the right pagination for the next document, which
The one with the 15.4 at the top is 424.8, Chair.
4 to 4.8.
And then it will go on all the way through to
Yes.
4 to 4.19.
Okay. I'm not going to go all the way, but I think I'll manage as we go along. And then later somebody can just complete that pagination. But
Thank
at
you,
least,
Chair.
I think if you mention a page number that I haven't paginated, I will be able to locate it.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay.
Then, Mr. Powell, before I ask you to confirm the correctness of the affidavit that you've submitted to the Commission, I understand that there are one or two details that need correction. And the first relates to the table of payments from Mr. Mackay to Mr. Kodwa that appears, it's Annexure SP5, it appears at bundle 16, page 293. Can I ask you to go to that bundle, to that page?
Certainly, Chair.
And I
What's the
understand,
page number?
293. Chair.
293. Okay.
And I understand that there is a transaction missing from that table. Can you tell the Chair what it is?
Certainly, Chair. There is an additional transaction on 10 July 2015. Chair, apologies, if Chair can note just beneath the table by hand, 10 July 2015, there's a transfer from Mackay to Kodwa in the amount of 35,000 Rand, Chair. And that then will bring the total payments from Mackay to Kodwa from 1,645,000 Rand to 1,680,000 Rand, Chair.
The particular transaction is for how much?
35,000 Rand, Chair, and the date of that transaction is 10 July 2015.
Okay, I've got that. And that you say then with that transaction,
The total goes up to 1,680,000, Chair.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And then a consequential change in paragraph 11 of your affidavit where you refer to the original figure of 1,645,000, that's at page 282 of the bundle. 282. And then I presume that figure of 1,645,000 in paragraph 11 must now change also to 1,680,000.
Yes, you confirmed that, Mr. Paul?
That is correct, Chair.
Yes, okay.
And then I understand also that if one goes to the chronology table at page 281, the second last item reads emails between Shazay Gordon and Kodwa in relation to ANC T-shirts for which EOH will pay more than 50,000. I understand that requires a correction as well.
Correct, Chair. That 50,000 is wrong. If Chair will please delete that and replace it with 134,200. There were additional T-shirts that we identified subsequently, Chair, that this relates to.
Just
So the
repeat the figure.
50,000 is incorrect on that second last line item on page 281, Chair. If Chair can delete the 50 and replace it with 134,200.
134 or 54?
134,200, Chair.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Mr. Powell, the technicians tell me that your microphone is a little bit too far away. I wonder if you could move it a bit closer.
Certainly.
Then, Mr. Powell, subject to those corrections that you've made, do you confirm the correctness of the affidavit that appears at page 279 of the bundle?
I do, Chair. This is my affidavit and I confirm the correctness thereof.
Thank you, Mr. Powell. You have testified before, but I wonder if you can briefly...
Do you want me to accept it as an exhibit?
I do, Chair.
Yes.
Can I just find out the exhibit number? Chair, can you admit it as exhibit VV 2.3? VV 2.3.
Okay. Mr. Stephen David Powell's affidavit that begins at page 279 is admitted as an exhibit and will be marked as exhibit BB 2.3. Okay, you may proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Powell, you have testified previously. Can you just very briefly remind the Chair who you are and how you came to be introduced to the work of the Commission?
Certainly, Chair. I am the head of forensics at ENS Africa, one of the law firms, Chair. And as I conveyed on the last occasion when I testified on 25 November 2020, I gave evidence relating to an investigation that we had performed at EOH, an ICT company in South Africa, listed ICT company. And I highlighted transactions that we had identified that the Commission asked us to share and provide evidence on. Chair, subsequent to providing that evidence, shortly after completing my testimony, I was asked by the Commission to furnish it with a report into additional items that we had identified relating to some of the witnesses that I had testified about previously on 25 November. The Commission asked us to submit a report specifically into a gentleman or payments that we had identified made in 2015 and 2016 to Mr. Zizi Kodwa at the instance of or by Mr. Gian McKay, who at the time was an executive of EOH. Chair may recall that previously I testified that there was approximately 400,000 Rand paid from Mr. McKay's account to Mr. Kodwa, and I gave evidence related to that. What has happened subsequent to that, Chair, is the Commission has subpoenaed bank accounts. During my initial investigation, I only had access to a snapshot of Mr. McKay's accounts, and the Commission has subpoenaed further accounts of Mr. Kodwa from a relevant financial institution. And based on those accounts, I was asked to review and look at the information and provide a report on additional payments, which we have identified. In addition, Chair, we did some further email analysis because our focus on the previous occasion, Chair will remember, was related to the city of Johannesburg and Mr. Jeffrey Makubo in particular. Mr. Kodwa's evidence that I provided, that was almost collateral information that we just came across and shared with the Commission at the time. We then did a detailed focus of the email servers at EOH to identify if there was further evidence related to the activities of Mr. McKay and Mr. Kodwa in particular. And we have identified significant transactions, or quite a number of interactions, Chair, I should say, that I will give evidence about today. When I testified earlier, I mentioned that Mr. McKay was an executive of EOH. It's also important to point out, Chair, that McKay is a former director of an entity known as Tactical Software Systems Pty Limited. It has an abbreviation TSS, and that company TSS, I understand, is now in voluntary liquidation. Chair, I know I'm saying Chair may recall, and I know Chair has a million things testified before, Chair, but one of the items I highlighted was that EOH Mtombo acquired a TSS subsidiary called TSS Managed Services Pty Limited, now called EOH Africa, by way of a sales of shares agreement between EOH Mtombo and TSS in 2011. The transactions that I'm going to describe to the Commission today, Chair, come out of an entity called TSS, Tactical Software Systems Pty Limited. This is not an EOH company. It remained in the TSS stable. So Mr. McKay, as you heard, he became an executive of EOH. Prior to that, he was an executive at TSS, and this is an interest that McKay had in TSS. So, Chair, I just share that so that you don't confuse this with EOH. It's not an EOH company. It's not part of the EOH group. I then submitted a report to the Commission, and that report is attached as SP4 to my affidavit, Chair.
And sorry to interrupt, Mr. Powell, but Chair, the SP4 report appears from page 286. If you can just make a note on Mr. Powell's affidavit. We won't be going to it just yet, but I wanted to give you the reference. Sorry, Mr. Powell, I interrupted you midstream.
Thank you.
If you'd like to continue.
Perfect. Chair, as I was saying, the Commission conducted its own inquiries and subpoenaed further accounts, and they asked me to review that information, and we have reviewed it. And the email evidence and financial data that we reviewed shows that over the period May 2015 to February 2016, Zizi Kodwa, who I understand was the ANC spokesman at the time, Chair, received direct payments as well as luxury accommodation with a combined value of more than 2 million rand. Chair, last time I testified, we just indicated the 400,000. These are all additional items that we have subsequently found, and this is what I will be covering in my testimony today. What we also discovered was that McKay and Kodwa regularly exchanged emails regarding what appeared to be ANC donations over this period. A table setting out the direct payments to Kodwa made by or at the instance of McKay is attached as Annexure SP5. Annexure SP6 is a bundle of extracts from bank statements in support of the transactions. These bank statements are the documents I referred to that the Commission subpoenaed, Chair.
Now, thus far, Mr. Powell, you've been talking primarily about donations to Mr. Kodwa. You speak also of payments to the ANC. Can you say a little of that?
That is correct, Chair. Chair, in addition to the payments to Kodwa, at McKay's instance, EOH also made payments aggregating to more than 15 million to the ANC or its suppliers. And Chair, I'll just describe for Chair what I'm going to be elaborating on later so that Chair can have a small insight into what the broader landscape will look like. Chair, you will remember when I testified previously about the city of Johannesburg, there were a lot of donation requests instigated by Mr. Jeffrey Makubo, and there was correspondence and communications with McKay and a Patrick Makubedu regarding ANC donations. And all of those donations were routed through an entity called Mfundi Mobile. Mfundi Mobile was run by a principal by the name of Reno Barry, Chair. Reno Barry also features in these ANC donations. These donations seem to primarily emanate from the Eastern Cape provincial branch of the ANC. And what is interesting, Chair, is that Reno Barry again features as the person administering much of the donations, the management of those donations. And previously, we saw that with the COJ, Mfundi Mobile acted as an intermediary. And what I mean by that, Chair, is EOH didn't donate directly to the ANC. They gave this money to Mfundi Mobile, and it was also around 16 million, Chair, so the numbers are quite similar as well. And Mfundi Mobile then received invoices from the ANC for gatherings, transport, events, printing, T-shirts, etc. In this instance, I will be testifying, Chair, that TSS, the non-EOH entity linked to McKay, funded a lot of those transactions in the same way that Mfundi acted previously with COJ. And similar to COJ, Chair, Mr. Reno Barry has also kept a spreadsheet reconciling all of these payments that were made on behalf of the ANC. Chair, we will go into each of the specific items, but I thought it would be useful just to give Chair the picture of what we're going to cover.
Yeah, no,
Thank
that's
you,
fine.
Mr. Chaskelson. Shall I continue?
Well, if I can just ask you, you've talked about payments to Mr. Kodwa, payments to the ANC at Mr. Kodwa's instance. And in your report, you suggest that these payments appear to be the quid pro quo for support from Mr. Kodwa for EOH's interests in several tenders. Can you just briefly summarize that? Obviously, we'll get into the detail later.
Certainly, Chair. We're going to be going through a lot of communications between McKay and Kodwa and payments to Kodwa. And you'll see, Chair, we'll refer specifically to the timing of those payments and the activities that the communications relate to. But these seem to have had a direct link or connection to three different procurement processes. There was one at the Department of Home Affairs. There was a tender by the number of 1303/2014, and that was for the provision of Platinum Access Service Solution to government for 5 years. That's abbreviated to DHA Platinum Access Tender, Chair. And then there was another tender to the Eastern Cape Provincial Government Department of Education tender, and that one is referred to as SCUM 6-15/16-0001, and that was an integrated document management and human resources records restoration project. And we refer to that just as the EC Records Restoration Tender. Chair, and the third one is the SASSA tender 18/14/ICT for the provision of support and maintenance services of ERP Oracle for 3 years. And that's commonly referred to as the SASSA Oracle support tender. Chair, I do want to just point out that in respect of the Eastern Cape Provincial Government Department of Education tender, there was an award of 217 million made in respect of that tender to a consortium, and EOH were a 40% shareholder in the consortium. So not all of the 217 went to EOH at the time. Approximately just over 85 million thereabouts would have been their share, Chair. So I just wanted to clarify that particular point.
Thank you, Mr. Powell. What I am now going to ask you to do is to go through, or in fact, what I'm now going to do is to take you through the timeline that you have prepared in paragraph 10 of your report. And at various points, I'm going to, when we talk about procurement processes in the context of this timeline, I'm going to ask you just to take us back to which of the three that you have now described the line item refers to. The first line item starts on 13 March, and for that purpose, can I ask you to turn to page 433 of the bundle, 433. And if you can describe to the Chair what the document at 433 is.
Certainly, Chair. Chair, the document at 433 of the bundle is a letter of award from SASSA to EOH Matombo Limited. And its header is SASSA 18/14/ICT, appointment of service provider for the provision of support and maintenance services of ERP Oracle for a period of 3 years. And this is to inform EOH that they have been awarded this tender. Chair, the tender is worth just over 90 million, but what the document specifies in paragraph 1.1 is that your quoted price of 30,260,160 rand has been accepted for the first year of the provisioning of the above-mentioned services. Second and third year prices will be adjusted based on Consumer Price Index, CPI, as determined by Statistics South Africa. So they only specify the 30, but it will run to just over 90 million, Chair. And Mr. Jaskelson, this is the SASSA Oracle tender, so one of the three that we referred to earlier.
Thank you, Mr. Powell. The next item on the bundle has a date 7 April 2015. To explain that item, can I ask you to go to page 484 of the bundle, 484.
Thank you, Chair. It's a bit quicker this time round in my evidence, Chair. We've got a quarter of the volume of documents last time. Chair,
Yeah.
This is an email from Gian McKay, dated 17 April 2015, to Shaze Gordon. Shaze Gordon was Mr. McKay's professional assistant at the time. She was an employee of EOH. She's no longer employed at EOH. And what this directs her to do is it's an instruction from Gian McKay to Shaze Gordon, and it reads as follows. Please, can you get me the contract value of both the SASSA IMS contract and the SASSA AMS contract? I need the value including VAT. Also, can you send me a recon on all travel expenses for our special project with Ingrid?
And were you able to identify who the Ingrid referred to here is?
Chair, we suspect that this appears to be an Ingrid Ndlovu, who was the parliamentary liaison officer at the Department of Social Development. We have found emails which we'll draw to Chair's attention in a moment, reflecting her address as DSD, and that seems to be the Ingrid referred to. There's also reference to another gentleman by the name of Lunga Nkwana that also has links to social development, which we will explain later, Chair.
Now, the item on the timeline has a date 7 April. Can you go to page 485 and explain what you see at 485?
Certainly, Chair. At 485, we've got another email from Shaze Gordon this time to Gian McKay. The subject is Project Ingrid, and it's dated 18 April 2015, Chair. And it reads as follows. Hi, Gian. Total costs 118 16,908 rand and 54 cents as follows. And then it refers to various entities during April, 7 April to 9 April. And the venues are Premier Hotel Pretoria, and they refer to the first two items are venue hire, 16,425 rand. The second one is 11,125 rand, and it's reason dinner. There's a column specifying reason. And the last one, in respect of 7 April 2015, is City Lodge OR Tambo, and it reflects a price of 13,486 rand and 90 cents, and the reason cited on the document is accommodation, 7 rooms, and then 8 April SAA flights to the value of 8,075 rand and 28 cents, flights, and it's flights to East London. 8 April SAA again, 23,163 rand and 36 cents, Chair. And this is also flights, but this time it's flights to Cape Town. And then the last item on 8 April is Premier Hotel East London, 13,765 rand. And the reason cited on the document is accommodation. 9 April, Wild Coast Sun International, 32,868. Also reflected as accommodation, and the total amount there is 118,908 rand and 54 cents, and the footer reflects Shazay Gordon as executive assistant, Gian McKay and Zunaid Mayet, EOH Matombo.
So that would be and the header of that email is Project Ingrid expenses, is it not?
That is correct, Chair.
The next line item that you have is dated 24 April 2015. And to explain that document, can I ask you to go to it? It's at page 325 of the bundle. It's Annexure 7.2.
Sorry, Chair. Mr. Chaskelson, if I can just interrupt. If we just turn the following page, on the last document, you'll see we're talking about Project Ingrid expenses. And
Yes.
if I may, I might just refer to the next email, which seems to also tie up to the same project. It also refers to Project Ingrid, but this time it's an email from Shazay Gordon to Reno B at tssms.co.za, CC'd to Gian McKay, and it also talks about Project Ingrid, April 2015, ABSA TSS credit card, Gian McKay. Chair, and if we look at this document, what it shows is Dear Reno. So I presume, Chair, it looks like the Reno Barry that I referred to, the same gentleman that was linked to Mfundi Mobile, here is linked to TSS MS. And what she's writing is, Dear Reno, please allocate the highlighted charges on this card to tactical software systems under Project Ingrid. So in other words, book these expenses, which were incurred by Gian McKay on his personal credit card, to the project. And then this is a project Gian has started and has run from March 2015 to current. And then she goes on to say, I will be sending you each month's charges. Let me know if I should submit all to you on a spreadsheet and just flag you on the credit card used. And if we look at the breakdown, it's got SAA flights, Chair, 14 April, 30 April, and 131 on Herbert Baker meeting venue, Premier Hotel East London, 16,000 accommodation, and that total is 116,000. Chair, and if you just turn the page, you'll see at FOF 16487.
Where does it? Oh, okay, I see the total. I thought you had left the page that I was looking at. Now I see the total you were talking about. So we go to page 487, you mean?
487, Chair.
Yes, okay.
And what follows there is Mr. McKay's credit card statement for the period 3 April 2015 to 4 May 2015. And Chair, if you have a look on the right-hand column of the very next page, you will see someone has written in handwriting, Ingrid, halfway down the page, and there's an amount of 192412, and it reflects South African Airways OR Tambo. Chair, have you got that? That is in the middle of page 488.
At 488.
Thanks, Chair.
You say somewhere in the middle.
In the middle, it's highlighted, Chair, and it's got Ingrid on the right-hand column.
Oh, yes, I can see that.
This seems to be one of the personal credit card expenses paid for by Mr. McKay and claimed back by his secretary, who is now directing Reno Barry to allocate this to Project Ingrid. And Chair, if you turn to the following page, page 489, you will see that there are a further 8 narrations which are highlighted, and they all have Ingrid next door to them, written in. I presume this is Shaze Gordon indicating this on the spreadsheet to Reno Barry, Chair.
Yes.
Chair, and earlier you recall Mr. Chaskelson asked me who Ingrid was. Chair, if you continue this narration and turn the following page. Sorry.
Sorry, Mr. Powell, we're still having problems with sound apparently. Can I ask?
I've turned it completely.
Okay,
Thank you.
thanks.
Apologies, Mr. Chaskelson. Chair, if you turn to the very next page,
Is that 490?
490, Chair. Chair, I mentioned that we identified this Ingrid Ndlovu as a person at DSD. This is an email from Shaze Gordon, dated 5 August 2015, and it's sent to Ingrid N at dsd.gov.za. It also seems to be sent to a private email for the same person, dingindlovu@gmail.com, and then it's copied to Lunga Nkwana at gmail.com, as well as it's CC'd to Gian McKay. And what the subject header here is, Chair, is TSS Government ANC Women's League 5 to 9 August 2015. And there's an attachment, an EOH Book 1. It seems to be a PDF of a spreadsheet, Chair, and it's marked as importance high, and the narration is from Shaze Gordon. Hi Ingrid and Lunga, please see attached final confirmation of hotels and numbers, total delegates 550. So I think that completes the picture of this particular chain of emails, Chair. Mr. Chaskelson, apologies, I interrupted you.
No, not at all, not at all. If we can go back, I mean, we've seen a series of payments in relation, or emails referring to payments and bookings in relation to Project Ingrid, but I now want to go back to 24 April and to page 325 of the bundle, which, well, can you describe to the Chair what the document you see at 325 is? It's Annexure 7.2, SBS 7.2.
Chair, this is an email from Gian McKay sent on 24 April 2015 to Zizi Kodwa. Subject, forward, TSS Loan Agreement Template Doc. Attachment, TSS Loan Agreement Template Doc. And it's sent by iPhone, and it forwards a message, and this was forwarded from Shaze Gordon, who'd sent to Gian McKay this template doc. And then if you go to the preceding email, you'll see that on 22 April at 9:55, Shaze Gordon sent to zzkodwa@gmail.com, copied Gian McKay, TSS loan agreement, to whom it may concern, as requested by Mr. McKay, please find attached TSS loan agreement. Kindly confirm receipt of this email. Regards, Shaze Gordon, and her cell number. Chair, and if you turn the page over to FOF 16326, you'll see this seems to be the template referred to, and it's a loan agreement between Tactical Software Systems Pty Limited with the company registration number referred to as TSS, and the company name is blank. It's to be completed.
Were you able to find any completed loan agreement between TSS and an entity that you could link to Mr. Kodwa?
Not at all, Chair. We looked, we couldn't find any loan agreement that was completed. And this particular template seems to be a misnomer because it refers to an enterprise development loan and the number is blank, rands only blank. And then it talks about company name is a black-owned company. And if you just read the first paragraph of this document, all investments are grounded in the meaningful engagement of the youth, young women, and disabled people in the development of appropriate economic and entrepreneur skills. The primary objective is to create wealth and in that process identify opportunities that will identify youth, women, and disabled by way of creating employment, business opportunities. Company name is managed by a young team for young people with the primary objective of actively participating in the mainstream economy. Chair, this looks like an enterprise development loan, and I would submit, Chair, that I would hardly suspect that Mr. Zizi Kodwa would have been an eligible candidate for enterprise development. I haven't seen anything in the emails and documents that I reviewed to reflect that he was at all engaged in enterprise development for empowerment purposes, Chair. And the reason the document is drafted in this way is because when companies spend on enterprise development, they're entitled to claim that back. They get points for scoring on their BEE scorecard. So this looks like a BEE loan template, but as I indicated to Mr. Chaskelson, Chair, we've never found any signed agreement. We also have analyzed the bank accounts for a number of years, and we haven't found one single indication of a repayment of any loan by Mr. Kodwa from his account back to Mr. McKay or TSS.
But can I take you to a payment that in fact the Commission found? That is 4 days after this email on 28 April. It's at page 311. And can you describe to the Chair what the document is that you see on page 311?
Certainly, Chair. This is the bank statement. It appears to be a bank statement of Mr. N.G. Kodwa, who I understand is Zizi Kodwa.
And if you go into the credit column, which for the most part is blank, can you describe to the Chair the transaction on the 28th of April 2015?
Certainly, Chair. If you go down about 5 lines, you'll see that there's an iBank payment from Absa Bank, and the narration is TSS. It refers to a settlement, and the value is 1 million rand, Chair. And you'll see the balance was 47,000 rand, and it pushes it up to 1,047,000 rand. Just over that.
Is it the one that has the date of 28 April 2015?
Correct, Chair. It's the only credit amount on the statement, so it's in the column on its own.
A written settlement. Is it the one written settlement or not really?
Correct. It's written settlement, Chair.
Yeah, okay, I see that.
So this seems to be a transfer from TSS of an amount of 1 million to Mr. Kodwa's private bank account.
Then if we go down a week or so to page 314, we are still in Mr. Kodwa's bank statements, but can I ask you to draw the Chair's attention to an item on the 6th of May 2015 on that page? It's page 314.
Certainly. Chair, you will note that this is a further statement of Mr. N.G. Kodwa's bank account. And on the 6th of May, there's a internet immediate payment settlement, Absa Bank, and the narration there is my car. Chair, and if you move across, you'll see that there's an amount of, on the right, an amount of 890,000 rand. So
Yes,
what,
I can see that.
Chair, what this reflects is that shortly after receiving the R1 million from TSS, Mr. McKay seems to have purchased a car for 890,000.
Yes.
And can I then take you to page 327?
Certainly, Chair.
And can you describe to the Chair what the document that you see there is?
Chair, this is a Standard Bank account of what appears to be Tajari Motors Pty Limited.
And before you go further, did you investigate who Tajari Motors are?
Chair, they're a motor dealership that appears to have been involved in the provision of the motor car for Mr. Kodwa.
If I can take you to your timeline, we're going to be looking at the other side of the 6 May 2015 transaction at 280. On your timeline, you have Kodwa transfers 890,000 from his account to Tajari Motors Pty Limited, trading as Jeep Santon.
That is correct, Chair.
And will you take the Chair to where one sees the receipt by Jeep Santon of this 890,000 rands from Mr. Kodwa?
Chair, we're back on page 327 of the bundle, and you'll see the second line item on this Tajari Motors current account, business current account, is a real-time transfer from Absa, Mr. N.G. Kodwa, and there it reflects the contra to the entry we spoke about earlier, the 890,000.
Then the next stage of the timeline that I would draw your attention, or that I'd ask you to comment on, is another transaction, this time at page 308. And
That is it. On what page?
308, Chair.
308.
And can you tell the Chair what we're looking at 308?
Certainly, Chair. This is another extract of Mr. Kodwa's Platinum Classic bank statement.
And can you describe to the Chair what one sees in the credit column against the date 26 May 2015?
Correct, Chair. 26 May 2015, there's an NPF credit, EFT and then a reference number with various letters and numbers, Chair, with /J McKay. So this appears to be a transfer from Gian McKay to Mr. Kodwa, and it reflects an amount of 80,000. You'll see, Chair, it's the only credit on that account, on this particular page of the statement.
Yes.
Then, although it's not on your timeline, I'd like us to add the transaction that you referred the Chair to at the start of proceedings. And for that purpose, can I ask you to turn to page 298? 298.
Certainly.
And again, can you describe to the Chair what this document at 298 is?
Certainly, Chair, this is another extract of Mr. Zizi Kodwa, or NG Kodwa's Platinum Classic Bank Statement, and this is for July 2015.
And can you take the Chair to the last entry on that page and describe that entry to the Chair?
Chair, there is an entry on the last line of the page, the last line of the statement, dated 10 July 2015. Immediate transfer credit, First Rand J. McKay, and it's also referred to as a settlement, and the amount is 35,000 Rand. Chair, and you will recall that we asked Chair to add 35,000 Rand to the total of payments by Mr. McKay to Mr. Kodwa. This is the 35,000 that we referred to earlier.
Then if we can go literally to the next page, page 299, and it is the same bank statement, but can I ask you to describe to the Chair the transaction on the 13th of July, the credit transaction on the 13th of July?
Chair, these transactions are easy to identify because they usually happen to be the only credit on the statement before you. 13 July, this reflects an NPF credit, and then it has a reference number which ends with a /J McKay, and the amount is reflected as a credit of 45,000, Chair. So this looks like another transfer of 45,000 by Gian McKay to Mr. Kodwa.
Can we then go to an event that happened the very next day? And can I ask you to go to page 328 and describe to the Chair what you see there?
Chair, earlier in my introduction to my evidence, I highlighted that we would be zooming in on particular transactions, communications, and dates. And what the evidence leader is highlighting is that straight after this deposit, if we look at the date 14 July 2015, there's an email from Gian McKay to Zizi Kodwa, and the narration is as follows, Chair. If I may, I'll read into the record. My brother, I hope you're good. If it's possible, please can you ask the Chair to look into DHA RFB 1303/2014. This is the Department of Home Affairs tender that I referred to earlier, Chair. The narration continues. There are games being played. Initially, we were number one. Then Pandalani and the head of procurement decided to reevaluate the bids, and now it seems we are disqualified. The total value is about 360 million. Also, please don't forget to talk to the regional funding coordinator to understand what their funding requirements are. Thanks, my brother. Chair, so this looks like a plea. There's money deposited, and now there's a plea for help. This was a lucrative tender that was going to be awarded. The EOH is now disqualified.
Can I I'm going to possibly take us out of the timeline at this point, just to track what happened in relation to this tender. And for that purpose, can I ask you to go to the very next page in the bundle, page 329.
Certainly, Chair. If you go to 329 in the bundle, you'll see this is from Gian McKay. It's dated 2 November 2015, and it's sent to Zizi Kodwa, and the subject is forward DHA, and there's an attachment, a JPG, JPEG, and a PDF document attached.
What do you understand DHA to be an abbreviation for?
Department of Home Affairs, Chair. That's the general
Yes.
description for Home Affairs.
Okay.
Chair, and you'll see later that there is a document regarding this which confirms it is Home Affairs. Gian McKay had forwarded a document to Zizi Kodwa that he had received earlier that day from a gentleman by the name of Petrus David Janssen, who was an EOH employee, and the date was 2 November 619. So this was all happening quite early in the morning, and it was sent to Sipiwe Nodwele, who was an executive at EOH at the time, and it was copied to Gian McKay and Janita van der Westhuizen, also at EOH. And Janita says, "Good morning, Sipiwe. Please find attached cancellation letter for RFB 1303. The RFB is a request for submission for a proposal or tender, Chair. And if you turn to the very next page, Chair, 330 in the bundle, you'll see this is a formal letter from the SETA, the State Information Technology Agency, which manages the procurement of these IT projects and services. And it's written to the account manager at EOH, attention Patrick Makubedu. And what it says is, to whom it may concern, cancellation of RFB 1303/2014 for the appointment of 2 separate service providers for the provision of Platinum Access Service Solution for government for a period of 5 years. We regret to inform you that this RFB and the number has been cancelled. SETA would like to thank you for the interest shown in this RFB and regret any inconvenience caused." Chair, so what this means is, if you look at the chronology, there's a payment to Mr. Kodwa, there's a request for his intervention because EOH were disqualified, and now, shortly after, we have cancellation of the tender, and that means that the procurement process would start afresh, and potentially EOH would then be eligible to compete again. They would have lost out.
Can I then ask you, I think we can skip past the spring ball, but can we go to page 281, the top of your timeline on page 281, and the document that appears at page 335 of the bundle? And can you describe to the Chair what that document is?
335.
335.
Thank you. Chair, this is an email from Gian McKay dated 23 July 2015, also addressed to Zizi Kodwa, and copied on this is lungankwana@gmail.com. And the subject...
That's Lunga Nwana, NCWANA. Okay?
Thank you, Chair. That is correct. And Chair, remember, I referred to Mr. Lunga Nkwana earlier.
Nkwana.
Nkwana, thank you. Chair, I did try to practice some of these pronunciations.
Right.
And we did some homework just to understand who Lunga Nkwana is. And we found he is linked in adverse media. He was allegedly there were claims in the media that he was used to channel Brett Kebble money to the ANC. He's purported to be a close friend of Batabile Dlamini, the ex-social services minister. And he was implicated in corruption regarding SASA projects previously in the media. Chair, I'm not saying that he was convicted, but there was adverse media. And he was also a friend of Gian McKay and one of the attendees at his wedding. And there was also adverse media about some luxury accommodation that Gian McKay had provided for Mr. Nkwana. So I just wanted to mention that name and highlight that the link there, Chair. And if we go back into the email, it attaches invoices, and it looks like there's a number of invoices: invoice 1, invoice 2, invoice 3, invoice 4, invoice PDF, which I presume is invoice 1. And what Gian McKay is saying in the narration is, my brother, please look at this. People are using ANC letterhead but changing the bank details into individuals or company bank details. Please can you look into this for me? Thanks, Gian. And what this refers to is a series of invoices that were sent to EOH, and they went through various people within EOH. Chair, and if I can turn you to page 338, these are the documents that the discussion seemed to relate to, and you'll see that there's a number of African National Congress, Nelson Mandela Regional Coordinator's Office, addressed to EOH Matombo, and if we look at the date, it's 29 May 2015, there's an amount of 126,000 Rand, and the bank details are Santaco. Chair, Santaco is the South African National Taxi Association. So this appears to be an invoice for taxi services rather than just an invoice from the ANC. They seem to be claiming for expenses for taxis. And if you look at the next invoice on page 339, it seems to be more of the same. Services rendered this time 16,800, and this one has bank details of Uncedo Services Uitenhage, and this seems to be what Mr. McKay is complaining about. You know, these are purportedly coming from the ANC, National Congress, Nelson Mandela region, but the bank details are all their service providers.
The bank details there, the last one that you mentioned, is Uncedo
Services Uitenhage.
Uitenhage, yeah.
That's correct, Chair.
Also, these are the letterheads that he was talking about, saying some people are submitting invoices on the letterheads of the ANC,
Correct.
but with different banking details.
Correct, Chair.
Okay.
And the next one is more of the same. The next one is the business zone on page 340. If you go to the bottom of the page, you'll see the banking details. It also says African National Congress, Nelson Mandela region, bank details, the business zone. The next one is another one for Nkedo Services PE, and 28,000 Rand.
And proceeding in this chronology, bearing in mind that the Home Affairs tender hasn't yet been cancelled, we jumped ahead to that. That was November. Can you take the Chair to the very next page, page 342, and describe to the Chair what you see there?
Chair, this is an email on 5 August 2015, and I just emphasize what the evidence leader highlighted, that the tender has not been cancelled. This is sent by Gian McKay to Zizi Kodwa, subject to sponsorship. And the word in the narration is, my brother, address the letter to EOH Matombo Pty Limited. Attention, Gian McKay, Executive Director, and then his email address. If you need a draft letter, let me know, but I'm sure he will be fine with the content. It should simply state that the movement humbly requests assistance in the form of sponsorship of 1 million, in brackets, whatever the purpose, something like that, either from the TG himself or Jerry or any other authority. Chair, I understand TG to mean Treasurer General of the ANC. I'm not certain who the Jerry is, Chair.
And that's an email from
Gian
Johan
McKay
to
Kodwa, to Zizi Kodwa.
And he says, my brother addressed the letter to, and then he gives the EOH Mtombo Pty Limited address, attention himself, and then he says what the letter should say. Is that right?
That's correct, Chair.
Okay. But basically, he's asking Mr. Godwin to either address a letter
Yeah.
himself or from TG or from Jerry or any other authority to ask for sponsorship.
Yeah. He's suggesting ask us to sponsor you.
Yeah.
Can I then take you
I'm
to...
sure many political parties would like this kind of situation. To be asked to say, please, we've got money to give you, ask us for a donation.
Exactly, Chair.
Whatever the purpose, Chair.
Whatever the purpose.
Can I then ask you to go to page 348?
Certainly, Chair. At page 348 in the bundle, this is a Standard Bank South Africa Customer All Payments Final Audit Report. And you'll see, Chair, that this refers to statement reference, EOH Mtombo, account name, the Elections Agency, amount 1 million. So the million that we referred to a moment ago, Chair, it seems to have ended up with a request to pay to the Elections Agency.
And if you go up to page 346, can you describe to the Chair what you see there?
Certainly. Chair, at 346, I'll start with the final email in the thread and then we'll work back, Chair. But at the top of that page, you'll see that there's an email from Gian McKay, dated 12 August 2015, to Zizi Kodwa, subject, Elections Bank Letter, Confirmation Letter, attachments, and that's got a number ATT 00001 HTM, and then it says POP Election Agency. Chair, the POP is proof of payment. It's the acronym for proof of payment. And then there's an attachment of a PDF. And this was forwarded, Gian McKay forwarded the proof of payment that he had received earlier that day from Renee Jonker. You'll remember that name from my last testimony. She was a financial manager working with Gian McKay at EOH at the time. And that followed earlier correspondence where Gian McKay sent to Shaze Gordon and copied Renee Jonker Elections Bank Letter, Confirmation Letter, and Gian had asked, please send me proof of payment once it's done. And preceding that was communications with Bontle Pakanyane, Executive Director of the Elections Agency. And Shaze had requested, clearly this was, dear Shaze, here with bank letter confirming our banking details, kind regards and apologies for the delay.
And that proof of payment of $1 million is what is forwarded by Mackay to Kodwa on the 12th of August at the top email.
That's exactly correct, Chair. So I started with the proof of payment of the $1 million that went to Mr. McKay, and then we just went through the actions preceding it.
The next item on your timeline is dated 9 September.
I see we are at 1 o'clock, Mr. Chaskalson.
Sorry, Chair.
Do you want to do that last one or
It isn't directly related to what we've just been
okay, all right.
discussing. Wait.
Okay, let's take the lunch adjournment and we'll resume at 2 o'clock.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank
We
you,
adjourn.
Chair.
Testing 1 2, testing 1 2, 1 2 to me. To me, to me, to me. Do you read me? Opie Van, come in. 1 2, 1 2, 1 2. Chikovu, Chikovu, Chikovu. Chikovu. Let me try something. Yes. Chakelsin, yes. Sounds better. Chikovu, Hofmeyer. Chakelsin. Spiwe Madlala. Testing 1 2, testing 1 2. Yes. Zoom test session. Zoom test. Good afternoon, Dr. Ostrovic. I see you looking at me. I see you can see me. Once again, good evening, good afternoon, Dr. Ostrovic. I see you've got a brand new office there.
Me?
Where are you? Are you in Pretoria?
No, it's still Hillside.
Some secret location.
Yes, a secret location, yeah.
All right, thank you.
YouTube.
Thank you,
Let's see if
Doctor.
YouTube's broadcasting us.
Yes, I can hear you very loud and clear. You sound good.
Okay.
Let me try to
Oh dear,
see.
yes, they are broadcasting us.
Yes. Good afternoon, Miss Mieni. Good afternoon, Miss Mieni. Miss Mieni. Good afternoon, Miss Mieni. I see you connected. Testing, we testing.
Yes, we're waiting for the witness, Tembani, just hold on, okay?
Okay, all right.
We are live, eh? ENCA is streaming.
Yeah. But it looks like she's muted.
Correct, they're waiting for her to arrive back from lunch.
Mm-hmm. Testing 1 2, testing 1 2, 1 2.
I had stood down the matter relating to Ms. Mieni to 2 o'clock. I understand that she is available online or via video link, but I would like to finish with Mr. Powell's evidence, which I understand shouldn't take beyond an hour, and thereafter I will then deal with Ms. Mieni's matter. Okay, all right.
Thank you, Chair.
Let's continue.
Mr. Powell, the next item in the timeline is a document on page 350 of the bundle, 350. Can you describe to the Chair what that document is?
Certainly, Chair. 350. Mr.
350, I think. Mr. Chaskason?
That's correct, Chair. It's Annexure 14.1, SP 14.1.
Chair, this is a award letter from the province of the Eastern Cape Department of Education, and it's a contract number SCMU 6-15/16-0001, standard bidding document for, sorry, I said it was an award letter, it's not, it's a bidding document, Chair, for integrated document management and human resource records restoration project issued by the province of the Eastern Cape Department of Education, and the closing date for this is 24 August 2015. And supporting this is a whole series of documents that need to be completed by the bidder, Chair.
Then can we go to page 300? And can you describe to the Chair the document that you see at page 300?
Certainly. Chair, this is an extract of the Mr. N.G. Kodwa's, ZZ Kodwa's Platinum Classic Bank statement.
And if you go down to 22 September, can you describe a credit entry on that date?
Certainly, Chair. On 22 September, there's an NPF credit with reference number EFT and then a lot of numbers and numerals ending with /NG Kodwa JM. Chair, I presume, I understand the JM to mean Gian McKay, and there's a transfer of 250,000 Rand to the account of Mr. Kodwa. And Chair, you will see if you look just above that line, you will see that the bank account balance was almost depleted. The amount left in that account was 1,018 Rand and 40 cents. And after the deposit, it goes up to the 250,016
I think you missed a withdrawal of 1,000 rand
Sorry,
in
yes,
between.
there's a withdrawal just before that. So it goes up by the 250. So the 1,000 that was in there was depleted. In fact, the balance, Chair, Mr. Chaskelson is quite right. The balance was 18 rand and 44 cents. And then there was an injection of 250,000 from Mr. McKay.
Can I then ask you, keeping with the chronology, to go to page 413? And can you describe to the Chair what you see on page 413? Maybe taking the email chain from the earliest email to the last email.
Certainly, Chair. There's an email from a Mongezi Diala, and beneath his name on the email, Chair, it reflects ANC Provincial Office of the Eastern Cape Office Manager, and then contact numbers and email addresses for ANC Eastern Cape. And it says it's addressed to, the narration is, "Hi, CDE, I understand that to mean Comrade Mahlauli, kindly receive the quotation for the PGC accommodation from CDE Comrade Marawu." And that then is forwarded from Mzwami Madoda, Theophilus Mahlauli.
Mziwa Madoda.
Chair, and I thought I had gotten close to it.
Yeah, no, it's just that it sounds like somebody else, not this name.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah,
and it's
you try your best. Mziwa Madoda.
Mziwa Madoda.
Yeah.
Got it. I think I'd call him Mzi if he was French. It's addressed to Dumasani Mafu, mazola.nata57@gmail, as well as Tandi Kapolo. Tandi Kapolo was a former executive at EOH. He's also one of the individuals that left the company, Chair. And it's also forwarded to Balumko Lubelwana, and it's a elcb.co.za. Chair, you will recall that I referred to ELCB when I spoke about a consortium that was bidding for the Eastern Cape tender work. And ELCB was one of the consortium partners, Chair. And this reflects, "Dear all, as per ANC Treasury Office humble request, the below quote is the latest account allocated to us for purposes of settlement on or before 10 a.m. tomorrow, 1st October, but discussions are taking place so as to at least settle half this amount before the above deadline and settle the," says reminder, it should be remainder, before delegates' arrival at 1300 of the same date, i.e. tomorrow, 1st October. Chair, this letter or this email, which was forwarded, ends up being sent by Tandi Kapolo. It's forwarded again, and he writes to Gian McKay, forward with header subject quotations, and the writing on this, the narration is, "Eish, my brother, I can't seem to shrug these guys off. They are using our recent submission to arm wrestle with us, 700K for accommodation at the PGC. Can LN or MX do something? I see that our esteemed partners ELCB are also copied." That's the consortium partner I referred to a moment ago, Chair. This then gets sent by Tandi Kapolo on 30 September to Gian McKay. And if you look at the top of this, page 413, Chair, Gian McKay then takes this on 30 September, same day, at 11:09. He sends it to Zizi Kodwa, with the same subject header, quotations, and the scans attached. And his question to Zizi Kodwa is, my brother, do you know about this? Your thoughts?
And then can I ask you to go down to 415 where the attached quotation is?
Chair, and if you look at the document attached, you'll see that this seems to be invoices from Emakaya Bed and Breakfast CC. Quotation for accommodation, ANC is the header. Attention, Ms. Pumza. Accommodation for 626 people sharing at 375 Rand per person, bed and breakfast for 2 May. Sorry, 2 to 5 October 2015. And the total is 704,250 Rand, Chair. And then there's a list of guest houses and B&B's bed and breakfasts which appear to have been used for the accommodation. And then there's a list of all the different Emakaya, Asante, Amakhle, Simbani, and different names which appear to be different residences or lodges. And each time they refer to the volume of beds making up the 626 people, Chair.
Then over the page on 417, can you describe to the Chair what you see there?
Certainly, Chair, on 417, what we have here is another forwarded email from Mongezi Dayala, ANC Provincial Office of the Eastern Cape. He's sending this to Comrade Machlauli. Kindly received the quotation for the PGC accommodation from Comrade Marawu. Regards. And then, dear all, as per ANC Treasury Office humble request, the below quote is the latest account allocated to us for purpose of settlement on or before 10 a.m. tomorrow, 1 October, but discussions are taking place, so at least to settle half this amount, and that then is forwarded from Mziwa Madoda, Theophilus Machlauli, to Dumasani Mafu.
You got it right this time, Mr. Paul.
I tried hard, Chair.
Yes.
And that ends up being sent to Gian McKay, who then sends it on 1 October to Zizi Kodwa, forwarded quotations and a scanned PDF attached, and it's just a double question mark to Zizi Kodwa, Chair.
And you deal with no, sorry. Let me ask the question. Do you know what happened in relation to this request for paying accommodation expenses?
Chair, just one moment.
Maybe if I can take you to page 284 of the bundle, which is paragraph 19 of your affidavit. Thank you.
Chair, these requests all seem to arise with the ANC in the Eastern Cape request to EOH 3 weeks after EOH had submitted a bid to the Eastern Cape Provincial Government for that Department of Education tender that we referred to earlier. The requests were forwarded both to EOH and the bid partner ECLB that I referred to earlier. These requests for payments were all while the tender was being adjudicated, and they were clearly the impression from McKay's email that they are trying to arm wrestle, and I think Thandi Kapola referred to the arm wrestle. So McKay clearly thought that the tender outcome was going to be affected by whatever they did with these expenses. So he then sought Kodwa's advice on whether he should pay the ANC donations into the specified accounts. And those we showed Chair earlier, those were Taxi Association bank account numbers that were inserted on the ANC invoice. And he also forwarded this complaint that they are using our recent submission to arm wrestle with us. The 217 million tender was ultimately awarded to the EOH consortium on 30 March 2016, but only after they had donated 1 million to the Eastern Cape ANC on 6 November 2015, after receiving an official request to do so, Chair. So it looks like EOH did succumb to the pressure to make these donations. And Chair, you will remember that I did highlight to Chair that the award to the consortium was 217. EOH were a 40% partner in that.
Can I ask you to go to page 430 and describe to the Chair what you see there?
Chair, this is an FNB document. Its header is view payment. And it says, own account, tactical software systems, your recipient details, recipient ANC fundraising account, and there's a number there, 52640046639, reference TSS, Chair, and that seems to tie in with Tactical Software Solutions. Amount payment advice, 1 million rand. So that seems to be the proof of payment of the 1 million that we spoke about earlier.
And you mentioned also the request from the provincial ANC. Can you go up to page 427?
I'm sorry, if you are able to tell me, Mr. Powell, in terms of time frame, how soon does this amount of 1 million rand get
6 November
deposited
2015.
After the toing and froing of emails about being arm wrestled or whatever?
Exactly, Chair.
How soon after does the payment happen, the deposit or transfer? Is it a matter of a week, 2 weeks?
It's a question of weeks,
Yeah,
Chair.
okay,
So shortly after.
yeah, okay.
Maybe in terms of that chronology, I should have taken you first to page 427, which is the request. Can you go to that page?
Certainly, Chair. At page 427, there's a ANC document, African National Congress, Province of the Eastern Cape, Provincial Secretary's Office, and it has an address in King Williamstown, and it's dated 5 October 2015, and it's addressed to the manager, EOH Matombo Limited, and the header is Request for Donation. And Chair, let me read the narration. Accept my warm greetings to your profound office. This communique serves to request your office to assist African National Congress with a donation. The organization was having a provincial general council which costed the ANC a huge amount as we were transporting, catering and accommodating 1,800 delegates. It affected our cash flow for the next coming months. Your donation will assist the organization in this regard. We hope our request will receive your favorable consideration. And then the organization banking details are as follows. Name, ANC fundraising account, FNB Bank, account number, and a branch code. And that comes from Mr. M. Dayala, ANC Provincial Office Manager.
And the date on that document you mentioned was 5 October 2015. Just in relation to the Chair's question, do you recall the date on the last email forwarded from Mr. Mackay to Mr. Cordwa.
Chair, let me just have a look. What was the reference?
417.
417. Chair, it was 4 days. I just wanted to get the exact number of days right, and it was exactly 4 days earlier, Chair, the 1st of October.
In fact, if I can, I may have referred you to the wrong page, because I think there was a, let me just check that I have the right one. No, I stand corrected. You're absolutely right. Sorry.
Thank you.
Then, from 5 October, if we go back to the chronology, can I ask you to go to an invoice that appears in the supplementary bundle at 424.18. So it's page 18 of the documents that were handed up this morning. Chair, it's the second last document in that bundle.
Okay, thank you.
And we will get to describe the status of this document and the authenticity of its date and issues like that at a later stage. For now, I want you merely to describe the item that relates to 15 and 16 October.
Will that be 424.12 in terms of the pagination we did this morning?
424.1818.
Oh, okay. I think those are the ones to which I didn't come, but I should be able to.
It will also have the annex number 15.7 on it, Chair.
Okay, I've got that, yeah. So otherwise it's 424.18.18.
That's correct, Chair.
Okay, all right.
Chair, this is an invoice from an entity called In Residence by Peter Brandane, Pty Limited, and it's addressed to Clipper Financial Services Pty Limited, and it seems to reflect accommodation at various guest houses in the Western Cape, Chair. And if we look at the documents, you'll see that Mr. Chaskelson has asked me to zoom in on the October accommodation that's in the middle of the document. And you'll see that there was a payment of 50,000 per night, so 50,000 times 3, 150,000 for accommodation at 53 Avenue Fraise, 53 Avenue Freyne, rental 29 October 2015 to 31 October 2015, and above that
I'm sorry, Mr. Powell.
Sorry.
Have you moved away from?
Sorry, I
42.
should have referred to one earlier. Mr. Chaskelson, I think you were referring to 15 October.
We started on the invoice from In Residence, and you said you were going to focus on the transactions in October.
The October transactions.
I see only 2 in October, is that correct?
That's correct.
Yes, okay.
The first one to look at, Chair, is the 5 Nettleton rental.
Yeah.
15 October 2015 to 16 October 2015. That is 2 nights at 50,000 Rand each. Chair, Nettleton Road is one of the most exclusive addresses in South Africa. It's at the very top of Clifton with the most magnificent views of the ocean. And the price seems to reflect that because it's 50,000 Rand per night. So there's 100,000.
For 2 nights.
Chair, we will explain the rest of the document because all of these are various accommodations that were paid for. And you'll see from documents that we're going to refer to in a moment that this appears to be on behalf of Mr. Kodwa.
Okay.
Well, in fact, we don't need to leave that document just yet, because if you go to the top of the document, there are two issues that I would like to emphasize for
Yes.
later reference. The first is the invoice number, and the second is the reference. Can you-
Correct. Certainly, Chair, you'll see the invoice number is invoice 000076, reference Mr. Z. Kodwa, date 25/1/2016, due date 31 January 2016. So,
Okay, so that was
Chair.
about 5 or 6 nights.
Chair, let's.
No, I'm sorry.
I think it might be
Or was
useful
it?
to just go through the whole list, because these
Okay.
are all accommodations, and I think it is important for
Okay.
Chair to follow
Yes.
just the value of this luxury accommodation that was provided to Mr. Kodwa. It starts off at the top with Barbados rental, and Barbados, Chair, we looked, it's a Villa Barbados in Camps Bay. It's a luxury guest house, Chair, or villa that you rent. And that was rented from 23 December to 5 January 2016. 23 December 2015 to 5 January 2016. And the price for that was 230,000 Rand. And then the next one is the Nettleton rental.
That would work out to about how much per night? Were you able to make that out?
It's just
That's
under.
like what? That's close
Yeah.
to, is it 12 days or
Yeah, it seems to be 2 weeks, Chair.
2 weeks? Yeah.
So 14 days. So it's about 17,000 roughly.
Okay, well, I realize, I think all three of us are lawyers, there is no accountant, so.
That's a very astute observation, Chair.
Let's continue.
The next one is the Nettleton Clifton address with 15 and 16 October 2015 for 50,000. And Chair, you'll see that this accommodation included a private chef for one night at 3,350 Rand. And then there's another rental in October, Avenue Franey. Franey is also an exclusive part of the Western Cape Atlantic Seaboard, Chair, and you can see that this is also similarly expensive. 3 nights at 50,000 per night, so 150,000. And there's also a private chef, but this time the private chef cost is 11,150, Chair. And then there's another rental of the Nettleton Road property, 5 Nettleton Road, 7 November 2015 to 9 November 2015, also at 50,000 per night, another 150,000. And then there's a cost for a private chef on 7 to 9 November, 11,700. Altogether, this comes to 656,200 Rand, Chair, and the reference is that this was reference to Zizi Kodwa, and we will look at further emails regarding the link back to Mr. Kodwa.
Before we get to those emails, we've now dealt in the chronology with all of these items on the invoice, but on the chronology, what's relevant for present purposes is 15 and 16 October luxury accommodation, 29 October luxury accommodation. Can we first go to page 319 to see what else happened, 319 of the main bundle, what else happened on 29 October?
Sure. Sorry.
And can you describe to the Chair what you see there?
319, Chair, it's another extract of the Platinum Classic Bank account belonging to Mr. NG Kodwa, Zizi Kodwa. And this is for the period of October 2015.
I said 29. In fact, it reflects on the 30th here. Can you take the
Yes.
Chair to
Certainly. Chair, I was going to draw your attention to the transaction on the 30th of October 2015. There's an ACB credit reference J. McKay that appears to be Gian McKay, 50,000 Rand credited to Mr. Kodwa's account. So it's a transfer of 50,000 on the 30th of October. And Mr. Chaskelson highlighted the date of the luxury accommodation a moment ago, Chair. You'll see that it's very close to those times.
But this was a very busy time because we've already seen another document dated 29 October. Can I ask you to go back to page 330 and just refresh our memory as to what that document was?
Did you say 330?
330.
330, Chair.
Okay.
Chair, this is a document we looked at earlier, but the date becomes significant because this is the cancellation of the appointment of two separate service providers for the provision of Platinum Access Service Solution for Government for a period of 5 years. And this appears to be the DHA tender that was cancelled. Chair, you will recall I drew Chair's attention to the email from Mr. McKay to Mr. Kodwa, where he
Yes.
explained this tender was going against us.
Yeah.
They decided to disqualify EOH.
Yeah, I remember that. And the date that this letter of cancellation of the...
It's dated 29
It's 29
October
October
2015. The date is at the bottom of the page, Chair.
Yeah, and that's the date when he is sleeping in one of those
Correct, Chair.
apartments there that you were talking about.
And I think what makes the picture look even more sinister, Chair, is that it's a day after this letter is forwarded. So 29 October, you have the cancellation.
Yes,
30 October, he's enjoying, and 29 October, he's enjoying the luxury accommodation, and there's a little
50,000
deposit into
rand.
his account.
of 50,000 rand.
Correct, Chair. And again, if I can also just comment, Chair, his balance was reduced to 8,000 just before the 50,000 comes in. So a very convenient and timely capital injection.
Can we then go a few days later to the 4th of November and to page 322? In fact, if we can start on 321,
Certainly.
and if you can describe to the Chair what you see there.
Certainly, Chair. So what we see in Chair, and this is important to draw to Chair's attention, is there's a series of transactions happening all around this time. We've now spoken about the accommodation, the cancellation, the capital injection. Now, if I can draw Chair's attention to this extract from the November bank statement of Mr. Kodwa, you'll see just below the middle of that page, Chair, on 411, there's an internet banking payment from Absa Bank with a reference TSS. Chair, and I submit the TSS is Tactical Software Solutions, and that is 50,000 Rand. And Chair, I'm going to draw your attention to the balance just before this capital injection. It was 1,574 Rand in arrears. So it was in the red, Chair, in deficit. And then if we can follow the chronology of
So
events.
just hang on 1 second. There was a 50,000 rand deposit or transfer on the 30th of October.
Correct.
And then there is a 50,000 rand transfer on the following month, or actually a few days later.
4 days later,
Yeah.
5 days later.
Yes. Okay, all right.
And if you turn the page, Chair,
Is it the same account
it is,
in which
Chair.
the 50,000 rand of 30 October had been transferred? Because
If you scroll up, Chair, to page 319, you'll see it
Yes.
is the same account.
okay.
Chair, it's all the same Platinum Classic bank account of Mr.
Yes.
Kodwa.
Okay.
And if we follow the chronology, so we've spoken about 4/11/2015. If you move to page 322, you'll see that there's another payment, Chair. This time the reference is 4 November 2015. ACB credit settlement J. McKay. Chair, the last one on 4 November was TSS. So if you just want to compare, Chair, the last one was 4
Aye.
November.
What was the date of the last one?
Also same date, Chair, 4
Yeah.
November.
Okay.
That one was TSS 50,000. And you can see it looks like Mr. Kodwa then paid various expenses because there's transfers of 20,000, 5,000, 1,000, etc. And then there's another payment, but this time it comes straight from Mr. McKay. And it's, again, the exact same number, 50,000.
Yes.
Then if we can go down to 25 November, and can I ask you to go to page 436? And if you can describe to the Chair what you see there.
Certainly, Chair. On 25 November, this is an email from Zizi Kodwa to Gian McKay, and the header is forward banking details. And what he has forwarded is an email that Zizi Kodwa himself received earlier that day. The day before, Chair. On 24 November, he received an email from Joshua Monday. And if you look at the mail address, joshua.monday@fiatchrysler4ways.co.za, and it's sent to zkodwa@anc.org.za. And the narration is, "Good day, Buti Zizi. Just a friendly reminder, I need to go and collect your car tomorrow, so please try and make payment so we don't have any delays. Thank you. Joshua Monday, New Car Sales Executive, Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, Fiat, etc. Hobart Street, Bryanston."
And then if we can go to page 310. And if we can start with the third last, or first, can you describe to the Chair what the document we're looking at is? And for that purpose, one might need to go back to 309.
Correct, Chair. This is the bank statement of Mr. Gian McKay, and it's got his Ecclestone Crescent, Bryanston home address.
I see that here is written Johan, or whereas his name is normally written with J-E, is that right?
Correct. This seems to be a typo, Chair.
Yes.
He normally does have a J-E in his name.
Okay.
While we're on the statement, if I can ask you first to go to 3 November, because we'd seen in Mr. Kodwa's bank statement a 50,000 payment with the reference Gian Mackay. Can you take the Chair to the corresponding payment in this statement?
So, Mr. Jaskelson,
At
do you
what
want me
page?
to look at 310?
310,
Okay.
please. And so 3 November is what I'm asking you
Yeah.
to look.
So 3 November, Chair, you'll see it's the 6th line item on the statement on 310, you'll see that it has a internet payment to, description NG Kodwa, JM McKay, 50,000.
Then the next entry that I'd like,
Is that 2015? I see there is no year given there. On the date, it just
Yes,
says
Chair, if you go back to the preceding page, it identifies this as
28
statement period
November.
29 October 2015 to 28 November 2015.
Okay,
So it is 2015, Chair, and then you'll see further down,
yeah,
on 28 November, there's an internet payment again to NG Kodwa, J. McKay, 50,000.
on what date now? Is that 4 November?
Sorry, this one is near the bottom of that statement, Chair, 28 November, NG Kodwa,
Oh, yes.
J. McKay, 50,000.
The balance now is, when these amounts come in now, they don't come in at a time when the
No,
balance is
Chair,
very low.
this is coming from Mr. McKay.
Okay,
So you can see
okay.
Mr. McKay's bank account is a lot
Yes,
healthier than
okay.
Mr. Kodwa's.
Yeah,
And he seems to help Mr. Kodwa out at times when Mr. Kodwa's account balance was very low.
yes.
you've just referred to the 28 November entry. There's one immediately above it from 26 November. Can you describe that to the chair? And I'm not sure, I know.
Oh,
that the-
yes, sorry, Chair, I missed that one because it had a different narration. But this one is, there's an internet payment.
I thought that was the one you were talking about.
No,
earlier.
sorry, I was referring to 28 November. This seems to be 26 November, Chair. And this one has a FNB OB number,
Yeah,
and then it has a narration there, April Streetwise, APR Streetwise, in brackets, ZZ.
yeah.
Chair, and that amount is 30,000. And that also appears to be a payment to Mr. Kodwa.
I have to
Sorry.
intervene there. The Commission has actually investigated this payment, and the contra account into which this amount was paid, according to FNB, is the account of the Jeep Chrysler sales representative, Mr. Mande, whose email we saw a few moments ago.
Yeah, I remember that email.
Yes.
Thank you.
But we will produce the FNB contra.
Yes, but
in due course.
this is, so this is money coming out of Mr. McKay's account, and you say it is going into Mr. Mande's account, Mr. Chaskasson?
That's correct, Chair.
And then there's a reference what the money is about, and that's App Streetwise in brackets ZZ. Is that right? Am I reading the correct one?
That's correct, Chair. And you'll recall that the bank details that were,
That email is the one which was saying, please make payment because I need to go and collect the car.
Exactly.
Tomorrow.
and,
Okay.
so the account number
Yeah.
at the bottom of that email is the account into which it was paid.
Okay.
FNB confirms that that account is the account of Mr. Mande himself, the representative.
Okay. So on the face of it, it appears that Mr. McKay may have been paying on behalf of Mr. Kodwa or on behalf of Zizi, whoever Zizi is.
Correct, Chair.
Okay, all right.
Going forward,
Chair, and if I may just point out that when we looked at 436, which spoke about the reminder to make payment, so as a friendly reminder, I need to collect your car tomorrow. The next page, 437, as the bank statement number, the bank account number that Mr. Chaskelson referred to, that FNB account number 6211441611. So that's the account that's referred to
Okay,
on this transfer, Chair.
okay.
Can we then go forward from 28 November to 4 December and to page 297? And can you describe to the Chair what we see at page 297?
Certainly, Chair. This is a statement of the bank account of Mr. Zizi Kodwa, and the statement is for the period 17 November to 17 December 2015.
And on 4 December, there is a transaction.
Correct, Chair. On 4 December, the statement reflects, it's the fourth line on the statement, on page 297, FNB, OB payment,
I'm sorry, what date?
4 December, Chair. It's the fourth
Okay.
line item
Yeah.
on the statement.
Yes, I can see.
FNB, OB payment, reference JM, 40,000, Chair.
Yes,
So that's a transfer from Gian McKay to Zizi Kodwa, 40,000.
not to Joshua Mande. Is it not JM?
Oh, JM.
Well, whoever JM is, I guess. Mr.
We do have the contra account details. We can show
Yes.
that it was Gian Mackay in this case.
Yes, but this is 40,000, eh? The,
Correct. So
The transaction we saw in Mr. McKay's
that was
account,
30,000.
that was a separate
And that was a
payment.
separate account, and it was ZZ Streetwise.
Yeah, okay. So this one you understand to be connected with what?
Gian McKay. So it's a payment
Or
from...
JM is,
JM is Gian McKay in this instance, Chair.
this account that we are looking at here is Mr.
This
Kodwa's
is
one.
Mr. Kodwa's account,
The
yeah.
previous one was
Mr.
Mr.
McKay's account.
Okay, no,
Yeah.
I got confused.
Great.
So, okay, all right. Yes, thank you.
Then, if we go forward in the chronology, we've already discussed this item, which is the holiday accommodation, but I'm just going to locate it in the chronology. You'll recall that you took the chair to 230,000, where none of us could count the days and work a daily rate, for Barbados Villa accommodation from 23 December. And that, just for the reference there, that was again on 424 page 18, that invoice. If we go forward further in the chronology, can I ask you to go to page 295?
Chair, if I may just add, when I estimated the accommodation at Villa Barbados in Camps Bay, I suggested 17. I wasn't that far out for a lawyer, Chair.
Yeah.
The exact figure is 16,428.
I guess you are saying despite not being an accountant.
Of course.
Okay, yes, Mr. Chaskalson.
If we can go to page 295, and maybe 294 first, just to identify the document, and then 295.
Chair, this is another extract from Mr. Kodwa's bank account. And this one is for the period 16 January 2016 to 17 February 2016, sorry.
And then on 2 February, on page 295, can you identify the transaction?
Certainly, Chair. The 9th transaction on the statement, you'll see the date 2 Feb, internet banking payment, and it looks like FRM, and then it's got the reference JM, Chair, and again, we have checked this is another transfer from Gian McKay.
And what was the balance
The amount-
before the transfer? So what's the amount and how did it affect the balance?
The amount that was transferred was 30,000, and Chair, the account was in arrears in the amount of 16,295 rand, and after the 30,000, it put it into a positive balance of, a credit balance of 13,704 rand. So it was in deficit before this deposit.
Then if we can go back to the additional bundle from today and go to the third page of that bundle, 424.3. And can you describe to the Chair?
Certainly, Chair. What we have here is a purchase order from in residence delivered to Mtombo TSS, and it's on a EOH purchase order, EOH Mtombo Pty Limited.
And can I ask you just to look at the item position number 40, the item with a 40 in the first column, and
Certainly. Chair, item 40 refers to EOH CST 000297, EXP conferences and seminars, invoice 76, and it's got...
do you recall what invoice 76 was?
We looked at it a moment ago. I'll have to go back, Mr. Chair. But the number is 230,000 rand.
And does that number also ring a bell?
Yes, Chair, Villa Barbados, that amount that we had to calculate the accommodation in Camps Bay.
If I can then, just to confirm what invoice 76 refers to, can I ask you to go to the second last page of this bundle, Annexure SP 15.7, page 424.18.
Chair, this is the invoice number. You remember Mr. Chaskelson pointed out when we looked at this document earlier, he highlighted the invoice number and the reference, and he emphasized both points. So it's invoice number 76, and the reference is Mr. Z. Kodwa. Chair, and that's the correlation.
Yes.
And where does one find the 230,000 that we saw in the purchase order?
That is the Villa Barbados rental, 23 December to 5 January for 230,000.
Still in the same supplementary bundle, if one goes back to page 8, Annexure SP 15.4, before I left the earlier document, well, let's go back to page 3, the document that we just looked at. I apologize for not dealing with it when we were at the document. But if we go to page 3, the purchase order that you just...
Yes.
Can you...
That's 424.3,
the third page of
okay.
the 424 bundle.
Okay.
Can you just draw attention to the total amount on that purchase order?
Certainly, Chair. The total amount on this PO is 844,294 rand.
And with that number in mind, can we go forward to page 8 of the bundle, Annexure SP 15.4?
Chair, this is a standard bank.
Okay. That's 424 what, Mr. Just?
Point 8, point 8.
0.8, okay.
Chair, this
Yes.
document before you is a Standard Bank of South Africa creditor details history, and it shows creditor in residence, date 19 February 2016, amount 1, 80,000, date 2, 8 February 2016, amount 2, that figure that we just looked at, Chair, the 844,294 rand.
Before we leave this document, can we just point out to the Chair who is making these payments?
Chair, this appears to be EOH Matombo Pty Limited.
And this one is 844,294 rand.
Correct, Chair.
Can we then go back to the chronology? Again, it's a document that we've seen already. We've just seen a payment on the 8th of February. Can we go a month and a bit forward to the 30th of March and I've lost my page reference. Bear with me for a moment. To page 431. In fact, I don't think we have been here before. 431. And can you describe to the Chair what we see there?
Chair, at 431, we have a Province of the Eastern Cape Education Department, Office of the Chief Director, Supply Chain Management, to EOH, the Managing Directors, EOH Pty Limited, JV Rollout Energy and Kalolisi Investments Limited, and ELCB Information Services Limited. This is that consortium, Chair. Dear Sirs / Madams, Letter of Award, SCMU 6-15/16-001, appointment of a service provider for an integrated management and human resource records restoration project for the Department of Education. And you'll see in that paragraph, Chair, the award. This bid has been awarded to your company in line with your offer of 217,744,087 rand and 42 cents. Please acknowledge and accept this letter of award by signing the acceptance slip here under and return it to the Eastern Cape Department of Education as soon as possible. Date of this award is 30 March 2016, Chair.
It's dated 29 March, but it's signed on the 30th March. Is that right?
Yeah, it's dated 29 March and then it's signed on 30 March. Correct, Chair.
Now, is this the tender that had been cancelled after?
No.
That's not the one.
That's not. The cancelled tender was Home Affairs, Chair.
Oh, was Home Affairs, okay. Oh, no, I think maybe I'm talking about the one where, as EOH said, where they said they were disqualified.
Yes, that was Home Affairs.
Oh, that was Home Affairs, okay. No.
Chair, this one, the Eastern Cape tender, is the one which had the 1 million that you remember Gian McKay sent a note to Zizi Kodwa saying make it the request for sponsorship, whatever you want.
Yeah,
and
I
the
remember
1
this
million.
figure as well. We've dealt with this amount of 217 million.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay.
Then, can we go to this morning's additional bundle, the page 17 of that bundle, which is the, it's 2 pages from the end. And can you describe that document to the chair?
1 second. Did you say 2 pages from the end of the bundle?
Indeed, Chair. It's SP 15.6. Your document will say 15.6. From the end of this morning's additional bundle, not the main bundle.
Okay.
It's referred to as 4417.
Are you able to identify it with this morning's pagination?
Yes, Chair. 17 on
17.
this morning's pagination.
Is it also marked 15.6?
That's correct, Chair.
That's correct, Chair.
Okay, all right.
Chair, this is an email from Candace at In Residence. It seems to be an employee at the managing company of those holiday accommodations in the Western Cape. And it's sent on Monday, April 25th, 2016 to Natalie Buchner. And the subject is Clipper Financial Services. And the narration is, "Hi Natalie, Gian has requested that the EOH invoices be credited and re-invoiced under Clipper Financial Services. Do you know who would be the correct person to send these invoices to for payment, or who handles this account? Thank you, Candace."
Now, first of all, who are Clipper Financial Services?
Clipper Financial Services are an enterprise development partner to EOH. It's one of the small companies that they use to partner with them on a number of assignments. And these are all linked back to an individual by the name of Philip Arnold, Chair. Philip Arnold is not your typical enterprise development partner, because ED is usually Black Empowerment Spend, and he is a white English gentleman, Chair. And Clipper Financial Services has been implicated in the broader investigation by ENS Africa into irregularities at EOH. And along with other entities linked to Philip Arnold, we identified that there were payments of more than 750 million rand to ED partners where no work was done, and more than half of that amount has gone to entities linked to Philip Arnold. So Philip Arnold seems to be implicated in irregular transactions, and he seems to be an associate of Gian McKay. So what we have here, Chair, is that these invoices were paid by EOH, but now we're giving it to an ED partner and saying, you pay them.
And then, can we go back to the document that we've looked at several times, the document on page 18 of this bundle, this morning's bundle, SP 15.7, the invoice. And can you identify the party to whom the invoice has been issued?
Certainly,
Please
Chair.
just repeat the page, Mr. Justice.
Page 18, it's the second last page of this morning's additional bundle.
Okay.
Chair, and it also has 15.7 at the top.
Yeah, I've got it, thank you.
Chair, we've looked at this document several times, and if you look at the invoice number, invoice 76, reference Mr. Z. Kodwa, you'll see that this reflects an invoice from In Residence by Peter Brundain Pty Limited. This time it's to Clipper Financial Services. So it looks like that prior request has been carried out. It's now been invoiced to the ED partner of EOH.
Can you comment on the date of the invoice?
The date of this invoice is 25 January 2016, Chair.
And is there anything noticeable about that date? Anything noteworthy? And again, sorry, Mr. Powell, I've been asked to ask you to bring the microphone a little closer to you.
Sorry. Thank you.
Well, maybe if I can take you back to Candace's email on page 70, the previous page.
Yes.
What is the date of that email?
Chair, the date of that email is Monday, April 25, 2016.
Candace's request is?
Candace is requesting, Natalie, she's saying that Gian has requested that EOH invoices be credited and re-invoiced under Clipper Financial Services.
So, and then on 18, is it possible that this invoice was issued on the 25th of January
Chair.
2016?
What Mr. Chaskelson is highlighting is that the re-invoicing predates the request by several months.
Yes. The last, well, we're almost at the last. The next date on the chronology that's important is back in the main bundle on page 509. So can we go back to the main bundle on page 509? And what do we, can you describe that document to the Chair?
Certainly, this is an email from Gian McKay, Chair, and it's dated 10 May 2016 to Renee Jonker without a subject. Hi Renee, the narration is, hi Renee, have you managed to do recon for EOH Oracle SAZO deal? Project Ingrid was the project linked to the ED contribution, and I'm under pressure from them for recuperation of the funds already spent, which was about 2 million. Please help as TSS funded Project Ingrid. Chair, if we analyze what this actually means, is it's highlighting to us that Project Ingrid, which had all of those different ANC expenses that were paid, was a project linked to the ED contribution. And what the email is also telling us is TSS are very unhappy because they funded this and they're looking for reimbursement from EOH.
And can you just refresh our memory, the EOH Oracle SASA deal, what was that worth to EOH?
It was 90 million, Chair. Remember, it had the fixed figure of 30 million for the first year, and year 2 and year 3 was going to be consumer price index related. So 90 million approximately in total.
And lastly, can we then look at the final reconciliation of Project Ingrid expenses, which we see at page 516?
Chair, at page 516, this is an email from Reno Barry, TSS Group, 24 August 2017, to Gian McKay, copying Rweda Gould, and CC to Sean Emery. Subject, Ray, attachments, TSS Loan EOH Project Ingrid. XLS, so it's a spreadsheet attached, Chair, as requested. And this followed a request from Gian McKay to Reno Barry to provide him with a summarized recon of the Project Ingrid account. And this the attachment is over the page at 517, Chair. And if you have a look, Chair, this is remarkably similar to a schedule that Mr. Barry put together in respect of COJ, where they'd offset expenses for ANC donations. This seems to be very similar, except this time it's the Eastern Cape Project Ingrid. Chair, if we look at the document on page 517, it's an account transactions report, Tactical Software Systems, Pty Limited, and it's referred to account TSS Loan EOH, and it's repeated TSS Loan EOH, and it talks about date range 1 January 2014 to 24/8/2017. But when you look at the transactions, Chair, you'll see that they only start in 2015. The first date is 23 January 2015. And if we look at the details thereof, it starts with there's a 300 Rand small credit EOH MS, and then there's account payments, debit 1,027,000. And if you run through the list, Chair, you'll see Herbert Baker Hotel, Absa Bank Dio Light Transport, Absa Bank Jabella Starbus Services, Kopanong Hotel and Conference, iBank payment to Absa Bank for Amasondo Transport, Masondo Bus Services, Matswele Trading, Absa Bank Gallagher Convention Center, there's 6 million. Chair, I know when we did the earlier investigation for EOH, that 6 million relates to an ANC conference that was held at the Gallagher estate. And then there's Rennie's Travel, Delmont. I'm just moving through the list, just having a look at the different types of line items, and you'll see there's a lot of supplier invoices paid for Rennie's Travel. And the total amount comes to the figure on the following page at 518, Chair, 15,754,384 Rand and 69 cents. Chair, so this comes from one of the TSS people, and Mr. Barry is clearly a financial person managing on that side, and he's put this reconciliation together, which we've just walked through.
Okay.
Mr. Powell, that takes us to the end of the specific facts that we wanted to place before the Commission. For the rest, your affidavit is just, in some ways, organizing these facts to suggest inferences that should be drawn from them.
Yes.
Is there anything in that regard that you want to say beyond what is set out in your affidavit, or that you want to say in conclusion to the Commission? Because I see we've already run past our hour by some time.
Certainly. Chair, if I may just give you some concluding remarks, which is similar to what I had advised previously, is that EOH has completely new management and leadership, and they've been committed to cleaning up the company and eradicating all of the corrupt activities that we see in the documents. What we saw is examples of the use of influencers, middlemen, intermediaries, like Mr. Kodwa has been asked to intervene, and Lunga and Kwana we referred to earlier. Those all happened during this 2015 to 2017 period, and Mr. McKay And you heard previously on COJ Mr. Makubedu, and you heard Mr. Lahur on some of the SAP transactions in my previous testimony. All of those parties have been reported to the authorities, so the company has fulfilled its responsibilities in cleaning up the organization, and I've been mandated by the company to provide full support and assistance to the Commission so that these irregularities can be exposed. But I am just highlighting that EOH has managed to avoid blacklisting by any government department because it has done the right thing in trying to fix the company. And I think that, Chair, I just wanted to emphasize the point, because when we talk about all the wrongdoing at EOH, the wrongdoing was by this small group of former employees who really took the business down the wrong road. And I know the CEO, Mr. Van Coller, testified himself and explained what he has done to try and rebuild and save the jobs of a whole lot of honest, hard-working people at the company. And I just wanted to remind Chair of that, just that thought as I close.
Thank you very much, Mr. Powell, and we certainly appreciate both your evidence and the evidence of Mr. Van Coller. Chair,
His legal representatives came in while we were busy. Yes.
Chair, firstly, I should apologize for being late. I was expecting only for Mr. Powell to be in the witness box at 5 p.m.
Yes, I know things changed, so I understand.
Chair, there are just two questions I'd like to put to Mr. Powell, which I hope will be of assistance to the Commission.
Okay.
Mr. Powell, can I take you to page 298, please?
Certainly, Chair.
Maybe while he's looking, just place yourself on record again.
Chair, Aslam Musaji, I'm a partner of Mr. Powell and I'm his legal representative for these proceedings.
Yeah, okay. What page did you say?
Page 298.
Okay.
Mr. Powell, can you please describe this document?
Chair, this is the bank statement, the Platinum Classic account of Mr. Zizi Kodwa, NG Kodwa.
Can I refer you then to the last entry on that particular statement?
Certainly, that is a immediate transfer, credit settlement, first round, J. McKay, and it's an amount of 35,000. Chair, this 35,000 is the amount
That's
that
the
we
one you
added,
talked about, yeah.
which brought the total up to 1,680,000.
Yeah, you talked about it, I remember.
So that 35,000 is not referred to on SP5 on page 293.
I think
No.
it must be so
Yeah.
that it is not, because
Yeah.
that's why you asked me to note
correct.
it. Yeah.
Chair, this is the one we did add earlier this morning.
Yeah.
So that did bring the total up to 1,680,000. So,
Yeah.
Chair, we did ask that we amend the document to reflect the new total.
Yeah.
And then, Chair, you'll recall that we also amended, I think it was paragraph 11 of my affidavit.
Yeah, I made a note next to
Yes,
the paragraph where you had the.
correct.
Yeah.
It was paragraph 11, Chair.
Yeah.
Mr. Powell, can I also just then take you to paragraph 11 on page 282, and I just want to make sure that there were two amendments made.
Yes.
One in relation to the amount of 1645 should actually read 1680.
Correct?
And then the reference to SP5, is that correct in paragraph 11?
No, Chair, I think that should refer to SP6. Apologies, Chair, that's
I'm sorry, what
At
page
the
is
end
that?
of paragraph 11, you'll see in brackets it refers to SP5.
Yeah,
Chair, if you can just make that
that
SP6.
should be SP6.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Powell, for availing yourself. We appreciate your coming to assist the commission. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.
You are now released.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chaskelson.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes, I'm going to adjourn for about 10 minutes to enable the team relating to the other matter to set up, and then I will come back. We adjourn.
Yes, I think we are. My learned friend is certainly here, and we've managed to establish connection with Ms. Mieni, who is connected via a Zoom link. And as you can see, Chair is visible in the room on the screen.
Good afternoon, Ms. Mieni.
Good afternoon, Chairperson.
Yes. We expected you to be here in the morning. That did not happen. And I'm sure your counsel has told you that I said that was unacceptable. You understood that?
Indeed, Chairperson. Indeed, Chairperson. I did get a call from the advocate. It was a misunderstanding and miscommunication. It was not intended that I would not cooperate with the Commission, Chairperson. And what he explained is exactly what happened. And I would like to tender my apologies to you, Chairperson. It was never intended to disrespect the Commission and to disrespect the session that I was invited to attend.
Okay, all right. Ms. Hofmeyr, do you want to start with what we should deal with first?
Thank you, Chair. I'll do so. I'm just going to seek to complete the aspect that was held over from the last evidence and then to hand over to my learned friend, Mr. Seleka. Chair, you'll recall I foreshadowed this morning that the matter that had to be dealt with that was held over from Ms. Mieni's last evidence was the question of whether her invocation of the privilege against self-incrimination had been justified on the repeated occasions in which it was invoked during those 3 days of testimony. Chair, just to focus our minds, the Constitutional Court gave a judgment in January of this year in the matter of the Secretary of the Commission versus Zuma. And in that, it actually dealt with this question of the privilege against self-incrimination. My learned friends have referred to that judgment in the submissions we received last Friday. They quote many paragraphs of the judgment, but not the paragraph that I'd like to draw to your attention, just to frame the submissions that I'm going to make. It's at paragraph 109 of the Court's judgment, and what it says there is, it lies with a witness before a commission to claim privilege against self-incrimination. In the event of doing so, the witness must raise the question of privilege with the chairperson of the commission and must demonstrate how an answer to the question in issue would breach the privilege. If the chairperson is persuaded, he or she may permit the witness not to answer the question. Privilege against self-incrimination is not there for the taking by the witness. There must be sufficient grounds that in answering a question, the witness will incriminate himself or herself in the commission of a specified crime. Chair, that was an articulation of the law as it existed. There's no indication from the Constitutional Court that it was purporting to develop the law, it was stating the law. And the part of that I emphasize is that there's a clear recognition that the chairperson of the commission must be persuaded. There must be demonstration by the witness that answering the particular question will likely expose them to a charge on a specified crime. So, Chair, against that backdrop, the legal team of the Commission did submissions, which were then shared with Ms. Mieni and her legal team. What we did in those submissions is we went through the previous transcript. And, Chair, there is a bundle that was made available to yourself last night. I've made a copy available to my learned friend now. The documents that certainly everyone's seen before, the only addition is that they're now paginated to aid today's proceedings. And what they begin with at page 1 is that set of submissions, 14 pages. We go through the transcript and we make submissions about the instances in which we submit Ms. Mieni invoked the privilege without justification, and we make submissions as to our conclusion, which is that the privilege was abused on a number of occasions during the course of Ms. Mieni's evidence. And we conclude, you'll find this at page 16 of the bundle that you have before you, Chair, and that my learned friend has. We say at paragraph 41 on page 16 that, Chair, you warned Ms. Mieni that the consequence of not answering questions was that the version of other witnesses, which may implicate Ms. Mieni in unlawful conduct, would then be uncontested. And despite that warning, Ms. Mieni continued to invoke the privilege when there was no legal basis for doing so on the occasions that we traverse in the submissions. And then we conclude by saying this means that Ms. Mieni made a choice not to provide her side of the story despite the serious allegations against her. And those allegations are therefore not simply uncontested. They've been left unanswered by a witness who had no valid reason for refusing to provide an answer. Chair, what we also did in the course of last week is we made available to our learned friends a list distilled from the submissions of the specific questions in respect of which we indicated we would seek rulings from you today, Chair. Now, my learned friend, through the attorney for Ms. Mieni, has made submissions in response. Those came through on Friday last week. And Chair, you'll find those in the bundle similarly. They commence at page 28 of the bundle. Chair, there are a number of legal issues that are raised in the course of those submissions. And I'm certainly in a position to deal with those aspects this afternoon. But before doing that, I'd like to fast forward, because time is a luxury that this commission can ill afford. Chair, I signalled before the lunch break that in the interests of time, and given the importance that the ESCOM evidence, which has not yet been ventilated with Ms. Mieni, still takes place today, what I was going to seek from you, Chair, is rulings that would, if you're so persuaded, require Ms. Mieni to answer those questions distilled from the submissions on affidavit in due course, subject to a direction from you on timing. It's an unfortunate state of affairs, but the Commission is literally scheduled to complete its evidence, barring a few exceptions you mentioned this morning, next Tuesday. It is simply the case that we've run out of time. But those are the questions in respect of which the legal team of the Commission submits the privilege was not justifiably invoked, and in respect of which we accordingly indicated we would seek rulings from you today. And Chair, those questions in the bundle before you commence at page 22. Now, Chair, in the gap before...
commence at page...
22, Chair.
Using the top...
The top pagination. Apologies, yes, Chair, there are some numbers at the bottom.
Yes.
It commences the top pagination, page 22. Mm-hmm. It's a set of 6 pages and I think 24 questions. Yes.
Okay. Are these questions connected in any way with the questions that you dealt with in your submissions?
Indeed. So effectively, it's a summary to the submission. So what happens is the submissions deal with quite a bit of the detail of the transcript, what happened in the course of the asking of the question and the answer given by Ms. Mieni. It places it in context.
Yes.
All that these 6 pages do is they literally extract the relevant questions.
Yes.
And then for convenience, they've been referenced in the footnotes against the very parts in the transcript where if you go there, you'll find the question.
Yes.
So what I can be clear about is...
it is questions that were previously asked.
Indeed.
Yes.
Indeed.
Okay.
Previously asked, referenced in the submissions as being questions in respect of which, on the submission of the legal team, there was not a justifiable basis for invoking the privilege.
Yes. Okay.
And we've made our submissions on that. We've received the response from my learned friend.
So the response that starts at page 28.
Yes.
Is it a response also to those questions, or the questions came after?
No, they were sent with the submissions.
Okay.
But the response is really a response to the submissions.
Yes,
because
yeah.
there are points of law taken,
Yeah.
certain debates about what the effect of the Constitutional Court's decision was.
Yeah.
But in an effort to move things forward, I did engage my learned friend before returning in the lunch break.
Yeah.
I understand from him that the position is as follows, in respect of those questions on the 6 pages. That Ms. Mieni is now willing to provide answers on affidavit to those questions. And those were the questions which during her testimony she declined to answer on the basis that answering would likely expose her to a criminal charge. She invoked the privilege in respect of those. But given that she is now willing to provide an answer on affidavit to those questions, it's not clear to me that you necessarily need to rule on the question. But I'm happy for my learned friend if I've conveyed in any respect what I understood him to relay to me about Ms. Mieni's current position to correct it.
Yes.
But if not, my suggestion would be simply a direction in relation to those questions may well be sufficient. If we
Yes.
need to debate the law or anything else, I'm happy to do so.
Yes.
But in the interest of time, I
Well,
thought.
if Ms. Mieni is now willing to answer the questions, probably there is no need to make any ruling. And subject to what Mr. Buthelezi might say about the proposal that she provides answers in an affidavit, that would be the way to go, given the time constraints of the commission.
Indeed, Chair.
Yeah. Okay, let me hear from Mr. Buthelezi. If you are able to address me from there, it's fine. If you prefer to come to the podium, that's fine too.
No, Chair, I
fine
agree,
there.
I agree with my learned friend. We've decided that we will submit via affidavit responses
Yes.
to those questions.
And you confirm that your client is now willing to answer those questions?
Indeed, so, Chair.
Yes.
With one request of an indulgence, maybe perhaps with a bit of leniency in terms of the time frames, because it's about 24 questions in total.
Yeah.
And some will need supporting documents there too. But we would like to answer them comprehensively and avoid raising disputes of fact that may recall the matter to come back to.
Yes, okay. Well, in that event, I would not propose to make any ruling on the issue of the invocation of the privilege, because Ms. Mieni no longer relies on that. And is no longer refusing to answer the questions. So I'll address her now, and after that, I'm ready to give a directive which can be a directive in terms of Regulation 10.6 of the regulations of the Commission. Ms. Mieni, your counsel has informed me that you are now willing to answer these questions, and he has indicated that there is a desire to answer them comprehensively, and you do no longer rely on the privilege against self-incrimination to refuse to answer them. You are now willing to answer them. Do you confirm that?
Chairperson, I do confirm we discussed with Advocate Buthelezi.
Yes. Okay, no, thank you. I appreciate that change of attitude. I appreciate that now you are willing to respond to the questions comprehensively. In terms of time frame, Mr. Buthelezi, today is what, 25 May? If I say submit by 5 June, is that fine?
That's doable, Chair.
Sorry?
I would ask, because 5 June is a Saturday, Chair.
Yeah.
I'd ask for Monday the 7th, Chair.
Then Monday would be 7,
Yes, Chair.
7 June.
Yes, Chair.
Okay, all right.
The reason that is, Chair, we often have delays with
Yeah.
depositions and distance and.
Okay, no, that's fine. That's fine. Okay, then, Ms. Myeni, I'm going to issue a directive in terms of Regulation 10.6 of the regulations of the Commission, directing you to deliver to the Commission an affidavit in which you answer these questions by on or before Monday, the 7th of June. And your counsel has indicated that that time frame is fine. You understand?
I do understand, Chairperson. Thank you.
Okay, all right. The directive that I therefore issue is that in terms of regulation 10, sub-regulation 6 of the regulations of the Commission, I direct Ms. Myeni, Ms. Duduzile Cynthia Myeni, to deliver to the Secretary of the Commission on or before Monday, 7 June 2021, an affidavit or affirmed declaration in which she answers the questions which are included in this bundle, starting from page 22.
Indeed,
And
Chair.
going up to page 27. Okay, that is the directive.
Thank you, Chair. We've
Thank
taken
you.
note of that.
Yeah.
It now leaves for me to hand over to my learned friend.
Yes.
Maybe we could just take a brief adjournment. There
Yes,
might be a
yeah.
moving of files, etc.,
Yes,
that needs to take
yes.
place.
Okay, that part, Ms. Myeni, related to the aviation work stream, which includes SAA. The next part relates to ESCOM. I'm going to adjourn for 5 to 10 minutes. And then when I come back, we will then deal with the ESCOM related issues. You understand?
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, all right. We adjourn.
Ms. Mieni? Ms. Mieni, are you ready? Hello, Ms. Mieni? Anybody home? Hello, Ms. Mieni?
Hi, good afternoon.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Mieni. We are about to start now.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Seleka, are you ready?
I am, Chairperson.
The oath was not administered earlier to Ms. Mieni, isn't it?
I don't think so, Chair.
Yes. Please administer the oath or affirmation to Ms. Mieni.
Please state your full names for the record.
I think she is frozen. Can you hear me, Ms. Mieni?
Chairperson, I can hear you well.
Okay. Can you hear my registrar as well? She's going to ask.
No, I didn't.
Oh, she's
Okay.
going to. She'll ask you a question just now.
Thank you.
Please state your full names for the record.
Duduzile Cynthia Mieni.
Do you have any objection to taking the prescribed oath?
I do not have any objection.
Do you consider the oath binding on your conscience?
I do.
Do you solemnly swear that the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you very much. We'll be dealing with the ESCOM-related evidence, and Mr. Seleka will put questions to you, Ms. Mieni. Before he does so, for the benefit of the public, he will take a few minutes just to orientate the public or remind them where you fit in regard to the issues of ESCOM and where your evidence will fit in. Mr. Slager?
Thank you, Chairperson. Ms. Myeni is called as a witness to testify in regard to the allegations that are made by mainly two persons in relation to ESCOM and in particular the suspension of the executives at ESCOM in March 2015. One of the persons, being Mr. Nick Linnell, has given evidence to the Commission about a call made to him by Ms. Myeni on the 6th of March 2015 to come to Pretoria at the presidential residence of Mr. Zuma, official residence of Mr. Zuma, for a meeting. Mr. Linnell has testified that he obliged and went to Pretoria on the same day of that call. He had a meeting there with Ms. Myeni, according to him, where he was told by Ms. Myeni that the President would like to initiate a commission of inquiry or to have it initiated into ESCOM's affairs, and that Ms. Myeni has recommended to the President, Mr. Linnell, to coordinate that inquiry. The President, according to Mr. Linnell, could not join that meeting, and as he parted with Ms. Myeni, there was an understanding that there will be a meeting in Durban on the 8th of March 2015, and that Mr. Linnell will be required to attend, to which he agreed. That meeting of the 8th did take place, at which the second witness who testified before the Commission was also present, being Mr. Tsotsi. And they both, Mr. Tsotsi and Mr. Linnell, have related what transpired in that meeting in regard to what was discussed, the role played by Ms. Myeni, and the information provided, the second meeting with the President, what was discussed in that meeting, and what proposals were made for them to go away and implement, particularly with the board. So that is in a nutshell the reasons why Ms. Myeni has been called to provide her version in response to that evidence presented before the Commission.
Just a small detail. I think Mr. Tsotsi said that the former president, Mr. Zuma, said to him at the end of the meeting that he should raise the issues that they had discussed at the meeting, or the suspension of the executives and the issue of an inquiry with the board, and he, that is Mr. Zuma, would in turn raise the issue with, or issues with the minister who was not present at the meeting. So I just wanted to clarify that part. Okay, all right. So you understand, Ms. Myeni, where your assistance is required. You understand the issues.
I do understand, Chairperson.
Yes, okay, all right. Now, I'm hoping that we will be able to hear you without any difficulty with your mask on. But if we don't hear you, we would like you to consider, if you are far from everybody, taking it off. But if we can hear you and there's no problem, then that would be fine. Is that fine with you?
It is fine with me, Chairperson.
Okay, all right. Mr. Selega, so far I think I can hear her.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. The bundle we will use, Chairperson, is ESCOM Bundle 6. Ms. Miene, I believe you have been emailed an electronic link to access this bundle, ESCOM Bundle 6.
Yebo, Mr. Seleka, I have Bundle 6.
Yes, thank you very much. Well, we don't have an affidavit from you, but we have your statement to the Parliamentary Portfolio Committee, which is on page 183 of that bundle. I believe the hard copy page numbering is the same as the electronic version of the bundle. So you follow the black pagination on the left, the top left-hand side corner.
I do.
Are you there?
I am here on 180.
183.
Yes,
You are there.
I am there.
Thank you.
Mr. Seleka,
Yes, ma'am.
may I please address the chairperson just for 1 second?
Yes, you may do so, Ms. Miene.
Babu Mtiyane, kuwo wonke ama-appearances ami okuzovela kwi-commission nakwi-court nase-parliament, konke bengikwenza ngesingisi. Ngingumholi, ngiyilunga esontweni la ngisonta khona. Nginabantwana, nginabazukulu, nginezihlobo, nginabangani. Kukhona la ngithenjwa khona. Kepha kuzo zonke le ndawo esengizibalulile, igama lami lihuduleke phansi kakhulu. Ngithathwa njengesigebengu somuntu wesifazane. Makukhulunywa ngegama lami, kukhulunywa ngesela, kukhulunywa ngesigebengu. Angikwazi ukuya kulabo abanethuba noma abane-privilege yamabona kude noma kulabo abanethuba lokuthi bangene kwi-radio ngiyocacisa isayidi lami noma ngiyoveza kubona logo engiyikona. Ngiku-addressa kanjena Babu Mtiyane ngoba eXhobo umakhelwane wakho noma eThekwini umakhelwane wami nase-Richards Bay umakhelwane wami akazange agogode akwazi ukuthi ezwe ukuthi kanti kuthiwa ngantshontshani kabani nini njengoba ngibizwa ngesigebengu. Ngiku-addressa kanjena ke noma ngicela leli minute ukuthi ngikhulume nawe Babu Mtiyane. Ngikhuluma njengomfazi omdala wase-South Africa onamalungelo engicabanga ukuthi loku ekuthiwa ngapha nangapha ngihlaseleka njengesigebengu, ngibizwa njengesigebengu somuntu wesifazane. Abanye bazi ukuthi lapho ngike ngaphatha khona bengifika ngibhidlize Ngiyafisa ke baba uMthiyane ukube nenhliziyo yokuthi nami ke ngilaleleke ngibeke olwami uvo nezami izimpendulo ngesiZulu ukuze umama wakaDlamini engikhonza naye ongayanga esikoleni othandazayo angifisela ukuthi kusasa ngingaboshwa akhale engazi ukuthi kwenzekeni ngibe mina ngazi ukuthi icala enginalo ilelo lokucubungula umongameli wezwe ekuthiwa uJacob Zuma. Mina ke baba usihlalo ngiyafisa ukuthi kodwa ngimphendule ngesiZulu kuzwakale izimpendulo zami ukuthi ngibhecwa ngobende inyama ngingakaze ngize ngiyidle. Akekho noyedwa sekwafika la wathi ngidleni kabani, kodwa isono sami ukuzimbandakanya nefoundation kaMongameli uZuma. Okwesibili, isono sami ukuveza inkohlakalo yalabo okuyibona abangathintwa. Baba uchairman, sengiyaqeda. Ngikhule mina ekhaya sazi thina sitshelwa, ubaba wami esitshela ukuthi uma umnyama uyisuspect. Kubuhlungu namhlanje ukuthi ngiphambi kwale commission ngenxa yokuthi ibala lami lingibiza ukuthi ngiyisigebengu ngingadlanga lutho lwamuntu. Ngabuveza ubugebengu obukhulu basenkampanini engengahlala kuzona njengelunga leboard noma njengosihlalo weboard. Kuwo wonke zonke le ndawo ngangahlezi ngedwa. Angikaze ngithathe izinqumo ngedwa, kodwa namhlanje ngibizwa ngedwa ngenxa yokuthi ngavuma ukuphatha ifoundation kaMongameli uZuma. Ngithi angikucacise lokhu esihlalo with your permission, ngoba eParliament bengithi mangiyakhona ngiyokhuluma ngeprogress noma ngiyobalisa ngombiko wakwa-SAA sasikhuluma isiNgisi. Angizange ngilithole ithuba lokuveza inkohlakalo engayifica yeminyaka yase-South African Airways. Angisitholanga isikhathi sokuhlanza elami igama kwaziwe iSouth Africa yonke ukuthi ngigijinyiswa nje ngigijinyiselwa ubaba uNcamalala waseNkandla. Mina uDuduzile ozalwa kaMemela angikaze ngitshontshe senti lamuntu, angikaze ngithathe senti likahulumeni, angikaze ngidle lutho likahulumeni. Ngithi angikubeke lokho sihlalo ngoba ngifisa ukuthi mangimphendula ubaba uSileka kungakuphathi kabi ngoba ngizophendula ngesiZulu uma ngivumeleka ukuba ngimphendule ngesiZulu. Ngiyabonga.
Okay, all right.
Chair, I heard a part of it.
Ms. Mieni has addressed me in isiZulu,
Yes.
which I happen to know at least. I don't know many languages, but isiZulu is my language. Now, I'm not going to translate what she wanted to say because if we had known, we would have arranged for an interpreter. But she requests permission to respond in isiZulu. She says, because there are many people, including her neighbors, who may wish to hear exactly what her side of the story is, because they have been hearing all kinds of allegations against her. Now, of course, for today, all we are dealing with is the ESCOM related evidence and not everything.
Yes.
Now, I think I must ask whether Mr. Butchelis has anything to say. Mr. Butchelis,
No, Chair.
you have nothing to say? Okay, Ms. Miene, we do allow people in this commission to testify in their languages. But if they are testifying in a language other than is in English, then we make arrangements for an interpreter who can interpret for everybody. So because you didn't notify us that you would like to use isiZulu today, no arrangements have been made for an interpreter to be available. I do understand isiZulu, and Mr. Seleka may have an understanding of isiZulu. I don't know how far, but he, I think, has some understanding. I have reason to believe that he would prefer that there should be a translation or the language be, the answers be in English. So we have that problem, and of course we don't have time. If this was last year, maybe we could still adjourn and arrange an interpreter. So I think your reason for wishing to give answers in isiZulu, from what you have said and from what we know from your previous evidence, is not because of any difficulty with English. It's simply because you would like people who know you, your neighbors and other people, maybe business associates, to hear you explain your side of the story in isiZulu. If I'm correct in that understanding, maybe there might be a way that can be considered to take care of your concern. And I'm thinking aloud right now, so everybody will have to indicate what they think about this. That would be that we agree that you give your answers in English, but you feel free after today to submit a Zulu version of your answers to the commission, with a view that the commission can consider maybe it can be part of the record of the commission as an exhibit, and maybe it may also be made available on the website of the commission for anybody who wishes to access it. Maybe journalists might, who write for Zulu media, might be interested and publish it in isiZulu newspapers. In that way, one, we will have been able to continue this evening with your evidence as planned, but at the same time, we will make sure that your desire to put your side of the story in isiZulu is addressed, even if it's not addressed the way you would have preferred. What do you think of that?
Chairperson, ngicela ukukubonga. unginikeza ukukhululeka ukuthi kuvumelekile ukuthi umuntu akhulume isiZulu, kodwa ngenxa yokuthi namhlanje asizange silenze lolo hlelo, anginayo inkinga, Chairperson, ngizosikhuluma isiNgisi. Kodwa kumina sithanda ukuba singihlasimulise umzimba isiNgisi, ngoba Chairperson uyakwazi nawe ukuthi asinazwi ngenxa yokuthi even uma ngikhuluma ulimi lwami kusengazathi kukhona engabe ngiyakucashisa ngiyakufihla, kanti umuntu wase South Africa kumele azazi izilimi njengoba sakukhuluma lokhu in the past appearance engangikuyona. Kodwa ke Chairperson, because you are not hostile to me, bengicela ukuvuma ukuthi ngizokukhuluma ulona ulimi lwesiNgisi, ngimlekelele naye ubaba uSileke ngoba naye isiZulu akasazi. Ngiyabonga.
Okay. And do you think you will later on maybe submit a Zulu version of your answers, or is that something you'll think about later?
Chairperson, it's something I will think about later.
Yes.
Ngiyabonga.
Okay, all right. Okay. Obviously, you all would have heard what I explained to Ms. Yeni about the logistical challenges of accommodating isiZulu in circumstances when prior arrangements had not been made because we don't have an interpreter. Her response is that she appreciates the fact that because the prior arrangements were not made, it's going to be difficult, and she agrees to give answers in English for the work of the Commission to continue, and she will consider the suggestion later whether to later on furnish a Zulu version of her answers. Ngichaze kahle Ms. Myeni.
Ngiyabonga kakhulu baba Mthandi. Bengizosho if bongachazanga kahle, ngiyabonga kakhulu.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much. Okay, all right. We may proceed now.
Thank you, Chairperson. Ms. Myeni, ESCOM Bundle 6, as I've already referred to, has your statement, and I'm drawing it to your attention in order, in the event that you wish to refer to it, you can certainly do so. It is the only document that the Commission has that contains your version. It's a statement which you had submitted to the Parliamentary Portfolio Committee. You have seen it, dated 5 March 2018.
Yes, Mr. Seleka, I have it in front of me, and it is indeed my statement.
Yes. So that statement runs from page 183 to 193. And now I want to refer you to the affidavit of Mr. Nicholas Linnell.
Do you want to confirm with her first, if she has not already done so, that this is the statement that she submitted to the Portfolio Committee of Public Enterprises in Parliament in March 2018, and whether its contents are true and correct?
Yes,
Chairperson, thank you very much. I have not gone through line by line to check if it was not tampered with, but for now, what I see is what I've written.
Yes, but the one that you had submitted to Parliament, you had checked and you were happy that its contents were correct?
True. Yes, Chairperson.
Okay, all right.
Yes,
Okay.
thank you, Chair.
You may continue then, Mr. Selega.
I suppose, well, we can admit it as an
Let's
exhibit.
admit it, yeah.
Should we?
Let's do that immediately, yeah. I should admit it as exhibit.
It will be exhibit U16. Let me see. I'll give you the number just now. This one is C. So it's- Will be exhibit U16.5.
Okay. This statement, which is unsigned, of Ms. D. Mieni, dated 5 March 2018, which starts at page 183 of the bundle, ESCOM Bundle 6, is admitted and will be marked as exhibit U16.5.
Thank you. Ms. Mieni, then shall we please go to the affidavit of Mr. Nick Linnell on page 30 of the same bundle?
Page 30.
Yeah, 30. It starts from page 30.
Is that where your questions
Mr.
will
Selek,
start?
I'm going to ask somebody to assist me here.
Sorry, Chair.
Okay.
Sorry, Chair, we've
Yes.
got two sets of pagination, the red and the black.
Oh, we use the black.
Yes.
Yeah.
If you could just then be referred to the black, which is on the top left-hand corner.
Yeah, Ms. Mieni, wherever Mr. Selega refers you to a page number, look at the black numbers at the top left corner of each page. You may disregard the red numbers.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, if we come to a document that doesn't have black numbers, then he will tell you, and in that event, we will use red numbers only for that document. Otherwise, just stick to the black numbers.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes, are you at page 30?
I'm being assisted to get into page 30, Chair.
Okay. Mr. Selega, I was wondering whether it wouldn't be quicker because it's a very narrow issue. If you let her just tell me in her own words how this whole meeting in Devon came about. She would talk about the Pretoria meeting with Mr. Linnell and how the one in Devon came about, what was discussed, and then when she has done to tell the whole version, then you ask her questions. It might be quicker that way. What do you think?
Yes, I could do so, Chair. I had in mind to tell her what Mr. Nick Linnell has said. I could summarize it for her.
If we let her just tell her side of the story,
Yeah.
that way, when you tell her, you can say, well, here are the differences between your version and Mr. Linnell's version. In regard to the Pretoria meeting, this is what he says, which you haven't included. What do you say about that?
Yes.
And then
Yes,
I think it might make things quicker.
certainly.
Yeah.
Yeah, that also should work.
Okay, have you found page 30? Ms.
I have found it there. Thank you, Chair.
Yes.
Ms. Okay, thank you, Chair. Ms. Mieni, as I outlined in the introduction, setting out the background, there are two witnesses that have testified before the Commission, but as the chairperson is suggesting, I will give you the opportunity to tell the chairperson your version in regard to the two meetings that have been alleged before the commission to have taken place, particularly by Mr. Nick Linnell. The one meeting he refers to is the one of the 6th of March, 2015, in Pretoria, at the President's official residence, to which he was called, he says, by you. And then the other meeting is in Durban on the 8th of March, again to which, according to him, he was called by you to meet with the President at the President's official residence. His affidavits were given to you last year in August, and I'll give you the opportunity to give your side of the story to the chairperson. Thank you.
Would you like that, Ms. Miani? In other words, you just tell the story as you know it of how it came about that Mr. Linnell came to meet with you in Pretoria on the 6th of March, and how the meeting in Durban at the President's official residence came about, what was discussed, and the basis on which the meeting ended. And thereafter, Mr. Seleka will then tell you what the other two witnesses have said in regard to matters that may not be common cause between you and them, and then give you a chance to respond to what they have said. Is that fine with you?
It is fine, Chairperson, even if he leads me to identify those areas that perhaps are contradicting on the versions of Mr. Linnell and Mr. Tsotsi.
Yes.
But I'm also willing.
Yes. Okay, I think just tell us, it might take about 15 minutes or so, depending, but just tell us how everything happened, and then he will ask questions.
Sihlalo, Chairperson.
Yes.
Ungathuki. Do not be surprised if I say this, because I have to say it. I highlighted before the commission. I also highlighted, I think it was telephonically, even to the journalist, that it is unfortunate that Sika phezulu indaba yaka Eskom, we are not delving into the real issues that led to Mr. Tsotsi meeting me first. If then we want to take the route of just highlighting the meetings because there was Mr. Zuma in those meetings, it can be done so, Chairperson. But what is important here, how did I get to meet Mr. Tsotsi? He did not tell you, or he did not address this commission. I did also raise the fact that for me to address you, Chairperson, Mr. Tsotsi should not have misled you, because when he came to me, he had gone to somebody else and failed to get the meeting facilitated for him to Mr. Zuma. The purpose isizathu sokuthi afune ukuyohlangana noBaba uZuma ingoba wayazi ukuthi uyaxoshwa njengosihlalo webhodi yakwa Eskom. Lokho akakuvezi, akazange azakuveze nakumina. Kodwa, Chairperson, I highlighted this. There was an intermediary. There was a person who was his messenger.
Hang on, Ms. Miani. You said something in isiZulu. You'd have to translate it so that Mr. Selega and others can hear what you were saying about that part.
Thank you, Chair. I highlight something and then I try to translate it, but in the interest of time, I'm saying there was somebody, Chairperson, that I requested that that person be called as well. That person was the link between me and Mr. Tsotsi. But if we want to please those that like to hear Mr. Zuma presiding over a meeting with Mr. Tsotsi, it is misleading and it is a sensationalization of Mr. Zuma's involvement or my involvement. Today, because we are talking about me, Babu Silek, I'm going to be very clear. I was never in any board of ESCOM. I had no interest at ESCOM. The person who had problems at ESCOM is Mr. Tsotsi. Those problems were highlighted. But when he came to me, he never shared with me the problems he had. I took it as a colleague, that a colleague comes to me, he wants an assistance, he wants to meet with President Zuma. As a matter of fact, Chairperson, Mr. Tsotsi had gone with another Indian person to meet a certain lady to ask for the meeting. The lady said, no, I'm not interested. To ask for a meeting with President Zuma. I was the second person to say, okay, this is a colleague, he's a chairperson of an SOE, I can assist. And then, Chair, this whole thing was so dramatized by him leading the process of saying things that are inaccurate. Therefore, meeting did take place in all the areas that have been mentioned in Durban as well as in Pretoria. Meetings did take place. But these meetings took place at the behest of Mr. Zola Tsotsi as my colleague, because we both chaired the SOEs. But in terms of my personal interest in the affairs of ESCOM, I had too many troubles or problems and challenges and many responsibilities at SAA to pay attention to issues at ESCOM. Therefore, Chair, the meetings did take place. I won't remember the contents of the meeting, but the issues of the executives that is highlighted or was highlighted, I think Mr. Linnell was correct to say he was responsible for anything and everything that happened to ESCOM. Mr. Seleke, the last part that I'm going to say is that Mr. Linnell's view and Mr. Linnell's version and affidavit is his. I have a statement before you, Chairperson. It is my statement. It is my version. It is my total recollection of the events. But I was disappointed to learn that Mr. Zola Tsotsi wanted to use me to hide behind issues of corruption that he was involved in at ESCOM himself. There is a statement, Chair, that I said he is misrepresenting facts. His version was inaccurate. Just because kufuna sithole iphutha lokuthi kwakukhona uZuma efuna ukuxosha abantu. That's not what I was briefed by Mr. Tsotsi. Mr. Tsotsi did not instruct me to facilitate a meeting for him to ask the former president to fire people. I've never been instructed by Mr. Zuma in any place or take instructions about how the functioning of any entity of government should be, who to hire, who to fire. That has never been. So I think in a nutshell, Chair, meetings did take place, but it was at the behest of the chairperson of ESCOM. No meeting took place at the behest of Ubabu Zuma.
Okay, now, Mr. Linnell said that it was on the 6th of March 2015 when he had a meeting with you in Pretoria at the official residence of Mr. Zuma. Now, does that date ring a bell with you? You have no problem that is the date of the meeting?
I have a problem, Chairperson, because I don't have my diary here with me.
Yes.
Otherwise, Chair, for every meeting we've had, I've always had a diary where I would write the minutes or whatever notes for the particular meeting. So I can't say on the 6th there was a meeting at Mashambandlo of the official residence. I can't say that.
Yeah, the one that we have been told was on the 8th of March in Durban. That date also, is your answer the same, or is that one you know to have been on the 8th?
My answer will be the same, Chair. My answer, Chairperson, will be the same. I want to highlight something, Chair, with your permission, without again taking a long time. If I am in the area, like for instance, Chair, as a person who was running the foundation is an NGO. If I was in Pretoria or in Johannesburg for a meeting or for other reasons, and there emerges a need for us to have a meeting of the foundation, it was cost effective for me to go and meet the patron of the foundation. So if there are other meetings alongside with that meeting, there was no problem with me doing such and facilitating such. So it's not like one would leave one's residence to go and have a meeting because there is a personal interest on a matter.
Okay, now...
Especially on the matter of ESCOM.
Yes. Now, is my understanding correct that what you are saying is that Mr. Zola Tsotsi was chairperson of the ESCOM board, was the person who approached you, and he asked you to facilitate a meeting between himself and Mr. Zuma. Is that correct?
No, Chair. There is a middle person that approached me to meet Mr. Tsotsi. That person was sent by Mr. Tsotsi to me. I had no telephone number of Mr. Tsotsi to start with. I did not know Mr. Tsotsi. I knew him as the chairperson of ESCOM. So it was the person that I'm saying, Siloku Simzungeza chairperson, we keep talking around him.
Tell us who that person is.
Chairperson, no. I don't want to incriminate myself, Chairperson, by mentioning the names of the people that this commission should have asked, how did he get the appointment with me, Mr. Tsotsi? Because in his appearance, he never mentions that he met me without any other person. We met together with the person that he had sent me. Well, I listened to what he wanted. I listened to his problems, what he wanted, and I took everything he said, Chair. I had no reason to doubt what he was up to, or I had no reason to go and verify why he wanted to meet the president. Any other person wants to meet the president. So I did not also know that it would be a crime for him to meet the president.
So you say he did not tell you why he wanted to meet the president?
Himself, Chair, did not tell me the other version of his problems at ESCOM. Yes. But the person that he sent to me to ask for an appointment, because I was reluctant, Chair. I was reluctant. You know, Chairperson, I have 101 reasons why I was reluctant. But I said, let me go and meet him. Because the person did not come to me once or twice. the person that he sent to me.
What did,
Then eventually I went to meet him.
what
There
did
was
the
no
person-
Mr. Linnell, there was no Mr. Zuma.
What did this person say to you? Did he or she say, Mr. Tsotsi would like to meet with you?
Correct, Chair. He wants me to advise him, and also he has some challenges there. He does not have a legal advisor. And he asked me that I must also advise the chairperson as to how we arrived at appointing a legal advisor as the board. So I said, those are issues that we can discuss. I don't have a problem with that. Then he said he has issues, he has got problems, and he would like to go about for doing all the necessary process of getting a legal advice, a legal advisor. Then I said to him, in order for you to do that, you need your board. You can't appoint somebody without a board resolution. So I told him, after meeting with him, okay, during the meeting, our meeting, I said, if you are to do this, you need the board. Your board must be on your side, and your board must see the need. If you feel there is a need for you to appoint a legal advisor, the board must be on your side.
Yes.
And then sorry, Chair, go ahead.
No, I think you are now talking about the meeting between yourself and Mr. Tsotsi. I was still talking about the
Correct.
meeting between yourself and the person that you have so far not named, who sought to facilitate a meeting between yourself and Mr. Tsotsi. So that is the one I was still at. So did that person simply say, Mr. Tsotsi would like to meet with you to discuss certain issues without telling you what issues?
He didn't allude to detail of our meeting, but he appeared to be saying he has challenged, Mr. Tsotsi has challenges at ESCOM. He would like to discuss with you. In any case, Chair, maybe you will recall, Mrs. Ramko did indicate that as SOEs, we had the chairperson's forum that was introduced.
Mrs. who?
So the chair,
I'm sorry, Mrs. who?
the lady in Parliament, Chair. The lady in Parliament.
Which one is the lady in Parliament?
The one I
The
addressed my
chairperson,
statement to, Chair.
Oh, Miss Ranto, okay. Yes, continue.
No, she did indicate that the chairpersons would interact. Obviously, Chair, you would perhaps understand what one chairperson has done in another SOE and another one has done this, or another one has gone through a certain big challenge or something like that. And then you would share and compare notes, but not to decide for each other, because you can never go and decide for another SOE, Chair. You can't preside on another SOE. It's illegal.
So as I understand it, and I want you to correct me if I'm wrong, the person that you are not naming approached you and said, Mr. Tsotsi would like a meeting with you. He has some challenges at ESCOM, and you agreed to meet with Mr. Tsotsi. Is that correct?
Correct, Chair.
Yes. And that was the end of your discussion with this other
Chair,
person?
no, Chair, sorry. It's not like Mr. Tsotsi wants to see you, he has challenges at ESCOM.
Yeah.
Mr. Tsotsi would like to see you. He would like to understand certain things from you. He would also want to know how you went about appointing the legal advisor in your board. So I thought it was an open discussion, nothing to hide.
Okay. No, that's fine. And then your response was to agree to a meeting with Mr. Tsotsi?
Not the first time
Yeah.
when this person called, but the second time I agreed.
Yes. And this person was speaking to you over the phone and not in a meeting?
No, it was over the phone.
Over the phone, okay, all right.
It was over the phone.
And you have a recollection of whether this was before March in 2015, or whether it was even in 2014?
Chair,
You can't remember?
I would be lying.
Okay,
I would be
that's all
lying.
right. But is your recollection that it didn't take long after you had agreed to meet Mr. Tsotsi that the two of you met?
Yes, Chair, but all was dependent on my availability in Johannesburg.
Okay.
I wasn't going to fly to Joburg to go and meet Mr. Tsotsi's, Chair.
Okay, all right. Now, we will proceed to hear about your meeting with Mr. Tsotsi. Now, you are going to have to tell me who the person is, because from what your discussion was in terms of your evidence between yourself and this other person, it seems that it was an innocuous discussion. That's why you also had no problem agreeing to meet with Mr. Tsotsi. All this person said was, Mr. Tsotsi would like to meet with you. He has some challenges at ESCOM, and he would like to know how you went about appointing a legal advisor at SAA. Do you understand?
I understand, Chairperson. What I've seen here, maybe with your permission, Chair. On page of Mr. Linnell, on page 28 of his affidavit.
What is on page 28? What is the number at the top? The black number at the top?
It's 06028.
Oh.
28.
Are you looking at the red numbers?
I'm looking at the black numbers, Chair. It's at the end of Mr. Linnell's
affidavit.
Affidavit. It's paragraph 6, Chair.
Paragraph
6.
6. Oh, okay. Well, paragraph 6 is at page 31 in terms of the black numbers, but page 28 in terms of the red numbers on my bundle. Is that the same with you, Mr. Seleka?
So she is referring to a different, it's a
Affidavit.
statement, it's a supplementary statement of Mr. Linnell.
Is it in this bundle?
It's in this bundle, page 28, the black pagination at the top of the page. So you're gonna, yes, the chair will have to go back. So it starts on page 27, Chair. 27, 28.
Yeah, I see there is a...
Second supplementary affidavit to the parliamentary portfolio.
Okay, all right.
Yes.
Okay, yes, now I am there, Ms. Mieni. I am at paragraph 6 at page 28. That is actually, oh yeah, it is his second supplementary statement. Yes, I am there.
Chair,
Yes.
that is the person that is the chairperson, that is the person that is named there.
Yeah,
At the end of paragraph 6,
yes,
is put into inverted commas.
yes. No, that's fine. That person was, has been mentioned in this commission as having been present at the Durban meeting. He is in in terms of paragraph 6, the person you are referring to is referred to as Jabu Maswanganye. He was referred to by Mr. Tsotsi, I think also by Mr. Linnell, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, Chair.
But certainly by Mr. Tsotsi. Okay, so that is the person who approached you and said, Mr. Tsotsi would like to have a meeting with you because he has some challenges at ESCOM, but he would also like to know how you went about appointing a legal advisor. Is that right?
Yes, Chair.
Okay. And then your meeting with Mr. Tsotsi, after your first meeting then, would you like to tell me what was discussed between the two of you in that meeting?
Chair, I don't want to give you inaccurate statements here. I'm before a commission, and this is an inquiry that I must, when a report comes out, I must stand by everything I say.
Yeah.
I don't have minutes. I don't have minutes of any meeting that took place in any place with Mr. Tsotsi. But all I say is that the statement I submitted to Parliament and the statement that is before you, Chairperson, it contains everything that I remember at the time, and that I in my understanding, was the version that I would raise my hand and take an oath to say this is what my understanding was.
Okay, all right. Mr. Selega, do you want to take it from there?
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Mieni, let's go back to Mr. Linnell's version. It wasn't clear to me. Let's look at paragraph 5 on page 31.
Well, why don't you just put the question without Mr. Selega asking her to look? Just say what Mr. Linnell says.
That's right, Chair. That's fine.
It's going to be faster.
So you would have seen from his affidavit given to you last year that he talks about a meeting to which you called him on the 6th of March 2015 in Pretoria. I know you say you don't have a recollection of the date, but do you confirm the meeting having taken place in Pretoria between you and him at the President's official residence?
She has confirmed the meetings. You confirmed that the two meetings did take place.
I confirm the meetings, but I
Yes.
can't confirm the dates.
The
Yes,
date,
that's
yeah.
all right.
Is it true that you were the one who called Mr. Linnell and asked him to come to Pretoria for a meeting?
Chairperson, wherever I would be, if I am in that particular area at that particular time, and there is a need for a meeting, I would use the venue, I would use the time, because, Chair, like I said to you, it was cost effective for me to have meetings in Joburg when I'm in Joburg. If I go to Cape Town, I met Nick Linnell in Cape Town, he stays in Cape Town, we met also in Cape Town. So it's not like we met once, or only in Pretoria on this specific date. So we've met many times with Mr. Linnell, whether in the hotel where we would be staying, or in a restaurant, like for instance in Cape Town, we would meet in a restaurant, or at the president's place, we met him as well.
Yes, no, but
And in Durban.
I'm just asking about how the Pretoria meeting between the two of you came about. He said that you called him and told him that, and asked him to come to Pretoria and to meet with you and the president. And I think he said, you said you'd explain to him when he arrived in Pretoria what it was about, if I'm not mistaken. So I just want to confirm that you accept that that is what happened.
I accept that I would have called him for a meeting.
Yes.
But as to the rest of the contents of the meeting and what have you, no, Chair,
Yes.
I won't be able to confirm.
Yes. In other words, you did not say that to him when you called him. You did not say that the purpose why you were calling him was so that he could meet with the president.
Chairperson, I don't know.
You don't remember?
I don't remember.
Is it possible?
Chair, Nick we were working together for the board of SAA. Therefore, my phone calls with him were ongoing. So I can't say that this particular call was for this particular call was for this. I can't say that. But also, Chair, Nick Linnell, as a consultant, he was also consulting in Gauteng. So I can't say, come because the president wants to see you. I would know if he's in Gauteng. I would also know when I want to meet him on SAA matters. So I can't say specifically on this particular date. I asked him to leave Cape Town to come and meet the president because President Zuma wants to meet him.
But
I can't confirm that.
is the position that you can't confirm, but you can't say what he's saying is not true? Or are you saying it's not true? You can remember quite clearly you never said that to him.
I can't, that is his version, Chair, and I will respect his version.
Yeah.
My version is that I would meet Mr. Linnell at any given time when he's in Joburg, when I'm in Joburg, and we always met, we always had reasons to meet. If there was a board meeting, there was something we wanted to find out from him, he would be available on email or on phone call, but if he's in Gauteng himself or coming to us as SAA, he would come. So I can't say this particular day, I called him and said, please come, the president wants to meet you. No, Chair.
Now
I can't confirm that.
Now, he said that your call was on the basis that he must basically, it was so urgent that he had to drop everything and come to Pretoria. And as a result, he dropped everything and flew to Pretoria same day. What do you say about that?
It's his version, Chair.
It's his version. And he says when he came, the two of you had a meeting, and but you said that the president was going to join the two of you in a meeting, or you were going to have a meeting, the two of you were going to have a meeting with the president, but while you were waiting to be called to meet with the president, you briefed him about what this whole meeting was to be about. And he said that, you said that the president wanted an investigation or inquiry to be investigated into the affairs of Eskom. I think he was not happy with Eskom, and you had recommended to the president, or you were going to recommend to the president, that he would be the right person to coordinate that inquiry or conduct that inquiry. What do you say to that?
This commission loves Mr. Zuma. It really adores Mr. Zuma. Even on matters that had nothing to do with him, it drags his name into that matter. Chairperson, I couldn't have been able to introduce, to recommend. Sorry, Chairperson, sorry.
Hang on. It's not the commission, it's witnesses who come to the commission who say things about people. It's not the commission. It's Mr. Linnell.
Thank you, Chair, for the correction.
It was Mr. Linnell who told us that. It wasn't the commission which came up with that.
Thank you, Chairperson, for the correction. Nami ngisamangele, Chair, ukuthi Mr. Zuma ungena phezintweni ze board. One, Chair, Mr. Zuma would not have taken any recommendation from a chairperson of another SOC to recommend to him. First and foremost, Chair, the board does not report to the president. No board reports to the president. The board chairperson reports to the minister. I don't know a process where the board would jump the minister and go and report or take advice from another chairperson of another board to recommend that the investigation must be done. This is the right person for this job. Chair, some of these things that we sit and listen to are hearsays. Some are gossips. Some are statements misleading the commission. But Chair, I'm glad that I'm here before you to ensure that I clarify issues. The board is governed by something called shareholder compact. Mr. Tsotsi would have abdicated his responsibility to go and get instructions from another chairperson of the board, one, or to take instructions from the president. It would be undermining the minister by Mr. Tsotsi to have done that. It's a lie, it's misleading the commission. And the fact of the matter, Chairperson, is that Mr. Tsotsi did want to get assistance from a legal expert, any legal person. I obviously shared with Mr. Tsotsi how Mr. Linnell was assisting us. And Mr. Linnell had a role at our board at SAA in terms of his advice to the board. But I don't know that Mr. Linnell would, or Mr. Tsotsi would go to the president and get instructions from the president. I don't know. I deny anything to that effect, Chair. I honestly don't.
When you
understand.
When you met with Mr. Tsotsi, just the two of you, what a request, if any, did Mr. Tsotsi make to you? Did he request you to do anything?
He asked, Chairperson, it was public knowledge that there were too many things going around in almost all the SOEs. So he asked us how we are dealing with matters, how we go about doing certain things. I said, you know what? We, as the board, we took a decision that we will do everything by the book. We will follow what needs to be done in terms of corporate governance, in terms of consultation. Consultation by or with who? Consultation with the minister, not consultation with the president.
Did he?
Then I said to him, in everything you will do, even if you consult the minister or inform the minister of or request the minister's permission to do whatever you want to do in the company, you have to have your board by your side, because Chair, Mr. Linnell was appointed through the board resolution. It was not Dudu's friend or Nick Linnell, Mr. Fix of Dudu. No, it was a board resolution to appoint a legal advisor. And therefore I said to Mr. Tsotsi, if you want the services of Mr. Linnell, everything, your story must be very straightforward. Mr. Linnell is a very straightforward and an honest man. That I can say it publicly. He's honest. He doesn't take all shortcuts. He wants everything done by the book. So that's what I advise Mr. Tsotsi. But at the back of this, I did not know that he himself, why name Chairperson?
No, angizuzibonela uzosho ngesingisi Miss Myeni. Uzosho ngesingisi. Miss Myeni said something in isiZulu and she said she was leaving it to me to understand or interpret. So I said she must interpret herself what she was saying. Miss Myeni, tell everybody what this Zulu part was.
Chairperson, there is no direct translation of Impukane Zihlaza. All I can say, Chair,
Yeah.
is that Mr. Tsotsi did not was not open to me, Chair, in terms of being honest, to say that he has problems, personal problems, that emanate from his breach of his role as the chairperson. Therefore, I was going blank with him, and I was honest with him, and I was discussing issues with him, thinking that everything is above board. But he wasn't telling me that he had his own personal challenges that he has to account about to either the board or the minister himself.
So he did not ask you to set up a meeting or facilitate a meeting between himself and the president, or did he?
He did, Chair.
Yes.
He did.
And what was your response?
Chair, even anyone who wants a meeting with the president, I pass on the message to say, so-and-so would like to have a meeting with you. Now, the problem is that when a person wants a meeting with the president, it's not my duty to say, please explain why you want a meeting. But my responsibility would be to say, put it in writing so that you make a formal request. And he said, no, it must be a meeting, which it's an open meeting. It's not anything that is untoward that I need to make it formal. Now, in as far as I'm concerned, Chair, there are comrades that would ask for a meeting with the president. There are people who would come and want to meet the president for certain advice on other matters. If I knew what Mr. Zola Tsotsi wanted to meet the president about in detail, I would have said, take your minister to Mr. Zuma. I would have advised him that way, Chair.
But what advice, if any, or did you give him, or did you say you were going to facilitate a meeting between him and the president, or did you not agree to facilitate such a meeting?
Chairperson, when I had the foundation meeting in Durban, I was at the president's place in Durban. We were going to have a foundation meeting, and that's where I asked him to come. I said to him, I will be meeting with the president at that particular place. He can come there.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Mr. Selega, take it from there.
Yes, Chair. Let me approach this matter differently, Ms. Mieni. Ms. Mieni, you have seen the affidavits of Mr. Linnell, and he's testified about the two meetings. Let's leave aside for a moment Mr. Tsotsi. If you concentrate on Mr. Linnell, do I understand you correctly that you cannot deny what he's saying in his affidavit?
I haven't read Mr. Linnell's affidavit, Mr. Selega.
Okay.
I think you'll have to put to her the material portions of
Yes.
what he says,
Yes.
if possible, without going
Yes, Chair.
to the pages, unless it's really necessary.
Indeed, Chair, I will certainly do so. So, Ms. Mieni, we've talked about the meeting, the first meeting in Pretoria. Mr. Linnell has given a date for that meeting. The chairperson has touched on the contents of that meeting. At the end of that meeting, well, I understood before I go to the end, I understand your response to the chairperson that you can't deny that meeting. That's Mr. Linnell's version or affidavit. At the end of that meeting, he says he understood from you that he has to attend to a meeting in 2 days' time on the 8th of March 2015 in Durban, again with the president.
I think it's more than that, Mr. Selega. I think, if I'm not mistaken, he said she told him
Correct.
that there would be a meeting in Durban on the 8th, and he should
Be
go to
present.
that meeting in order to meet the president, because he said, Ms. Mieni, ultimately, while the two of you were discussing, you learned that the president had left for Durban without you being called, the two of you being called to meet him. He says it was at that stage that you then said to him that there was going to be a meeting in Durban on the 8th at the president's official residence. He should come to that meeting. And he says he agreed.
Yes.
What do you say to that part of his evidence?
That is his evidence, Chair. I've got nothing to say.
On your version, what did the two of you talk about while you were meeting? Because he has
I
told,
can't remember.
He-
I
he has
can't
to-
remember what.
because he has told me what the two of you were talking about. And he said you were briefing him on the reason why you asked him to come to Pretoria and what the president was concerned about in ESCOM. And because the meeting involving the two of you and the president did not take place in Pretoria, and you learned that the president had left for Durban, you then said he should come to Durban because there was going to be a meeting in Durban on the 8th at the president's official residence. That's his version. What is your version of what the two of you talked about in that meeting?
I don't have my minutes, Chair, of the content of our discussion. So my version of this whole thing is that I have met Mr. Linnell on a number of occasions for SAA matters, not for ESCOM matters. If it was for ESCOM matter, Mr. Tsotsi would have been in that meeting, and Mr. Tsotsi would have been discussing issues of ESCOM with Mr. Linnell. So I deny that I would meet him and discuss ESCOM matters because I did not hire, or the board had not appointed Mr. Linnell for ESCOM. So there wouldn't be time wasted and his hours wasted on ESCOM matters on one-on-one between us. So Chair, I don't agree with that.
So you don't remember what the discussion was about between the two of you?
I won't remember, Chair.
You won't remember. You have said yourself that Mr. Linnell is an honest man. Have you got any reason why he would say that you said certain things in that meeting if you didn't say those things?
Chairperson, as I said to you when I addressed you at the beginning, I am also an honest woman. Therefore, my version must be taken as well as honesty, as I'm putting it before the commission. But I can't help it, Chair. My color suggests immediately that I can't be honest. I am a criminal from the color of my skin. Therefore, my version, when I say Mr. Linnell is an honest man, I've worked with him. It doesn't mean that when I say Mr. Linnell is an honest man, then my version of the day's meeting and his version, if they contradict each other, it means he is dishonest by that particular aspect. Only no. Honesty is very broad, Chair.
Okay.
So I'm saying I don't remember. If I had my diary and if I recorded myself on the discussions we had, I would stand up and confirm what he said. It's his version, Chair.
Mr. Slegger?
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Mieni, Mr. Linnell goes on to say, and I will go now to the meeting of the 10th, the 8th, sorry, Chair, of the 8th of March 2015, that the same discussion that started between the two of you at the meeting of the 6th continued in Durban. And this discussion related to the president, the then president, seeking to have an inquiry initiated into Eskom's affairs. One, and number two, having to have 3 executives of Eskom suspended. Your comment on that?
No comment, Mr. Sileke. I deny what is being said. There is no president that can go into a statement like that to say, these are the things that you must go do. The president would talk to the minister, and the minister would talk to the chairperson. So I don't know about that particular statement, and
let's start here before we go to the content of the meeting.
Yes.
Mr. Linnell testified that when he arrived at the Durban official residence of the president on the 8th, you were already there. I can't remember whether he said Mr. Tsotsi was already there or whether Mr. Tsotsi arrived later than him. But he said, they said there were 2 meetings, so to speak. The one, which was the first one, was attended by yourself, by Mr. Linnell, by Mr. Tsotsi, by your son, and I think either Mr. Tsotsi or Mr. Linnell or both of them also said there was Mr. Jabu Maswangani. Either one of them didn't know the same name but said Jabu, or the other, or both said Jabu, but later on it transpired that it was Jabu Maswangani. What do you say about the people that Mr. Linnell says attended the first meeting? He said that first meeting did not have Mr. Zuma. It was just a discussion among yourselves about the issues that you were going to discuss once you were in a meeting with Mr. Zuma. So he says there was a discussion without Mr. Zuma at that stage, and you played the role of chairperson, if I recall correctly, in that meeting, by which I didn't understand them to say you were elected formally as chairperson, but they said you were the one who was doing most of the talking. And what was discussed was that there was a need for an inquiry into the affairs or investigation into the affairs of Eskom, because there were problems at Eskom, and that there was a need for the suspension of certain executives, and only 3 executives were contemplated. At that stage, the names might not have been mentioned, but their portfolios or their positions would have been mentioned. I'm not sure whether the names were mentioned later in the meeting. What do you say about that? In terms of who was at the meeting and in terms of the gist of what the issues were that were being discussed?
You see, Chair, it's a pity that I was brought up to respect people, especially adults. But to say Utsotsi is was misleading and not telling the truth. But also, Chair, I explained here my son's role on that particular day. He drove me to the precinct. That was his role. He's an adult, Chair. But he wasn't going to preside on meetings uninvited. That's a starting point. He was at the meeting. Sorry, the meeting place, not in the meeting. Secondly, Chairperson, why was I going to have to be an elected chairperson of somebody who is the one who has a problem in an SOE? Chair, it is not true, and honestly, these gossips should not be entertained. It is absolutely not true. It's a blatant lie. Chairperson, the person who had a problem is Zola Tsotsi at ESCOM. It was not Dudumie. So Zola Tsotsi met Nick Linnell and they were to discuss the issues at ESCOM themselves. Why would I even discuss or preside over a meeting about problems with executives? I don't even know those executives. I even indicated, Chair, that in fact it was at this commission that the only person I knew was the former DG of Public Enterprises. I only met Gogo through this commission. I've never met him in person. Why would I even know their performance? That I would even go to the extent of saying, this one must be suspended, this one must be suspended. It is a lie. I deny all this. I deny all of this. There was a meeting. The president was not going to join us in a meeting, Chair. He came, he did all the pleasantries, he greeted us. Yes, the three of us were in that meeting. I can't even remember whether Jabu was there or not. Perhaps he was there. I have to go back to my notes.
Yeah.
But Chair, if somebody gives me minutes of that meeting, which I was presiding on that meeting as a chairperson, I would be very glad.
Now,
Not true.
with regard to your son, you say she was in the place or residence, but not in the meeting, and because she was driving you. They also made it clear that he did not participate in the meeting, but they said he was in the meeting, but he was quiet. He was not taking part, he didn't speak. That's what they said. But are you saying that that meeting did not discuss the issue of an investigation or inquiry into certain ESCOM matters, and that it did not discuss the need for the suspension of certain executives at ESCOM?
I don't have minutes of the meeting, Chair. All I can say is that there was a meeting where Zola Tsotsi wanted me to introduce him to Mr. Linnell, which I did. And in terms of the content of the meeting in Durban, I cannot say what was discussed in detail, but indeed, he wanted assistance from Nick. But Chair, as I said, Nick Linnell was not going to just jump in and assist Mr. Tsotsi. The process needed to be followed, and I emphasize this. So I deny, Chair, that I chaired any meeting at the President Zuma's house, and I deny that Mr. Zuma was going to preside in the same meeting. We had a foundation meeting on that day in that place.
So you say you can't remember what issues were discussed in that meeting, is that correct?
I remember that I never chaired a meeting. That's
Yes.
a starting point.
Yeah.
And I remember that I was not at liberty to discuss issues of suspensions and inquiries.
Yes.
I had no role and no interest in ESCOM. The person who approached me was assisted, and I introduced him to Nick Linnell. Anything else that transpired after that, it was between the two of them. If I was sitting in that meeting when they were discussing, I would be emphasizing the point that there are no shortcuts in dealing with issues of corporate governance in any SOEs.
So, but you say you don't have a recollection whether in this meeting in which you were present, the need for an inquiry or investigation into the affairs of ESCOM was discussed. You say you have no recollection of whether that was discussed, even if it was being discussed between the two of them.
If it was the two of them, Chair, that would have been perhaps their content of the discussion, but I wouldn't be party to that.
But you were in the meeting. You would have heard what they were saying.
Of course, Chair. None of them knew each other, Chairperson. So I introduced Nick to Zola and Zola to Nick. So whatever that was to be done, but Chair, my role was to ensure that Zola Tsotsi knows that it's not going to be like they've met, then the next day Mr. Linnell is part of ESCOM's legal advice. No. So obviously there would have been many other things that would have been discussed, but the issue of inquiry was not going to be something that I would take personal interest in. What is the gain, Chair?
And also the issue of the suspension of certain executives at ESCOM. Are you saying you have no recollection of whether that issue was discussed at the meeting?
No, Chair.
Or are you saying definitely it
No,
was
Chair.
not discussed?
Chair, I deny any involvement in the issues of ESCOM in terms of inquiry, in terms of suspending any of the executives at ESCOM.
Yes. The version put up by or given by Mr. Tsotsi and Mr. Linnell, if I recall correctly, is that after this first meeting had discussed issues, you waited to meet with President Zuma, and that at a certain stage, after waiting for some time, you all moved to another room where you waited for about 5 minutes, and Mr. Zuma then came in. And then another meeting took place now with Mr. Zuma present, which discussed the same issues and which ended on the basis that Mr. Zuma said to Mr. Tsotsi must go back to his board and raise the issue of an inquiry or investigation into the affairs of ESCOM and raise the issue of the need for the suspension of the 3 executives who were being discussed. And then he said he himself would brief the minister or raise the issues with the minister. That's what Mr. Tsotsi said. That's how the meeting ended. But he did say Mr. Zuma came and he listened, and he even asked Mr. Tsotsi whether he knew which executives those that they were talking about. And Mr. Tsotsi said yes, he knew them. Yes.
Chairperson, angiyazi leyo nto. Sorry, Chairperson. Chairperson, I deny the version that is being put before me. Indeed, Mr. President Zuma did greet the people, and he did indeed. There were pleasantries. He introduced everyone, but there was no meeting with him. There was absolutely no meeting. I deny that, Chair. Vehemently, Chair.
Excuse me. When he came in and greeted, were you still in the same meeting in which you had been since the arrival of Mr. Linnell and Mr. Tsotsi, or did you move to another meeting and that is where Mr. Zuma came and greeted everybody?
Chairperson, I think it will be to the benefit of those that might want to believe certain versions. In that place, Chair, where we were, there are a few lounges. So you sit in a lounge, which could be a smaller lounge, and then when the meeting is finished in a bigger lounge, you are moved to another lounge so that you allow maybe one person to sit in a small lounge. If you are many, you are given a bigger lounge. So the moving of rooms, I do not attribute to that it was a movement to allow that maybe it's now preparation for a second meeting. It's a lie.
So are you saying that, yes, you did move from one room to another, but what you are denying is that the moving was for the purpose of all of you meeting President Zuma? Or are you saying there was no moving at all?
I don't know whether there was moving, and I don't know whether we sat in one place. But Chair, Mr. Zuma does not need, well, during that time, he wouldn't necessarily sit in one place and then people come to him. He would be the one coming or knocking in any other room where there are people to greet those people and exchange some pleasantries if it's people he knew. If he did not know, people will introduce themselves. And then he would then leave and go to another room and do the same. So I can't say we moved or we did not move. But the issue of President Zuma being present in matters of ESCOM, like how it is being explained by Mr. Linnell and Mr. Tsotsi, I deny.
Well, part of what would be strange as I look at what you are telling me is that on your version, here are two meetings that took place at the official residences of the president. One meeting between yourself and Mr. Linnell in Pretoria at the official residence of the president. The other meeting taking place in Durban at the official residence of the president. And yet on your version, the president had nothing to do with these meetings. So why were these meetings being held in his residence on each occasion if he had nothing to do with these meetings?
Thank you, Chair. I think I explained the first side of reasons why it could have been the place. In Durban, we had a foundation meeting. I was to meet Zola Tsotsi, I was to meet Nick Linnell. For the convenience, for my convenience, I explained to them where I was going to be for the day, and therefore we met there. But also, Chair, in part, it was important for Mr. Tsotsi, per his request, to meet President Zuma, which he did. So I'm saying...
Did you meet President Zuma?
It was not, it was not, Chairperson, sorry, I spoke about...
Yeah, I was asking whether Mr. Tsotsi met President Zuma at in Durban on that day.
Yes, Chair.
Okay, continue. You were saying something and I interrupted you.
I am saying, Chair, it was not a coincidence that when I am in Gauteng, there is a need for me to meet President Zuma. Then, while perhaps he's not even in the area, but I'm to meet him, then I'm able, Chair, to request that I see whoever that I'm supposed to see. Like, for instance, in Durban, we had our own meeting in Durban for the foundation. But it was opportune for me, Chair, to put Mr. Tsotsi in touch with President Zuma per his request. Hence, there was the presence of the facilitator being Mr. Maswangan.
Did
So
Ms.
it's not like the venue that was being used, Chair, was being used because in all these meetings, Mr. Zuma would have been present. Then, Chair, it looks like I'm being made to be having such authority that whenever something like that, this was the president of the country, Chair, and I did not know the purpose that Mr. Tsotsi wanted to meet with President Zuma for what purpose. It appears to me now today when I look at everything that has been said and the times in which you have brought him back to the commission, many times he has come back to this commission. I've listened to him and I came to understand that the issues that he would have raised with me, he never did. And I got to understand that he himself had breached his not oath as such, but he had challenges in person at ESCOM. So I'm saying those did not, in fact, he did not explain such to me.
Now, in Durban, did Mr. Tsotsi have a separate meeting with President Zuma away from everybody, or what happened? Where did their meeting take place?
I don't remember that, Chair.
But you said they did meet, isn't it?
They did meet, Chair. Like Mr. Zuma came into a meeting where we were. So, in other words, they did greet. Maybe I should say that.
Yeah, but Mr. Tsotsi had asked for a meeting with Mr. Zuma through you, or had told you that he wanted a meeting with Mr. Zuma to discuss certain issues, isn't it?
Chair, when a person is asking for a meeting with Mr. Zuma, I don't have to be there. Whether he met him on any other day, I don't know. But it doesn't mean that when a person has asked for a meeting with President Zuma, I should be present in that meeting. Definitely not.
But on that day, when you said they met, you mean that they greeted when Mr.
He
Zuma
did
came
come
in?
Yes, Chair. Sorry, he did come into the room where we were.
Okay, Mr. Selega.
Yeah, I think Chair has exhausted most of the questions.
I'm leaving it to you to now raise
Specific ones.
specific ones, because
Yes.
we now have a picture of what
Yes,
her version is,
yes.
in terms of what you may wish to put
Yes.
to her, and in the light of what other witnesses have
Yeah.
said.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Mieni, according to Mr. Linnell, the subsequent correspondence between him and Mr. Tsotsi, including an email he sent to you where he gives you an update of what steps had been taken to that point, he says are indicative of what transpired in the meetings, the two meetings that we have referred to, and the purpose for those meetings. And you will see the annexures to his affidavit. Do you have any comment on that?
I have no comment, Chair. It's the same thing, Chair, that I'm saying. That is Nick's version.
We did put your version, well, insofar as we gathered from your statement, to the Parliamentary Portfolio Committee. And he was quite unequivocal in his, I would say, denial of your version that Mr. Tsotsi was in the meeting in Durban to discuss what you say are Mr. Tsotsi's issues at ESCOM. He was specific that the discussions revolved around what was indicated to them was the President's desire to have an inquiry conducted and for 3 of the executives to be suspended.
What is your question, Mr. Senator?
That he was very clear in saying your version is not correct, that Mr. Tsotsi was there to discuss his own issues at ESCOM. He even added that he wouldn't have flown to Durban. He wouldn't have flown to Durban on the basis of a perception that the board wanted to remove Mr. Tsotsi. Your comment?
No comment, Chair. That's Mr. Linel's version. I've put before my version in Parliament this statement. I stand by this statement.
Yes.
Mr. Linnell also said, if I recall correctly, he would never have gone to Durban for a meeting with Mr. Tsotsi. He went to Durban because you told him he needed to come to Durban, to go to Durban in order to meet the president. He said he would never have gone to Durban. I think it was on a Sunday, if I'm not mistaken.
It was.
On a Sunday, just to meet Mr. Tsotsi.
Hey, Chairperson, I don't want to talk too much. It's better for me to say that is his version. I don't want to talk too much.
Is there a reason? Okay, thank you. Is there a reason why Mr. Tsotsi would approach you to seek a meeting with the president?
I was never approached by Mr. Tsotsi, Chairperson. I think I alluded to this from the beginning.
Okay, let me clarify that.
Somebody.
Yes, let me clarify, yes. Because let me ask you this, whether indirectly, let's say he's approaching you indirectly through a person you have mentioned was the middleman, why would that approach be made to you for a meeting with the president?
Mr. Sileka, that is a question that you must ask, or that could have been better asked or answered by Mr. Tsotsi. Because I did not know Jabu, who came to approach me. Secondly, working in proximity. I was working close to President Zuma through his foundation. That's a starting point. It's a common knowledge. That. Secondly, Mr. Tsotsi had gone to see the First Lady in Pretoria to see Mr. Zuma. So it's not like he just selected me out of the blue. He tried to go and see somebody else to try and facilitate the meeting. It's information that Mr. Tsotsi should have declared. It's not like he came to me and just said, I want to see Mr. Zuma. No.
Yes, well.
He had tried many other people to go and see Mr. Zuma. And then he then sent this person. It's not like Mr. Tsotsi woke up and decided, I must go through to see Mr. Zuma. No. Jabu came to me. I don't know how Jabu got to know that I was working for the foundation. I don't know how Jabu got to know even my number. But I got a call from him. He asked for the meeting that I must meet Mr. Tsotsi. And I met him. And I never refuse to meet people that are like my colleagues. He was chairing another SOE.
Yes. Well, the reason why that question I directed to you is because I couldn't direct it to him. On his version, you called him during or about, that is Mr. Tsotsi, during or about the 7th of March 2015. and you asked him, according to him, to come to Durban for a meeting with the president. That's according to him. But according to you, and that's why I'm directing that question to you, is that he was the one who called you. I mean, he sent the middleman, Mr. Jabu Maswangani, in order to request a meeting with the president. But why, did you ask yourself, why do you come to me? This is the president of the country, why don't you go through his office? Yeah. Did you hear me?
I heard you very well, Mr. Sikela, because I heard you very well.
Yes.
That's to say, why do you come to me? Why don't you go to the next person?
No, why don't you go through the office of the president? This is, after all, the president of the country. Why should I secure a meeting?
My job was not to facilitate meetings. It must be understood.
Yes, that's...
It's not something like I would jump and be excited about that somebody wants to meet the president. Never. I must just say, when Jabu came to me for the first time, called me for the first time, I was reluctant. I said, no, I can't do that. But also, Chair, it was time. I was extremely busy. So I said, I can't do that. But also, Chair, if Zola Tsotsi wanted to meet me, there were meetings that were being done between chairs of the board and the minister. Why didn't he approach me? But because I did not know him, this particular person told me that he is specifically wanting to tap from my understanding of how to go about getting the legal advisor. So I wasn't going to go and say, if you want to go and meet the president, just go as the president of the country. I wasn't going to say that. So most of the things transpired when I met with Mr. Tsotsi. It was not the time when I was interacting with Maswangani.
So are you saying to the chairperson that the request by Mr. Tsotsi through Mr. Maswangani was twofold? One was to meet with you to ask how to appoint a legal advisor, and two was to meet with the president for a reason that was not disclosed to you? Or was it disclosed?
The first one was more glaring because he highlighted issues that he said he would prefer to have a legal advisor. And then that's where I explained that even if he has to meet our legal advisor, he still needs the board by his side. This is the explanation I made. And then he said he would also like to meet with the president. But Mr. Sileka, I did not see any crime in doing that because I've done that with many people as well. So if it was an offense, a criminal offense for me to facilitate a meeting when a person asks to meet with President Zuma, without divulging the reasons why you want to meet with President Zuma, then it then was contrary begile, which it was something that I did not consider at the time to say, don't come to me, write it to the presidency, go meet with President Zuma in the presidency, go to Union Building. I did not think that way. But now that you are saying it, I should have said it.
Let me, well, yeah, I was not proposing that it is a criminal, but let me tell you why we're asking these questions. Because, you see, the first meeting with Mr. Linnell in Pretoria on the 6th, Mr. Linnell says it was only between the two of you and him. Mr. Tsotsi is not involved in that meeting. And the meeting subsequent to that is a sequel on Mr. Linnell's version to the meeting of the 6th of March. The two meetings are linked. And they seem to have been initiated not by Mr. Tsotsi, but by yourself.
I deny these versions of stories, the stories that are being put before you, Chairperson. One, I met Mr. Linnell on numerous occasions. I wasn't going to meet Mr. Linnell just because there must be president available or needed to have the president somewhere. Mr. Linnell was consulting for SAA, formally so. So meeting Mr. Linnell, I wasn't going to say for this particular meeting then, let's move from this particular place, let's go and meet somewhere else. No. And I said, I have got no recollection of this meeting and the contents of the discussion because I don't have my diary with me, nor do I have the minutes of the meeting and the discussions thereof of that meeting in Pretoria.
Yeah. Chair, I don't think one can take the matter further here.
Yes, is that all you wanted to put to her?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Arising from her evidence, Chair, I think most of the questions you covered in your questioning of her.
Are the submissions that you believe you will make in due course about her version compared to that of Mr. Tsotsi and Mr. Linnell, that you want her to get a chance to say something about or not?
Yes. Let me try.
Well, I'm not saying do it if you don't have. I'm just asking.
Yeah. My sense is we've covered, Chair, the issues, because I could. Let me do this, Chair.
No, I'm not encouraging you to start afresh.
No.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Ms. Mieni, I'm going to just put this to you, and let me hear what you have to say. I have seen an email addressed to you by Mr. Linnell, and he deals with that in paragraph 49 of his affidavit on page 37. And he says, at the same time, on 18 March 2015, I also emailed a report to Ms. Mieni, being the intermediary of the President. This included copies of the same terms of reference and the proposed media release being sent to the Chair and Ms. Mabude. It also included a briefing document updating on progress, which included reference to the considerations of a retired judge. And he does say in paragraph 51 that he never received a response from you to that email. That email is on page 57 of ESCOM Bundle 6. It's addressed to an email, skillsdm@mweb.co.za. And it was read on the 18th of March 2015 at 12:38. And he writes, "Hi D, capital D, please find." And he gives 3 documents: briefing document, terms of reference to be confirmed, media statement to be confirmed, chat now, regards, Nick.
What's the point about the email?
So this is subsequent correspondence, Ms. Mieni, that Mr. Linnell says they would confirm the contents of the meetings that took place on the 6th of March and the 8th of March, 2015. And as he says here,
Remember, she doesn't deny the meetings.
yes, she denies the contents of the meetings.
Yeah.
Yes.
What is in the email that helps us with the content?
It deals
didn't
with,
hear.
it will deal with the terms of reference to establish an inquiry,
Yeah.
the issue of the suspension of the executives,
Yeah.
and
Well, let's say this, Ms. Mieni. The version that has been given by Mr. Linnell, certainly in regard to the meeting of the 8th of March in Durban, is backed up by correspondence, emails and resolutions and memos that he prepared either on the same day or soon thereafter. And he gave evidence that the contents of those emails and memos that he prepared reflected or were consistent with the discussions at the meeting. And some of those emails or memos or resolutions that were sought to be put before the ESCOM board, some of them reflect or are consistent with the version that at the Durban meeting, the issue of an inquiry into the ESCOM affairs, into the affairs of ESCOM and the suspension of certain executives did take place. That discussion did take place. If you say such a discussion did not take place, are you suggesting that Mr. Linnell fabricated all of these documents in order to implicate everybody who was in that meeting into issues that they never discussed? Is that what you are saying?
Chairperson, to start with, from what Mr. Sigela has asked, I hope I'm pronouncing your surname correctly. The fact that there was Sileka.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. The fact that there is an email that is being spoken about, the fact that that email has not been answered, it means I don't know about this whole thing. Chair, if you have an interest in the matter, no email would be sent and not be responded to. That's a starting point. The second thing, maybe that email, I was being set up without me knowing that I'm being set up for something that I don't know. Today, I'm in a court of the commission, or I'm in this commission, and hearing things that had nothing to do with me. That's one. Two, Chair. No suspension ever happens of any executive in any entity or government entity without following the process. Three, Chair. I could ask Mr. Sileka if Mr. Tsotsi and the board appointed Mr. Linnell to advise them. If they did appoint him, he was doing his job. So angazi ngingenaphi lana. Sorry, Chair. I don't know where I come in. I honestly don't know. If Mr. Linnell was appointed at ESCOM, there would have been terms of reference given to him. One, a board resolution appointing him. Two, the scope of work he is appointed to do. It has nothing to do with me. I don't know how else I can explain this.
Yes.
Unless my name must be dragged into the ESCOM for interfering into another SOE. It can't be, Chair. It cannot be. I don't agree with all this.
You
An
see-
email he sent to me is not open.
Yes, continue.
But I must answer the email, Chair. Sorry, Chair.
No, I'm saying continue. I'm sorry I interrupted you.
Oh,
Continue.
No problem. I'm saying, Chair, I must answer to an email that was sent to me. An email was not answered. An email was not seen. I'm reading it now. I'm seeing it for the first time. I had no role, Chair. I had no interest. I do not have any interest even today. We still hear about the lootings at ESCOM. I've got no interest. I never did then. Angibazonda abantu abasebenza kwa-ESCOM. I had no role to facilitating suspension of anyone without following the process. Awukwazi ukwenza izinto without following umthetho. Unless it's something that I don't understand. But there are processes and there are laws governing how the board does its job. So, Chair, honestly, I am lost.
Yes, you see, I have to make findings in the end about what was discussed at the meeting in Pretoria between you and Mr. Linnell, and I must make findings as to what was discussed at the Durban meeting and whether President Zuma then was present at the meeting, at the second meeting that both Mr. Linnell and Mr. Tsotsi spoke about. Now, one, you have said you have no recollection of what was discussed between you and Mr. Linnell at the Pretoria meeting. On the other hand, Mr. Linnell was quite clear about what was discussed at that meeting. Two, with regard to the meeting in Durban, Mr. Linnell gave evidence about what was discussed. Mr. Tsotsi gave evidence about what was discussed. If I recall correctly, to a very large extent, their evidence is consistent most of the time with one's evidence is consistent with the evidence of the other. And they both said you were not only part of the meeting, but you were playing the role of the chairperson. You were central in the whole discussion. Now, as we know, Mr. Tsotsi and Mr. Linnell had not known each other before this particular date, as far as I understand. I don't know if they might have spoken on the phone on the 7th, ahead of the meeting. They might have spoken, but they had not met before the 8th. And yet, you and Mr. Linnell had been working together on SAA issues, and as I understand, Mhlatuze Water Board issues as well. So the two of you, he was at the meeting because he had been asked by you to come to the meeting. So I have to ask myself the question, did these two suddenly conspire against you, Mr. Zola Tsotsi and Mr. Linnell, who did not know each other before this date, conspire against you that they must falsely implicate you as having taken a very active role in this meeting? And why would Mr. Linnell want to do that to you? You and your board at SAA had given him business, had given him work. you trusted him, you have said he's an honest man. Why would he turn against you together with Mr. Tsotsi now and falsely implicate you into having played a very active role in this meeting, if in fact that is not what happened?
Chair, is this the last question, Chair? Because I need to go to the bathroom.
Well, we'll take a 5 minutes, 10 minutes break if you need to go to the bathroom. But
Not now. I was just asking
okay.
how long.
Okay,
how
no,
long
I think we
going to
are at the
continue?
tail end. We are at the tail end.
Chair, can I say something to you? I presided in a board of South African Airways together with a board of 7 people and so on. Why would I be the only one charged for SAA's issues and maladministration and be taken to court when not once has the CEO been pointed out or called into this commission? Not one CEO has been called. That's one. So why would Nick Linnell conspire with Zola Tsotsi and do something against me? It's one simple reason, Chair. I am associated with the former president, Jacob G. Zuma, through his foundation. That's the only reason.
But
If my reason and my version, sorry, Chair.
I'm sorry,
Can I-
continue, I'm sorry, continue.
If my understanding and my reasoning is wrong, somebody must give me something else. Then I will believe that. But the chairperson, for everything I've done, and I did everything according to the book, Chair, because I had an understanding later in life that I am reporting to a person who is a wanted, Mr. Zuma. Therefore, I made sure that everything I did was documented, decisions made are documented, communication I make. If I were to make a communication with you, Chair, I would follow it up with an email. Therefore, I made everything according to the book, Chair. We wouldn't be looking for things that we are looking for if I had stolen money at SAA, Chair. Today, I am before you for facilitating a meeting for Zola Tsotsi to meet President Zuma, or to assist Zola Tsotsi to explain to him how to go about appointing a legal advisor. Even then, Chair, I told him that no shortcuts. You have to do things by the book. You can't appoint somebody alone as the board chairman. You have to have your board alongside with you, supporting you. Take the board into confidence. Chair, that was my advice. But today, Chair, you are saying, why would Nick Linnell conspire with whoever? Chair, today, people come there, they say things that never occurred. They tell lies and gossip. They even gossip about certain things that there is no evidence about. Nick Linnell should have produced minutes of all meetings we had. And Nick Linnell should have not copied me on emails if then it was not a setup. Fortunately, Chair, ngiyakhuleka, Chairperson, and ngiyadiscerna, Chairperson. I pray and I have a gift of discernment. I know when things will backfire. Ngiyakhuleka, Chairperson, I pray a lot.
Yes. Am I correct? Or are you suggesting that Mr. Linnell may have implicated you in having played an active role in this meeting because you are associated with Mr. Zuma? Is that what you are saying?
I don't know, Chair.
Yeah.
You said, why would they
Yes.
conspire?
Yes,
And so I can't say Mr. Linnell did this because of my association
yes,
with Mr. Zuma.
Yes.
Chairperson, in some of the commission issues, there are people who bring their affidavit, and their affidavit get amended. And they are also asked to say certain things. And the chairperson, when I raised some issues of concern, the chairperson said he doesn't know some of the things that had happened in the commission. Chair, I submitted over 13 copies of corruption of SAA. That has never been touched.
to the commission.
But
or
the
where?
person, to that particular commission, Chair,
To this commission,
to that commission, Chair.
you submitted, what did you submit and when?
No, I'm saying the reports, Chair, of the corruption at SAA, as well as the reports of Mr. X corruption at Mhlathuze, were submitted in that commission, Chair.
By you?
No, not by me,
Okay, by other witnesses?
except by other witnesses, many other witnesses, Chair.
Yeah.
But those were commissioned by me, Chair.
Yes,
And I submitted them in Parliament.
okay, yes.
But the person, Chair, that is a target is one and only one. It's me.
Yeah,
Mr. X, Chair, I submitted about 6 or 7 reports by SIU and the investigation that appears to have diminished. That is why I'm saying, Chair, mina ngincindwa ngobende inyama ngingayidlanga. Angiyidlanga nje inyama, kodwa khona ubende bugcwele all over me by my association with former President Zuma. It's painful, Chair, because if I knew that I was going to be a target, I wouldn't have agreed to serve in his foundation.
yes. Now, just to get this clear, you were saying that certain witnesses submitted certain information to the commission. You didn't submit it to the commission.
Sorry, Chair.
But you did submit it somewhere else? To the SIU or something?
No, I was saying, Chair, from the previous position I was holding at Mhlathuze before I left, I was called, there was an investigation against Mr. X. Those copies were given to me because I needed to read what I needed to respond to. And it was SIU dealing with the investigations there, implicating directly Mr. X. But Mr. X, Chair, has never been called to answer those issues that are contained in the SIU reports. I'm saying, if then the Chair's statement of saying, are the people colluding against you and so on? No, Chair, I'm saying, I don't know whether they are colluding or not. But I am guilty of the association of Mr. President Zuma. That is all I can say. And Chair, if I can change, maybe tomorrow, let me go and join IFP. Maybe I will be safe there.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Buthelezi.
Sorry, Chair. I wanted to provide some clarity with regards
Yes.
to the reports that
Yeah.
she makes reference to.
Yeah,
At our last appearance at the commission last year, as part of the annexures that came with our supporting affidavit at the time, there was several reports which Ms. Mieni had commissioned as chair as SAA, including ENS. I think there's one from Ernst & Young. It was a series of reports. I think in total they came between to about 11 forensic reports about corruption issues at SAA, and I think there's another 2 that were part of the annexures that formed part of our submission for Mhlathuze Water. And I think those are the ones she says she submitted them to this commission, but nothing has come of it.
well, can I ask that you cause your instructing attorneys to write to the secretary of the commission and say exactly what was submitted and what the concern is as you articulated. And the secretary will bring that to my attention. And the letter to the secretary, if it can make reference to the fact that at this hearing, I asked that a letter be written to him that he will bring to my attention so that I understand exactly what the position is. Of course, if the complaint or concern is that she submitted reports to the commission that implicated certain people in acts of corruption, but the commission has not looked into those allegations, I would want to understand that, and the legal team will want to look at that. That was dealing with Mhlatuza and SAA. But of course, I started calling for people in 2018 to come forward and give the commission information so that the commission could investigate, and information that came late when there might not be enough time might not have enabled the commission to look into those matters. But I would like to make sure that a letter is written by your instructing attorneys to the secretary of the commission, raise the issues and identify exactly what reports, and then the secretary will draw my attention to it.
Good, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, all right. I don't have any further questions. I think you were done.
Yes, I'm done. I would just like to ask one more question, Chair, which...
Okay.
Ms. Mieni, if you can hear me, insofar as your version is that the meetings were initiated by Mr. Tsotsi, did you keep minutes of those meetings that you had with him? I see you say this was not the first meeting with him in your statement.
I said to the chairperson that whenever I have a meeting, whenever I had a meeting, I would have a diary where it says meeting with Mr. Tsotsi and then the venue where we're meeting. So I'm saying that I would have known that this particular meeting was for me and Mr. Tsotsi. This particular meeting was for me and Mr. Linnell and Mr. Tsotsi. That's why I don't want to commit myself into the dates.
Yeah.
Yes, but would you, I mean, we are alluding to keeping record. I think what I'm asking or getting to is whether you would have the diary of 2015 where you would have kept record.
No, Chair, no.
And no minutes.
Okay, all right.
And no minutes.
My house has been broken into, Chair, so I don't know what I would have. No minutes, Chair.
Yes. Okay, all right. Did you intend re-examining Mr. Buthelezi?
No, Chair.
No. Okay, all right. Thank you very much, Ms. Mieni, for availing yourself to put your side of the story and to deal with questions. We have come to the end of the session. I think that Mr. Buthelezi, do take the opportunity, if you would wish to make written submissions as to which version should be accepted and which one should not be accepted with regard to the various witnesses insofar as these two meetings are concerned, because there won't be oral argument, but I will allow written submissions. So I would say, please let me have whatever written submissions you wish to send through on or before the 15th of June. Is that fine?
I've already got enough homework, Chair, but it's fine, Chair.
You are counseled. So that's your deadline. Okay, all right. Thank you very much once again, Ms. Mieni. Thank you, Mr. Selega and your team. Thank you to the technicians. Thank you to Mr. Buthelezi and the staff. I see Ms. Hofmeyer is still around. Thank you, Ms. Hofmeyer. Thank you very much. We are going to adjourn now. For the benefit of the public, I mentioned that tomorrow I'll be hearing the evidence of Mr. Tom Moyane during the day session. We adjourn.
Thank you, Chair.